Yo, can't hear you. Your mic is muted. Hold on. I still can't hear you. Your mic's not muted, but I can't hear you.
There we go.
There we go.
For some reason, when I use Discord, it kicks Streamlabs or StreamYard really weird. So I don't know. But whatever, it's fine. It looks like whatever is actually probably pretty good tonight.
What do they got going on?
They have this blonde, but I think she's Latina that is tearing into some of the other girls. I couldn't hear it. I only heard a short bit of it.
A woman tearing into a woman?
Yeah. Andrew's not even Andrew's off screen right now because he's remoting in.
So it's a cat fight? I like cat fights.
It's not really a cat fight, but these where the porn stars usually sit, they look very embarrassed right now. And now Andrew's back up on the stream.
Should we turn this into a whatever watch party? Say what?
We could. I mean, let's let me grab the whatever link.
Like I'm only appearing on my phone right now because I got the electricians here. They're replacing a breaker. So
that's terrible, man.
Yeah, you know.
I do. I actually can do a lot of that myself, but I don't know. It's going to be.
We did a lot. We did a lot by ourselves, but this requires some specialty.
Bevo drama. I didn't realize Bevo was still a thing.
What is Bevo?
That's that English dude that they got kind of. What's the right word? What's the word I'm looking for? He was he came on with his girlfriend who's an OF model, and he how to best put this? So the whole show he's telling Andrew he's telling everyone that he is basically pimping out his girlfriend, that she has sex with other men on camera, and Andrew calls him a cuck the whole show, and then he made some loser video, and apparently there's more drama with him and whatever. So it's it'll probably, the way Brian does this, will probably come out at the end of the show. Glenn, I'm assuming you dropped off because your phone did not have a good stable connection or something. So Glenn will be back. Yep, there he is again.
All right,
you've got power back. Got power back.
A little bit. No, they're still working on the breaker, but
yeah, okay.
Any losers.
Yep. So anyway, yeah. So Bevo is this weird English guy. Not really a big thing. So, hey, old Joe, how are you? Old Joe was in that thing last night too, where they were all running their mouths. He was there, and in case the drama never stops. Drama never sleeps. Everybody thinks money never sleeps, but drama never sleeps.
Well, it's like, look, they have nothing else going on in their life if they have to
apparently
talk.
Apparently that is true. Live rent free in their heads. It's fine by me.
Like, I've stopped talking about these guys, and they're still like, I'm still like in their head. Like,
yeah, I know. I was in that same boat. I was like, I don't even want to talk about any of this stuff anymore. It's all meaningless to me. It doesn't matter. Why do I need to talk about that?
I said my final words about it on Sunday, and it's like they're still talking about it. Like, man,
yeah, you're right. You are right.
Well, what can I say? They like
living
us.
rent free in their heads, bro. Living rent free in their heads. So, Glenn, the rising tide that lifts all ships.
Mm-hmm.
We really, that is actually, we were talking about it before, and I kind of just felt like that the other folks that were there, had things they needed to say. So I kind of I didn't really interrupt much. Didn't feel a need to, but I do feel like that the okay, there we go. I do feel like that we do need a that's the right word I'm looking for here. I feel like it's time that we, like as I said earlier, we need to branch out. We need to start having different people on, seeking other people out from other cliques and shows. I'm really trying to get this fellow to come on that I talked with last night. I tried really hard to get on their panel last night, and they just wouldn't let me on because they didn't know who I was, which is fair. It's fine. Not a big deal. But I really did try really, really hard to get on their panel. So I'm I'm trying to play with this, guys. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted because I've just gotten the memberships active, guys, and I'm trying to figure out what it looks like on YouTube now, and if you guys can go and do the membership stuff. So let's see what we got. It looks like the memberships. Nope, that's not engaged login. Let's see. The memberships down there? I don't see them. Let's see. Interesting. Well, they should be active. If they're not now, hopefully they'll be active soon. Why are they not active? Is there something I have to do? Weird. All right, I'll have to look in. Maybe I just haven't done something yet, but the memberships will be active. You will be able to become a member of the stream and get badges and rank and special privileges and all that cool stuff. All the cool stuff. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, all right. So, Glenn, what's your take on the the rising tide?
Rising tide lifts all ships.
Yeah, reaching out to other.
I think that's important.
Other folks.
I think it's important. Like that's what I do with the dragon ship. I mean, although I haven't been on the dragon ship in a while, I've been trying to build my own brand here.
Sure.
And I needed to step away from the red pill space, because the more and more I dive into it, the more and more I realize fundamentally I don't align with them.
Seems like for you it would be fairly exhausting to be in the red pill for a very long, for any real length of time.
Yeah, it was. It got to the point where it's like, it got to the point where I started losing myself into the red pill. And I found myself defending more of the content creators rather than really about what Glenn is about. I agree with a lot of the red pill stuff. Don't get me wrong. Some of the stuff they say is absolutely true.
Sure.
But then it's like,
Agreed.
What about this person? What about this person? Well, this person did this. And then I'm defending all these people.
Yeah.
rather than like getting, to the heart of the message, like the heart of the message for me is like, this is where Red Pill says it's good, and I get it, but what does the Bible say about this? And then, try to like kind of get that angle was mainly my main focus, but then it just kind of like grew into something else. And it's funny because like you got this guy GS going like, oh well, it's good to hear that Glenn's talking about God again. Bro, look at my
I didn't know you had
catalog.
stopped.
Look at my catalog. Like my channel probably has way more, biblically based biblical conversations than his ever had. I mean, I've had shows with Iron Disciples doing a book review on It's Good to Be a Man. I've had, other like Christian content creators come on my stream. I've even talked to other people about like God while on the stream. Like, so it's like when these guys say this, it's just like, what are you talking about? Really, what are you talking about? But like I stepped this way from the red pills, and one of the things that like RP Thor always talks about is like a rising tide lifts all ships, and we got to be the rising tide. We have to be the rising tide,
right?
So engaging in all of this BS from everybody, BS from GS and BO, that doesn't make the rising tide.
A lot of officials there, man.
Yeah, there's a lot that doesn't make us the rising tide. It allows them to. We're doing exactly what the feminazis and everybody wants to do. Divide. When we divide ourselves, it makes us very easy for everybody else to conquer.
Right. So I'm sorry, my computer's freezing for some reason.
You're good with me.
They have low.
Does your computer got low T?
No.
What happened? Good Lord. Did Grid just abandon me? Oh, man. Well, guys, just so you know, I'm appearing on my phone because, well, I'm having some electricians over here working on our circuit breaker. So I would be on my camera and everything with you, but, yeah, Weird John. I guess it is the Glenn Lawrence Show right now from Grid One Studios. Da-da-da. But let's get into it. What we were talking about is we were in Discord and we were chatting in Discord. And if you guys are not members to our Discord, I suggest if you really want to have some where the real conversations get taken place, like you guys don't hear half the stuff that we talk about on our YouTube channel. One, because, not saying that we're saying anything against TOS, but we talk about some serious conversations on there. We talk about relationships. We talk about what men ought to do. And you know what? Even the stuff that we say in there, guys don't like to hear. Guys don't like to hear what we say. When we talk about, hey, guess what, fellas? It's okay to dote on your wife. Yeah. Doesn't make you a simp. We say, hey, it's good to be a solid man that has, that values your wife. And we ask men like, hey, are you worthy of a woman to want to give up her dreams and aspirations for? We talk about a lot of that stuff in Discord. So if you want to join the real conversation, that's where you need to be. So I'm assuming Grid's going to come back here in a minute. So in the meantime, how about I just like address some questions? Whatever questions you guys got, I will do my best to answer while we wait for Grid, because I'm a guest. All right. And this is Grid's show. So
Yeah, sorry guys. Something at my
he's
internet
back.
just
He
went like
saved me from having
boom.
to answer questions. Thank God. All right. Good to go.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened. The internet went down completely, and it says it's up, but it's really not. So um
Well, you just saved everybody from having to hear me sing show tune songs.
well, I'm grateful that I was able to save everyone from that. I believe also while I was sitting here flailing around that I do believe that the membership button is probably live now. We'll see. So I don't know. It may be next stream. I don't really know, but it should be around somewhere. Let's see. Yep, memberships are there, guys. So there you go. And there you go. All right, cool. Become a member. Don't be a freeloader. So there you go. Look at that. Just like that. So yeah. You get yep. Maybe have to refresh, but that's fine. All right. It's predetermined internet outage. It was weird because I'm actually on my phone right now. I'm streaming on my phone, and the way the other thing happened was my everything just slowed way down. So ZD Dan, you may have to refresh the browser. Some airplane content. Yeah, sure. Let me see if actually, speaking of airplane content, let me see about some stuff. All right, Glenn. So Rising Tide, all ships. What kind of content do you feel like, Glenn, that we should kind of move towards or think about, or just kind of enjoy bringing on? What kind of people? What if you, in a perfect world, what would you? What type of guests would you bring on your show? What direction would you take your show?
I would love to bring on like some bodybuilders, like some fitness coaches, and talk about the different types of like fitness training. Even martial arts.
Okay.
Like.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think it's important for a man to know how to protect his loved ones.
Absolutely.
And a man to be physically fit. Like, I think that's really important.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be that. Like, I would even want to like interview like Sterling Cooper, who's a friend of mine. Now I get it. He's a former porn star. Yep. But he's a former porn star who's going around speaking out against porn. Right? But he teaches a course for men to help men to like be intimate with their wives. Some guys, most men only know like a woman's body through what they absorb in porn.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's like,
sure,
like he would be someone that's a little like edgy to kind of talk to, like how to know a woman's body better. Like, I mean, that's an embarrassing conversation that most guys don't have. We do this whole trial and error, and maybe that's another good one to have. I mean, that pushes the envelope really. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And then I would love to have like some conversations about, like, for me, I suck at business. I'll tell you right now, the only businesses I had that ever did good was my barbershops, because it was a service that people needed. They needed a haircut.
Oh, absolutely. Barbershops are key, bro. Those are
And as a
critical.
personal trainer, that worked as well too. When I was doing personal training, that was great. But this like new, like Glenn, market yourself, sell yourself. I don't. I like giving shit away for free. Um, and I don't like putting a value on things because I'm always trying to help people.
Sure.
That's why I like doing content like making short films and stuff. Because then you can put
Right.
that behind the paywall and people could pay for it because it's entertaining. But like what we talk about, the real shit, like the shit that we want to like that men can equip themselves with, dude, to me that stuff is supposed to be free. I don't know why, and I suck at it. I suck at that shit.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to sell like, oh, I know somebody's struggling or hurting. I want to like give it to them. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I
man.
think I need
I
to have
do.
like some more businessmen come on and teach me how to like do business better. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. So you're like the same kind of lifestyle stuff that a lot of guys do, just maybe your own spin on it, right? Or not lifestyle, maybe, but
Well,
life,
also
whatever.
politics too. I think politics is important. Um, I don't think a lot of people know where they stand politically. Like I've been questioning like the conservatives or the Republicans. Like I've been asking this thing like, what have they been conserving? Why should I join? Why should I still stay aligned with the conservatives when I don't see them conserving anything? I just know I definitely am not going to the left, but
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. No, I get it. I get it. So for me, if I were going to map out the rest of the year as an ideal year, I would like ever increasing in um, status or prestige, or whatever you want to call it, or influence, ever increasing levels of uh, conversationalist, right? Um, People that I can just talk to and have good conversations with, not necessarily debate, but maybe have a little bit of back and forth. Though I don't mind. Obviously, I don't mind coming at people, and I don't mind people coming at me, right? So that's cool. I'd like to, um, and I'd like to have actual conversation. I would really like to be able to have conversations with people on the left who are, I guess you would call true believers, right? Um, that are, what's the word I'm looking for? That really truly believe in the leftist ideology, but not necessarily the ones that smoke it like crack. Does that make sense? Like not the ones that are so wrapped up in leftist ideology that they can't see anything else. Um, but it's a
Yeah. No, I get it.
but the guys who are atheists that are, everything's based in philosophy, and the reason that they're leftists is because they honestly believe in um uh socialism. They honestly believe that people are safer with government controls or whatever. I mean they're not doing it out of a place of like knee jerk reaction. They've like put tons of time into this theory that they base their life on. I'd really like to have actual conversations with a few of them just to have that back and forth. Not because I think I would change any opinions, but I feel like I could expose the weaknesses in the arguments for my audience, right? To see what you're really facing, and maybe some guys that you might encounter may not be as strong, and then now you are prepared to um to talk to those people. And really what I'd like to accomplish is is being kind of a teacher, kind of a instructor, if you will, and being able to have people that are able to come on, watch the show, enjoy the show, and it'd be good entertainment, but give people the skills and the knowledge to, as they encounter leftist or leftist ideology throughout the day, they have a counter to it. They know how to talk to people. They know how to actually be productive. So I think all that stuff's really important. Um, I think that if you never have a leftist on, if you never talk to them and you never hear why they believe what they believe, then you don't know what to say to sway people on the edge, right? And I would
Well, you
rather
also, if you don't
pull,
know you don't know where they're coming from. You don't take
right,
time to listen to where they're coming from,
right,
and you just like
and
shut them out, like, oh, you're just dumb because you're just a dumb leftist with blue hair. Well, then you're really disingenuous.
yeah. I find that that's what I dislike so much about the leftists is they're very disingenuous, right? They're very much do as I say, do as I or this is the way it is, and you start asking them, well, why do you believe that? And they can't explain it, right? And um I think that that's really bad. And by exposing some of that, well, I can't explain it. It just is arguments. By exposing those, I think that there's value in that. It also shows people that again might be on the fence that they probably don't want to be a part of that. So, um, that's a thing. I would feel like that coherent, clean, um, clear back and forth also is very worthwhile. Um, I'm sure that people will disagree with me on that to some extent, but I really feel like um, that it's a real thing, and um, it's a real. I just think that's not that it's not the end of the world. Let me say that it's not the end of the world. So, Glenn must be busy and wrapped up a little bit. He's seems to be
No, I'm
kind
just
of.
being polite and listening to you quietly.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, you had your mic muted, so when people mute their mic, I just kind of assume that they're busy, and I'll just carry. But I was kind of talking a
No,
lot to myself. So
no, because like I'm on my phone, so I don't know how much of the background noise is getting picked up,
right, right. I
and,
got
and
you. No, it
I
sounds
don't want
good
to
actually.
I don't want to take away from what you're saying by having a bunch of distractions. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay. Yeah, yeah. No, I appreciate
you
that.
know,
Um,
here's
so
what I'm thinking is like,
yeah.
people like if they really want to make changes, how many people really want to see things change for the best? And
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't think a lot of people do. Like,
Hmm. Yeah.
man, I don't think they do because it's like I see, like if it's like, and in my opinion, Andrew Wilson should be probably doing much better um, than what he has been, financially speaking. Um,
Hmm.
if people really were supporting him.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying this is a jab at anybody that doesn't support Andrew Wilson or doesn't like, um, give, you know, a ton of money. But what I'm saying is like, because if you get behind Andrew Wilson, you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to build up other channels that,
Yeah.
literally are that have the same belief, same message, maybe coming from a different framework. Like if you look at Andrew Wilson and you look at me, you're looking at two completely two different guys. You like
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson is like you know, he wears the flannels and he looks like, the average, American that lives out in, in a farming community. Not no shade at Andrew. And you look at Glenn, oh, he's all tatted up, motorcycle guy. Those guys cannot get along. Those guys are on two opposite ends of the world. No, we're not. But you know what? My message to my audience is different than Andrew's message to his audience, but it's the same message.
Sure.
And that's what Andrew's trying to build here. And I'm like, yeah, I get behind that. I want to see that happen because that grows. It grows the message. The message doesn't change. It's the messenger.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's true.
Like if like you and I, Grid, we share the similar message. We want men to do better. We want to see, degeneracy, delete itself. We want to see healthy families, healthy communities. But I come from Los Angeles. I come up from the hood, right?
I mean, you're in enemy territory, so
you would not be able to get your message across over here in the hood, because they'll be like, oh, look at this old redneck white guy trying to come over here trying to tell us, But if I am delivering the message, they will be more willing to receive it, just because based off my presentation. That's what I'm getting at. It's the same message, different presenter. And that's the idea. And I think that's why people need to get behind like movements, or they see these channels that are really trying to support this like change in society, especially when you see channels that connect with each other and collaborate with each other. We're trying to build like a Daily Wire, but better, in a weird way.
No, I agree with that. And you and I were talking. We talked a little bit about that earlier. I'm gonna just really quickly. Old Joe says, "Grid one, do you have access to other successful businessmen such as yourself?" I used to, and I kind of still do. But the reality is I've been retired for 7 years, and life moves on, brother. I still talk to a bunch of people. Realtors, obviously lawyers, that kind of people. Yeah, I still know those guys, but guys that are going to make investments in things, I still do, but not quite the same way. I think I should do a once a week or once a month stream, a 1 hour max, chat with men who have succeeded and failed. That's actually a real possibility. One of the things, and I talked about this earlier this month, I always hesitate to talk about plans, and I'm sure Glenn does too, because what I'll do is I'll say something like, hey, we're going to have this person come on the stream. And what ends up happening is that person has a life. And when they hear, YouTube stream, they feel like this is a hobby. And it's just not that important. So if they have any wrinkle in their life, they're out. I'm just saying, that's what happens. So you can't really count on that, right? So at the risk of sounding flip, I can make all the plans I want, but most of them, or many of them may not happen. However, one of the things I have planned is this, is I do want to bring people on, but I want to bring like I have this girl who's she's currently in China. Not really sure how we could set the stream up, and she's really busy. But she is a Chinese student. She is in her mid-20s. She just finished, I want to say, Columbia in business. And she's at that breakover point where she needs to decide whether she's going to go into the workforce, or if she is going to seek a husband. And she's in her current mindset, I believe she's looking for a husband. She wants to start a family, and she'll rejoin the workforce later. But she has a lot of money tied up in her education. Well, there goes Glenn. He'll be back. She has a lot of money tied up in her education, and so it's a hard choice for her to make. So what I'm trying to do is I want to interview her and get her current opinion on what the world is really like, and for her, and what she is looking out at, what she, how she feels about the men that's approaching her, how she feels about the various outlooks that she sees, whether it's, going and getting married, whether it's staying single, whatever it is. So I want to have her on. I just don't know when that's going to happen. I think it's going to be a great stream. I'm currently talking to a couple of guys who are pretty successful dudes in a couple of different fields, and want to bring them on and listen to their life stories. Now, one of the things that's interesting is I don't know if you guys have ever watched this podcast called or stream called the Iced Coffee Hour, and they have done really good with their program, and they should. They've spent a lot of money, and an interesting part of it is the guy. It's a 2-man show, and it's an older guy who's very experienced in business and owns a bunch of real estate and all of that, and it's a younger guy who's just kind of getting started and really is kind of wet behind the ears, so to speak. And they interview a lot of different people. One of the problems I have, and I actually really like the show, they've had Alex Hormozy on there many times, and I think his personality, while I don't agree with his business practices, I think his personality is fantastic. They had Tay, what's his name? Ty. It's always fucks his last name. Anyway, they damn it, now I can't remember what his name is. Ty. I don't matter. They've had another guy on a couple of times, and he is that guy's really good. Explaining how he, and really being personable at how he built himself up from nothing. And really what they're doing is they're bringing in business people like what you guys are talking about and talking with them for about an hour about how they got to where they were. And that's a really good show.
Sorry about that.
Not Ty Richard, not Ty Richards. Let me, I can't remember the guy's name now.
What did I miss?
He was very internet famous. We were just talking about how about my plan. We're still talking about the plans that I have for the show and who I plan to bring on. And actually, where I was comparing what old Joe is talking about to the iced coffee hour, and how they talk to successful people, and it's Ty Lopez. Ty Lopez is who I was thinking of, and Ty Lopez is not the average guy. I think he's multi-millionaire. I think he's over 100 million net worth, probably 500 million, and he made it all in. And I guess the other problem is I have is a lot of these are guys that made their money in very interesting ways, selling programs of some kind that are better yourself programs, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I don't necessarily disagree or agree with them either. Because at that point you're just advertising. Although they have had Dave Ramsey on a couple of times and some guys from Dave Ramsey's studio, and I like that. So you did check out my Lamborghini guy. That's him. That's it. Ty Lopez. Check out my Lamborghini. I look at all these books behind it. I read all of these books. That's the guy. So, I just don't. So that's an entertaining show, but it's not an instructive show, in my opinion. And so I would rather have, I'd rather have some more mainstream, or not mainstream, but more regular guys, regular Joes, old Joe, and rather than guys like that. So on the other side of that, I also want, I am leaning into, as Andrew suggested, am leaning into the political side of that, of the show, more and more. I would like to have some political guys on the show, and to that end, while I have spent a lot of time and effort getting this studio ready, I'm strongly considering renting a there's a place in Nashville that is set up as a it's purpose built for podcasting, and you can rent a studio for a day or an hour or 2 hour, whatever it is. And the what the fuck? That's interesting. I got it. We need to talk about that, brother. So so I may to do one-on-one in-person interviews, which I don't normally do. To do one-on-one in-person interviews, when I may use a second location, and that way I'll have guests, or I can have guests. Um, I've got to go see the location. Honestly, for what they're going to charge me, I can rent an office down the street from me for $400 a month or $500 a month, and
Well, when I
just have
was
an
out
office.
there, when I was out there in March, right? I remember Jason Whitlock telling us that he was asking me and Pearl if we knew anybody that wanted to rent a studio, like
Okay.
his production
Yeah.
set, and like I'm gonna hop on my PC here. I'm gonna keep this stay on my phone, but we got
Yeah.
give me a few minutes. I'm gonna hop on the PC. We
Okay.
got
That's
got the
cool.
electricity going. I'll be right there.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Believe in yourself. Let me know what's up with that. Pre-roll ad Tyran was epic. Okay. Interesting. We got to talk about that at some point, man. Because I did you like Ty Lopez's program? Did you like that? Did it work for you? No, I don't think so. I think Pearl's pretty legit, to be honest. Of all the creators that have been demonetized and deplatformed and all of that, Pearl's the only one that hasn't really.
I will put everything I own behind Pearl and tell you she's legit. I will bet
Yeah,
my inheritance, my net worth, everything.
that brought him back on.
I worked with her personally, and I know
Yeah,
her personally, and I know what she's about. And I wouldn't be
yeah.
working with her or would do anything with her if I didn't agree or believe that she was legit.
So, Chris, I don't know why you're saying that. Of all the people, of all the influencers that have been deplatformed, demonetized, everything, Pearl's the only one that didn't turn to an actual grift. But now, obviously, that's because her family has money, but at least she doesn't hide that fact and try and act like play the victim, which I personally admire. I don't want to, and I don't have a problem with. So I don't know. Pearl, I don't really have a problem with Pearl. I don't believe everything she says. I don't have to. I don't actually know her. I would have liked to have met her. Maybe I will one day. Maybe that'll happen when she comes back to the country. But
She's
okay, you're
actually
gonna have to
moving.
explain that one.
She's moving.
Explain that one, Chris.
She's moving to Chicago next month.
Is she? Oh,
Yeah,
that sucks.
yeah. She
Chicago's
already
so
told me
terrible.
well, that's where her family's from. So she's moving back to the family family estate next month.
Yeah. So Glenn, if you guys don't know, Glenn was Pearl's production manager. He knows everything there is to know about Pearl and everything there is to know about the inside and outside of her operation. Using air quotes here, Glenn, since you probably can't see operation. I don't believe that it's an operation. So I don't have a problem with Pearl. I never did actually. I don't know that she's a grift. Cam the King. I don't believe that Pearl's a massive grift. I think you and I've talked about this before. She doesn't care about clicks or views, bro. She's demonetized. She was like literally deplatformed. So I would actually believe you if I didn't know that she's been deplatformed. So
if you notice, she has not pivoted ever since she's been deplatformed. If she all of a sudden pivoted to try to appeal to people to get replatformed and remonetized, that would be one thing.
Yeah.
But she hasn't pivoted at all.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that again, I'm not like super aware of Pearl. I mean, I'm aware of Pearl, obviously. It's hard not to be aware of Pearl. I'm just not completely up on Pearl, and I don't know. I do know that she was deplatformed. I do know that she didn't change anything. She didn't even really cry about it, which I thought was really cool. So, um,
She
yeah.
cried less about it than Fresh and Fit did.
Well, you would know. You were there. And interesting. So, hey, actually have a question, and I meant to ask you this about a week or so ago. Did Rolo actually get deplatformed, or did he just get his PP smacked because he said
From
something
what
wrong
I
on a video?
from what I understand, his show Access Vegas, that channel got deplatformed or
Okay,
demonetized, but not his Rational Male show.
okay, and I'm assuming Access Vegas got demonetized because they were showing Hooters.
Um, yeah, not like, I mean, they didn't show nudity, but like, they got
They were,
demonetized because of the content.
yeah, pushing the envelope. Um,
Exactly.
yeah. Does not mean not making a. It kind of does though, man. It kind of does though. She was demonetized early on. She's not making a profit.
She's been demonetized since November. It wasn't like it's been a
Yeah,
few months. She's been demonetized
yeah,
since
yeah,
November.
yeah. She was. Look. I would agree with you, Cam, but the facts don't hold up. She's been demonetized a long time, and she never says anything about it either. She's not. It's not like every video. The first thing she says is, "Well, I've been demonetized, so if you can send me a few bucks, that'd be great." I don't think she ever asked for any kind of donations. I'm not even sure she has anything beyond just super chats to let you give her donations, and I'm not sure about that. Um, the
Times for
um,
support. Um,
yeah, she
but it's
has
not like
no.
every show.
Yeah, so there's no. She doesn't. She's been demonetized. Then she was basically deplatformed. She got her platform back, as I recall, and she never really cried about that, or she hasn't cried about that. And she just keeps chugging along. So,
All right, computer's
uh,
loaded up. I'll hop on in like 3 minutes. See you guys soon.
all right, cool, man. Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, I bet she wasn't happy about that. Rolo got deplatformed for telling on those DNC paid shows. No, actually, uh, the other show, Access Vegas, which is really Michael Sartain mostly, got deplatformed because I think they were showing too much booby. You could see, yeah, she was sad about it. Well, anybody hates to be deplatformed, man. Um, so she does sell T-shirts, so but she's not selling a lot. She just asked you to join a paywall. So does Andrew Wilson. So does a lot of content creators. And the reason that they and I actually did not know this. I've actually been considering down the road moving my content behind a paywall because, as it's been explained to me, even if I make content that was perfectly fine today, a year from now, if YouTube changes the metric, which it could, and they'll arbitrarily do it, the content that I made last year, if somebody watches it and files a protest or whatever against me, uh, my content can be removed. And so Andrew Wilson, Tim Pool, Pearl, and several other larger creators, what they've done to insulate themselves from this, because if the thing about YouTube is if they nuke your stuff, it's all gone overnight. Um, the It's all gone, like instantly. Like they nuked one of my streams a week ago or a week or so ago, and it was a carry. It was crazy. So the paywall stuff is all so that they have total control of it. And when you pay to see it, even if there's nobody to file a complaint to, there's no one that you can be a Karen to because you paid to be there and paid to see it, and that absolves them of any kind of weirdness later. And I agree with it. I'm just not big enough to care about it yet. I'm just not that guy yet. So, yeah. She was already independently wealthy, bro. She didn't need the money. So she's not a demon, bro. She's actually good she's good people. I think she's good people. Weirdo John, that's true. That's true. Weirdo John, a little later, man, if you want to come up on the panel, let me know and I'll throw you a link, or I'll have somebody throw you a link. I'll have Lynn throw you a link.
Yo.
Yeah. So look, I'm a weird person to be defending Pearl because I don't actually watch that much of her content. I don't like much of her content. It's fine. It's just not my cup of tea. Her personality is just not what I want to watch. So I'm an odd person to defend her, but none of the stuff you guys are saying is really a reason to really like dislike her at all. And honestly, I would be against her, honestly. Need a second platform these days just to save your content. Yeah, dude, I got a massive terabyte external hard drive that I'm starting to download all my stuff to. Alex Ramosi, I was engaging when he was interviewed by Lewis Howes, and my comments were complimented by both Alex and Lewis. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Very cool, man. Very cool. I like Alex Ramosi. I don't necessarily believe in his methods, or not. Or I don't agree with his methods, but certainly they work. Cam the King was kidding about Rolo. Yeah, no, I get it, man. It's fine. It's cool.
Jack, what about Rolo?
He said Rolo. What did he say? Right? It wasn't anything big. It was just that Rolo got demonetized.
Yeah, Access Vegas did not.
Yeah, I told him.
Not as
he said said Rolo got demonetized for exposing the DNC secrets, but it was
DNC,
actually
talking about the NGO. Talking about the NGO.
No. He was making a joke. It says like Andrew says, YouTube likes content they just don't like, and you have to have it up on YouTube. So yeah, you have to start on YouTube, but you don't have to stay there. Paywall is always best. You keep more. You can't actually speak more freely because we're live. And if I say the wrong thing and the bots pick it up, they'll nuke this stream. I've had it happen once. I won't do it again.
Yeah. So, we all know what happened there.
Yeah. I got my pee-pee whacked. Don't like that. Nobody likes that.
First of all, nobody whacks my pee-pee. Nobody does.
That's right.
They may reach for it. They may get a hand, but nobody hits the pee-pee, okay? I guard the pee-pee with life.
Right. Yeah. Guard the pee-pee. Always have a backup. That's absolutely true. Jack, yep, you can't ever get it back once it's nuked. That's true. About Ty Lopez, I do credit his early live streams. Some of what he said I ran with, and it did positively change my life outlook, but his program wasn't for me as I had nothing to sell. I did love the way Ty treated his grandmother during his live streams, though, and said so. Awesome, dude. He says hi. He says hi back. Demonetization, not Demon's Grid 1. Oh, yeah. Hey, man, I just read what you type, bro. I just read what you type. If you're a bad typist, He identifies as a keyboard uplifter with a side hobby of humor. Yeah.
Well, hey, part of me's up. Where's my camera? Well, I'll work on that.
On point. Point about her not needing the money doesn't mean she couldn't and wouldn't do it. I know she's not 100% BS. I just think she juices up. I don't know if Pearl exaggerates. She's a girl, so I mean, just take
She's a
that for
woman.
what
I
it's
mean,
worth.
she does exaggerate a little bit. I mean, all women do, right?
She's a girl. I've never met a girl that didn't exaggerate. It was this big, and I'm just kidding.
Well, it's always this
Just
big.
curious. Yeah, just curious. What don't you like about Alex Hormozy? Everything I've ever heard from him has just been business advice, which seemed fairly legit. No, I think his business, a lot of his business advice is pretty solid. His training style and his selling style and his methods don't align with the way I do things, because he and I have absolutely opposite ends of the spectrum as far as what we're doing. He sells memberships and programs and things like that arguably don't exist, and he's very good at it. So there you go. He is moving into a different area of business, and last time I listened to what he said that it had taken him something like 2 years to wrap his head around the type of products he was going to be I guess selling or buying or whatever, however he was going to make his money. That's OBS, Glenn. That's probably StreamYard. I don't. Glenn's got technical difficulties.
What's OBS? No, I just fixed it. I'm fixing it.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go to open panel. We've been having technical difficulties, and plus, I wanted to wait till some other guys got in here, and we're just having a good chat, buddy. We're just having a good chat. So, okay. I have called myself an engagement amplifier, which I do love to do, although there have been times my engagement was impacting the intended direction of the stream. This remains a work in progress. Sure. Yeah. I like it. Asshole Grid, that's me. Making fun of my reread messages. I'm typos after a recent hand and vocal surgery. I swear I know English. I am an asshole. Get that part right.
My question is, when are we going to start caring enough to actually put our money where our mouth is?
In what way?
Well, I mean, we get a lot of people like, oh yeah, we co-sign all this. We agree. Okay, then we agree with it. When are we going to start putting action into words? When is action and words are going to start aligning? And then, side note, don't worry, you'll meet Pearl because she'll be coming to Nashville, I think soon, and I'm planning on going out there with her. So we will all connect.
It'd be great. Hopefully, she doesn't make fun of me for being old and fat.
No, she won't make fun of you being old and fat. She's trying to get me to do this. Damn, I will. Oh, of course I will. But I'll do it in a brotherly, loving way, as expected.
Perfect. That's the way it needs to be done.
Well, that's actually a good question. How do you think correction should go? Do you think anybody should be able to correct you? Do you think like Joe Blow, somebody that you don't really know, has the right to come at you?
We'll get into that in a minute. Got a couple of interesting messages here. You mentioned Pearl and people get rowdy. That's right, they do. I don't know why, but that's what they do. Glenn, you can guard your pee-pee, Glenn Lawrence, all you want, but YouTube has all content creators by the balls. Wow, that is.
Well, let me say this. For one, I've been snipped, so it doesn't matter what they try to do with my balls.
Snippity, snip, snip.
I have made my case, and I am done with it. My balls are just for show and tell now.
What action do you want to see taken, Glenn? We'll talk about that. We're going to get into that.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
All right. So do I believe in? So first of all, I believe that anybody should be able to correct anybody at any time, and if it hurts your feelings, wah.
Okay.
I think that
What is the
I think that
what do you
there's
think
a
is the
way
most
to do it.
effective way? Yeah, there we go.
I think that there's a way to do it. Like it bothers me a lot when people say, "Well, I saw that you were going to have problems with that, but I just didn't say anything. I didn't want to upset you." Or I kind of knew your wife was banging another dude, but really wasn't any of my business, and I didn't want to get involved in the middle of a fight. Or you're an idiot, and I just don't feel like helping you. Right? Like I've heard it all, really. I feel like that at the end of the day, there's there's a lot of different ways to approach it. For me, if somebody comes over, and what I would prefer always is to be taken aside and for someone to say, "Hey man, I don't know if you know this, but you sat on a chocolate bar and it looks like you pooped your pants," right? I'd rather have
What
somebody
I'm
say
getting at
something.
is like more like who are you willing to receive correction from?
Pretty much anybody, myself. If somebody, Glenn, come on now. I didn't know you from anybody, and you corrected me, and I was like, okay, yeah, cool, thanks, appreciate that.
I've never done such things.
You did.
What I'm getting at is like when
You're in a you're a very Christian way too.
no,
For
I'm a
such a
heathen. Remember, I'm a
for
heathen.
such a muscle bound heathen, you acted remarkably Christian.
It's like this. It's like, okay, let's say I'm doing something wrong. Andrew sees it, right? And Andrew hits me up and is like, "Hey, bro, I need to talk to you about this." I'll be like, "Okay." And then let's say he lays in on me like, "Bro, that's wrong. You know, you shouldn't do this or whatever." And I'm like, "You know what? You're right. You're right." I'm able to receive that because one, Andrew and I have a relationship. He's in a foxhole with me. That's my battle buddy in these YouTube streets, right? Like that's my battle buddy. That's my guy. I know he's not just telling me shit just to tell me shit. No, he's telling me shit to edify me, to want me to level up, right? To me, a relationship is very important before. Now, I tell people I don't know all the time what I think that they're doing is wrong. I don't expect them to take my advice because I don't have skin in the game with them. You know what I'm saying? I think having skin in the game with somebody is important if you want the correction to make an impact.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah. Before I I'm going to dive in on this for a second. Before I do that, guys, if you would like to be on, if you want to be up on stage, you want to come up, we'll have a discussion panel. Reach out to one of the mods, let them know, and we'll see if we can't get you up. Mods, I'm going to drop the link in the Discord, in your Discord, either in the chat or in private chat in a minute, and on at least at least one of you two. I see two of you in the chat. And the other thing is, you guys may notice the people with the green tint to their names. We now have memberships available. Feel free to buy your own membership or gift memberships to others. And there's
and for real quick, I want to address the neutering comments in here.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, do that while I'm doing this stuff.
So, it was a choice that I made. One, I already have a son and a daughter, from a previous relationship, and my wife is unable to conceive. She's had cancer, and the risk of her getting pregnant was life-threatening. We've already had an issue with that, and I made the choice, instead of her going under surgery, and having to have more health complications and things of that nature, I chose to go ahead and get snipped, so then there would be no risk there. That was a choice that I made solely based off of what we were dealing with. And I said, you know what? This is a lot. 3 days recovery time compared to 3 to 6 months for her. Yeah, I could take an extra weekend, an extra long weekend. So it was a choice that I made for the betterment of our life, both hers and mine. So, and I'm not losing sleep over it. Like, it doesn't bother me. I'm 40 years old and I'm glad I ain't having no more kids. I've done my kid days. I'm good. Both my kids are adults. I'm good.
Yeah, I had a kid at 50, so I get it. I get it.
So stop fantasizing about my nuts.
That's funny. That is funny. All right, was that you that was had the Discord beeping everywhere alerts? Because I kept hearing something, but I don't see anything. I don't want to miss anybody.
Possibly.
Okay, cool, awesome. All right, yeah. So if you guys want to be up on the stream tonight, that's totally cool. Just get based Street Racer. I dropped the link in your DMs over at Discord, so you can get that to whoever needs it, and you can you guys can come up. We'll talk. So there you go, and then we'll start the panel. Discussion. Yeah, I mean, I had a kid at 50. 50's an odd age to have a baby running around, but it's actually pretty cool because you're older, you know what's going on, you're a little more relaxed. In our case, we weren't young with money problems or having to work a million hours or anything like that. So it kind of worked. It was not bad. It's not bad. No Discord, huh? Ugh, that makes life rough. How do you guys normally get Buck White into the thing? So
Buck White normally comes in when I drop the link into the
chat.
Yeah, but no, I think
right.
tonight. I think tonight we just need to let's not drop the. We don't. If you're not part of our either one of our Discord memberships,
he's old school.
Yeah, well, you can always get new school. Then go ahead and download the app on your phone. I think let's just
damn, it's cold blooded.
For the sake of authenticity and not having to deal with idiots, let's just keep it Discord members only. And it's not really hard to become a Discord member.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, unless you can talk one of the mods into like DMing you on Instagram or Facebook, I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, I don't normally post my my link.
You never do. You always have it sent out. Like, you either message me or
I do. Yeah, I always do. I'm it's not like I'm like super weird about OPSEC, but
I mean, I'm more of the one that's willing to like just let people just come up and hear what they got to say.
I know you are.
And
I like it when I just go into like Flow State's thing and I can just click the link and be right there. Like, why would I not?
But
But-
I'm starting to think that, like, to avoid some of the riffraff and some of the BS, you got to be vetted first. I think there needs to be a vetting process. And
well, since you mention it,
since I mentioned
that's actually where I'm going to go. That's the more like a radio show I make this, the closer we're going to get to having a caller and a call screener, and it's going to be very much like authentic radio show where I will have someone, I'll have one of the mods that to get the link.
Well, you could have like a open, like you could have a pre-record channel open, and what you could do is you could drop the link to the pre-record channel, and then you have a mod in the pre-record channel vetting everybody first, and then whoever they vet through, then they give them the link to the live stream channel, and then that's how people get in.
That'd be pretty easy. I'm just saying that the closer I get to being to being more like a radio show, and with callers and doing call-ins, I would almost rather do call-ins, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We talk about whatever you want to talk about, and then you're off, right? And I'm not talking about anyone I'm really not talking about anyone specifically, so nobody needs to take this personally, but I have been on panels where a guy will get up or I've actually been waiting in down below in the green room for someone to come off of the panel. And there was a guy up there for like 3 hours, and he just wasn't saying anything. He was just sitting there. I'm like, why don't they kick him off? I mean, why is he sitting there? And eventually I just kind of got tired of it and left. We're not saying you're not vetted, Buck White. Wow, man.
Buck White, we know you. We know I know your story, man. I got you. You're the one with the girlfriend or the ex-girlfriend that was in the snow blizzard thingy, and she was banging all the employees at work. Like, and then she caught like 32 bodies like over 6 months or whatever. I know you, man. I feel like I got you.
I feel like we're going to have to talk, after that, we've got to talk about the Hawk Tua girl. So we'll wait till somebody comes up on panel. It's just us two. It won't be nearly as entertaining. But yeah, I really want to have, I'm trying to go legit, bro. Taking it off the streets. I'm going legit. If there is such a thing. Yeah.
I'm trying to get us on a syndicate. I want to get our show syndicated.
Oh, that's interesting. In a syndicated YouTube show. Wow.
Well, I mean, because like I have a buddy that does a podcast, and his podcast is also his radio show, and it's syndicated. And I'm trying to get to the point where we're syndicated.
I had never considered that.
Yeah. Oh, you guys want to talk about the Hawk Tua tribe? Oh man. I just learned about this chick like all of like 3 hours ago.
All right, somebody's there he is. That's him.
Oh, not that weirdo. Not that weirdo.
Here to bring the
lagging, bro.
Am I lagging? Am I lagging? Hello.
You were.
How are you doing? All right. How are you guys doing?
So let me just say, guys, this guy got kicked off. We played Mary.
You pre-programmed her, okay? You pre-programmed.
I did not do any.
You did.
Mary
you know what? I went.
Right?
I went back and I watched
him.
I went back and I watched
specifically for his name.
I looked back and I watched, and she picked the exact things that you did in order as you said it pre-programmed. You pre-programmed her, dude. Cheat right there. I don't think so.
He's just mad.
I don't take L's, all right? I don't take L's,
You
okay?
got murdered off. You got voted off.
You see these W's all around me? You see these W's all around me? Okay, I don't take L's, all right? Thank you. For all the pearl haters out there or whatever, y'all need to understand what an actual grifter is. A grifter is not somebody who asks for money or goes into a space that they actually believe in and asks for donation to become successful. Somebody who's successful is not just a grifter just because they want money for doing their job. A grifter is somebody who goes into a community that they don't actually believe in. Off. All right. No, but a grifter is somebody like an atheist that would go into a Christian community and try to leech off the Christian community while actually being an atheist and not actually believing in it. Somebody who believes what they're saying and asks for money is not a grifter. So get your facts straight, people.
All right.
Straight up.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. That's like, right. I'm seething right now.
What is your goal like for like what is
Weirdo John, what's your end goal, man? What are you doing? What's your plan? Got a 5-year plan, bro?
My plan is to try to make a basic living off of doing my music and content strictly. That's my end goal. It doesn't have to be. Bro? I don't need to be.
He raps.
I do hip hop, rap, and I also sing. I do indie stuff too as well. Pop. Just whatever I'm feeling. Mainly rap though. Yeah.
So what do you think about the Dave Grohl Tay throwdown? What's up with that?
I don't know.
Oh, you
Dave Grohl and who?
Oh, Dave Grohl.
No.
Dave Grohl at a concert, wherever the fuck he was. He come on stage and he says, "Don't worry, guys, we'll play live music, unlike Taylor Swift." He called out Taylor Swift.
He's going after the Taylor. That's
loud and proud. And then Tay clapped back at him. And so they got a thing going on. I think secretly Taylor Swift wants a real man for a change. And
he's saying that what's his name? Kelsey or whatever his name is, not a real man.
With a name like Chelsea, did you call him? Chelsea?
Yeah.
I don't know,
Chelsea,
bro.
I don't know his real name.
I don't either.
Travis
well,
Parker,
I mean, she's already dropped him though, right? Didn't she drop him? Isn't she single again?
It's such an easy. It's a publicity like relationship for sure. Like there's sponsorships from the Chiefs.
Has she dropped a new album yet?
Has she dropped a new album yet? That's how you gotta know, because she has to drop the boyfriend, write the songs. Yeah.
If she hasn't dropped a new album, then she's not like they haven't broken up.
Yeah. She's got to write the songs first, bro.
Well, then they're still together.
It's all AI and writers. Who cares, Who knows? Whenever you get that big, like you have access to like the best writers in the world.
Do you think Tay-Tay's secretly AI by now?
I mean, they're going to try it for one of these big. They're going to try it for one of these big artists at some point, whenever it gets good enough. And I think we don't have access to the best versions of the AI, and I think these big studios and things like that do have access to the best AI that they have. So you might not know. There might be one of the biggest artists that are just putting out stuff and you wouldn't know.
When they drop a new Michael Jackson song, then you'll know.
Yeah. There you go. Then you'll know.
And that's
okay. We got a fan. We got a fan calling in. She's still with Travis.
See?
Okay. Yeah. But she did drop an album. So this was promo.
Yeah, she dropped the album on the last boyfriend.
Look at my cameras up and running.
Oh, look, we got a camera up, man.
Oh, yes.
No sunglasses, bro.
I don't have the other light on yet. When I turn the other light on,
I got you.
Then I'll be Putting the glasses on.
I got a light there.
Like
there.
I work on my computer all the time, so it's like,
I got
you
one
know,
light.
it's like being in front of the computer with the lights on the whole time. Like, yo, it really fucks up with my eyes. So when I stream, I tend to just put the glasses on. I don't need my glasses on when I'm doing like Zoom meetings and stuff like that, you know. But I'm streaming for several hours after, you know, doing editing work and stuff like that. Yeah, put the glasses on and save my eyes. But
All right.
so like what you were talking about, like what you want to do with your channel, like this is what I wanted to do with Rolo, and this is why I moved to Vegas, was that here are all these different content creators that are trying to help men out, right? I was gonna be the only like Christian, you know, guy in the sphere, you know, that really talks more about God, you know, in that red pill, like the whole Rule Zero group. And the whole point was to build a studio where all these content creators could work at together and collaborate with together and run. The whole goal was to have the studio have a YouTube channel and have everybody's content on there. That way, you know, we're streaming 24/7. We have live streaming 24/7, different content creators, because we had people in the UK, we had people in the East Coast, we had people on the West Coast. And the whole thing would have been, man, we could just have a channel full of 10 guys that are streaming, kind of like similar to what Daily Wire was doing it, but do it as Red Pill. Well, that's still my goal. You know, I lost a lot of money moving out there and doing so, but that's still my goal. Like if Grid was like, yo, we want to open that, something like that in Tennessee, I'd be like, cool, hold my beer, I'll be over there soon. And that's what I want. I want to see, like, I want to do what Daily Wire did, but do it better. You know, Daily Wire they do good for what they do.
That's a great subject.
But I would want to do it differently, like the 2.0 version. A little bit more hipper for the streets, a little more
in the
for the current, you know, people. What is this?
I dropped that. I think this is that multi-million-dollar place I was telling you about. They just opened.
Yeah.
It's legit, bro.
See, I would want to work for something like this, but I want it to be like they will rent out the studio for anybody. I will only want to rent out the studio for our people. Like I would want to run for our people that made for us by us. I wouldn't want to sell out to, you know, the highest bidder just because they got the money for it. You know what I mean? Like I would want to make sure that we can get behind the content.
I'm gonna have to relax my chair back. This is gonna be a good conversation. Let me just lean on back.
I know. I got eyes, folks. I got eyes.
All right. So hey, seriously, what do you guys think about? Do you think the change in the Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, all of these conservative groups that came out real hard, everybody loved them, they were badass, and it seems like the message, it's still pretty clear, but it seems much more tame. You don't see
it's corporatized.
See, that's what I want. That's what I'm worried about. See, I want to do it the same thing that they're doing, but not sell out. That's why I said, like, where people put their money at is where it matters, right? Like where people put their money at, like that's where it matters. If you're not putting money into helping develop these things, then it's not going to be developed. It's going to stay right where it is.
I have a little bit different take. So I think the problem with the Daily Wire is they are less focused. Well, I think what happened with the Daily Wire is Daily Wire said it, you know, the college campus tours were great for Ben. They worked. but they're kind of
He
played out.
aged out. Well, he aged out.
Yeah, he's kind of aged out, but they're played out, right? Like those shows, those types of shows are not drawing the right crowds anymore. They're not drawing people that they can generate content off of or have really good conversations with that is also good content, right? So you just can't do those anymore. Everybody's learned the trick, and everybody's prepared and everybody's Googled up and all of that. So I just don't think that, and the colleges won't let you do it anymore. The colleges they won't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think once they kind of got away from that, they really got heavy into the filmmaking, the propaganda side of it. See, I see Daily Wire as much more insidious than people think it is.
I
in
agree.
a good way. In a good way.
But they're doing it in a way that
they're lukewarm.
No,
People
they're
think
actually
they're
very much.
lukewarm.
No, they're very much fanatics. They're very much like
they're pretty far right, dude.
yeah.
And they're
I just think they're very surface level with what they talk about, just to grab as much audience as possible. But
I know you think that, but you look at what they're actually doing with their content. It's very deep, man. It's very deep there. And what they really decided to do was to take a page from Goebbels' book, and they make movies, dude. They make long format movies indoctrinating young minds. They make short format content. Dude, as much as I really initially enjoyed Brett Cooper's content, it's a complete set. They hired an actress to act like an actress. No shit. Like that that's not her room. That's not
I know. I've seen all the sets. I've seen every set that Daily Wire has when I was there.
That is a set. Like that is not.
Yeah, they gave us a tour.
This is my actual shed outside my house. That's not a room in her house. That's a legit soundstage.
It's a studio. It's a studio. Like when we went to Daily Wire, where they were Pearl and
yes, definitely not superficial.
Mike, where Pearl and Mike were having their discussion was the same room that they have the cigar, like their cigar room in, like when they have that cigar talk or whatever they call it, the backstage.
Yeah,
I was sitting in the chairs at the backstage while they were doing the debate. Like I could see them. I have pictures of me taking pictures of them from where we were at.
Right.
Like we went to his studio. Like Michael's studio is like right next to the cafe or the cafeteria that they have there. Like, and his set is really tiny, but he's also really tiny.
Right.
So it kind of works for him.
Yeah. I mean, you just have so it's an interesting thing because I hear all the time, especially from younger conservatives, that Daily Wire is used up. It doesn't matter. They're not relevant anymore. They're not strong. I'm looking around and I'm telling you, man, they are strong. Like they have all of these movies, all the content. Brett Cooper's show is literally formatted to draw from a specific audience and make awesome content and pull them in. And Arthrodia is right. She doesn't find Daily Wire superficial. I don't either. And I think it's interesting how many people say, well, if you ask about Daily Wire, well, they were relevant a while back, but they're basically woke now. And I'm like, they're not woke at all, bro. Like they're true believers, man. It's a very interesting thing. And
the only thing I would say they're woke about is the gender dynamics in the relationship aspect. That's where they're probably the wokest about.
Yeah,
they're
egalitarianism.
the when it comes to the very egalitarian worldview.
Well, I mean, come on, Matt Walsh is not egalitarian, and neither is Ben. Ben's not egalitarian. He admits that his wife works, but she's very talented. She's a surgeon, but she takes care of the kids. He doesn't take care of the kids.
when they minimize the problems that men are facing, you know, when in the family law and stuff, and like, oh yeah, it's not a big deal. Like the way they present it like that. No, it is a very egalitarian.
Interesting. I've not heard Matt say that. I can't remember.
Oh, I could
whether I've
pull
heard
up the
Ben
clip
say that.
right now where Matt's saying like,
Oh
guys
yeah,
just need to
do
get
it.
married.
'Cause I want to say it. I want to say it. I it's not that I don't believe it. I really actually just want to say it. Arthur Daya again. I don't think they have ever hidden the fact that Brett Coover's studio is a studio. She has referenced having a designer decorate it for her, etc. Sure, in several shows, but if you are a casual watcher, when you tune into that, it's meant to look like she is a gamer girl talking to you on a standard issue live stream from Twitch. That's literally what it's meant to look like. They studied that shit, and it's effective, and I like it. I think more people would do well to do such things. Matter of fact, I'm redoing my studio right now with some of the similar things in mind. It's halfway done now. Well, I mean, it's never done, but that's funny. They do call her the female Ben Shapiro.
I mean, she looks a
pretty
lot
funny.
like him. So,
Dude, they could be related. That's for sure.
mhm. I mean, if they're watching the Daily Wire, they like Ben, and then they get some weird ideas. They got Brett Cooper in there. Just throw her in there. But no.
Yeah, that's what she does. She is the based take on all of the woke nonsense. She is pretty based. I would not say to a point. I think she's just pretty based. When she revealed that she was engaged, I actually was on my boat listening to that, and I thought that was a very interesting way to do what she did. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I could see that with Ben. Well, actually, I could maybe see it with Ben because Ben, you can never tell if Ben's muscular or not. He always wears a suit. I've never seen that dude's arm. Has anybody ever seen Ben Shapiro's bicep? I haven't. Not that I look for it, but I'm just saying I've never seen the guy in a polo or anything.
I just think genetically he's kind of screwed. I don't think he's going to actually be able to.
Well,
he'll have a real limit bulking up.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But the at the end of the day, Matt Walsh is actually he's got some muscles. He's not a little guy. He looks like a little guy until you put him next to
You gotta
Ben.
let me present my case.
I will let you present your case. I'm gonna scroll through and see if there's anything I want to pick over. Yeah, I want. It is very repetitive.
Yeah, I think that's what it is that I'm thinking of or whatever. It's just they have
Ladies and gentlemen,
saying the same talking points. So
Weirdo John, shut up.
God
Allow me to
damn.
present my case.
We interrupt your regular scheduled broadcast from this message from the president of the TradCons.
Like that
Boys
track I
are
found?
growing up in a culture that is openly hostile to masculinity, and many are forced to navigate the minefield without the benefits of strong male role models to show them the path. And this crisis is self-perpetuating. It grows exponentially because the young men with absentee fathers eventually become absentee fathers themselves, repeating the cycle indefinitely unto infinity. Yes, men should reject the programming that our culture wants to subject them to. Programming which seeks to neuter and feminize them. Yes, they should work hard. They should take care of their minds and their bodies. Yes, they should strive for success, including financial success. But a life of hedonism and materialism and luxurious wealth, remaining unmarried while sleeping with dozens of different women and so on, is not the ideal to strive to. Now, does that mean that if you start a family that you're guaranteed to live a joyful and fulfilled life? Well, of course not. It's a risk. And yes, the risks are in some ways much greater in modern times. We have all been poisoned by this demonic culture to one extent or another. We are all poisoned. If you marry someone, you are marrying someone who has been poisoned, who has ingested the poison, who has, had taken a drink from the well of modern culture. Everybody has, as have you. And yes, if things go sideways, if you're a man, you marry a woman and your wife turns out to be a disloyal vulture, or if you turn out to be a disloyal vulture, or you both do, the deck will be stacked against you in court. No, there's no question about that. Divorce may ruin your life. And, if you give your heart to someone, if you bind yourself to them, not only through the marriage vow, but then also through children you conceive together, then they will have all they need to rip your guts out and burn your life to the ground. That is absolutely true.
That's the
risk. Okay. But it's a risk worth taking. Every great joy can become a great tragedy if you aren't careful, or if you have very bad luck. That's true.
And today is no exception. Rollo Tomasi is the self-proclaimed godfather of the red pill community. He's written multiple books about him. I've had the unfortunate pleasure of reading them too. I read his Rational Male, and I've also read Rational Male Religion. And I debated him. You guys should go watch the debate. It was really good. He released this graphic, which almost feels like he is trying to re-intensify the Cold War between me and him.
Was he on the red pill side?
Oh, he's the godfather of the red pill side. He wrote their Bible. It's called the Rational Male. I had to read it.
Wait a minute. You sat down with Rollo. Where does he live?
He lives in Reno, Nevada.
Oh,
and so
we debate him.
I had to debate.
Expectations for the church puts on husbands and fathers are enormous. They have few tools, in society to use, and the church doesn't equip them with any tools. And so I believe that is one of the biggest roots of why men have turned to the red pill guys. They equip men with essentially a model of the world, of relationships between men and women, evolutionary psychology-based explanation of how men and women work. And then they have essentially a library of techniques that you can use in the appropriate situations to essentially manipulate or influence the outcome, whether that's true or not, or whether they're accurate or not, or whether they're being used for good or negative purposes or not. They're actually saying, here is a set of tools, men. The church gives men nothing. They give you one tool, servant leadership.
Right.
And the answer is always, if something's going wrong, double down on servant leader. And a model of the world that basically says, you're to blame for everything. That's essentially their model of the world, is you're probably the problem. As one Christian book about marriage put it, men, you're the problem. Women are not the problem. Your wife is not the problem.
Now, how about some actionable information? Let's go.
So did you hear him in there? Yeah. So marriage, you might get, ruin your life the way that things are, but that's what you ought to do. That to me is.
Well, I agree with that.
Just do it anyway.
I agree with that.
I don't agree with that. I'd say, hey, but how about this? If we want men to get married, how about we address the problems that our men are facing in the divorce court? How about we actually start petitioning for our representatives to actually address this problem?
He didn't say not to do that. He didn't say not to do that. He said, yes, you will face this, or you potentially face this, but
what he actually never says that we should.
Choices.
He never says that we should do anything about the courts, the family law. Every time he's been critical about the red pill
conversation.
Well, every time he's been critical about the red pill, where they say like, oh, they're telling guys not to get married. It's like, he says like it's the reverse side of feminism. No, you know what? Actually, if we actually address the marriage problem, if we actually address family law and family courts, right? maybe more men would be incentivized to get married. But he doesn't ever.
I think you and I are going to disagree slightly on this. I think I think we're mostly in agreement, but I mean, we are in agreement that at some point he does need to say, "Hey, we've got to reform the courts." I believe that he does think that we should reform the courts, and that it.
I have not yet heard him say that, but I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, but he believes in reform on all levels for that sort of thing. He doesn't. He's the conservative, so he's not a liberal who thinks that it's okay to rape men over the coals to take their money just because crazy wants to leave.
Well, he says it's not very masculine for guys to avoid marriage because women are incentivized to leave them. He's like, avoiding marriage, that's the cowardly thing. I
agree with that. I actually agree with that. I agree with that point. I do not. If you honestly believe that the woman you're going to marry is going to leave you, don't get married. If you think that it might happen 20 years from now, like we were talking to, what was that fellow's screen name? It's a different name than he normally uses. K Booker, K Rooker.
I don't
know. Whatever.
K Hooper, something.
K Hopper.
Yeah. Yes, Hopper. K Hopper. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Hopper. That's what it was. Not Hooper. Hopper. So when he was talking about his divorce, when we were in the private Discord, and all of the details that he gave out, he didn't do anything wrong in that. But now obviously we don't know if the law raked him over the coals. We didn't get that far, but I would not have counseled him to not marry that woman. He did have, what did he say? Like 18 or 20 years with her, before they, divorced or whatever, or she cheated on him, I guess. I just don't, that is actually a criticism I have of the red pill. I think that they're far more, I think
they were, I think it was like 15 years,
I'm sorry.
I think that K Hopper had like 15, 14 years with his wife before they got divorced.
14 or 15 years. You're right. Sorry, I have my short-term memory is just sometimes not very good when I hear a story for the first time.
Don't worry, mine works.
It's good. So
I got you covered, boss.
I appreciate it. I'm just, that's actually one of my bones of contention with the red pill movement is that I don't believe that all women are out to destroy you. I do believe that all women have the potential to destroy you the way the legal system is structured. And you have to personally weigh your choices in that matter. And I can't tell you to not do it. I can't tell you to do it. I can't, I would never render an opinion one way or the other, because I think every man has to make that decision for himself. And it needs to be an informed decision, because a woman will wreck your life. I mean, that we cannot deny that if you go to court, as we were talking about the other, and as I called Ashley or Smashley or whatever the fuck her name was, as I called her out on, and you rightly stated, if you get divorced, it doesn't matter how much or how little money you have. The judge is going to tell you to sell all your shit, and you get half, and you get half, and you go your separate ways. And it doesn't matter.
And see, to me, that's the problem, right? Like,
it is a problem. I agree with you.
Here's one thing that me and Michael Knowles agrees upon. Michael Knowles says his form of divorce is whoever wants to leave the marriage gets absolutely nothing.
I agree with that. I agree with, and you and I are in agreement on that.
But see, like, there needs to be a reform. So,
and I would be very surprised if Matt Walsh is not in agreement with Michael Knowles on that as well.
Now, this is where, like, me and the red pill, this is where we part ways. Like, red pill's like, marriage is, a trap, don't do it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yes, I agree with that. It definitely can be. It is a trap. What are you guys doing about it, though? Are you petitioning the courts? Are you petitioning for legislation to change? No. Okay, so all you guys are doing is saying, hey, guys, don't get married. Just fuck these hoes and make more hoes and, have a main hoe But then, that's all you guys are pushing. You're not really pushing for marriage.
Yeah,
Okay, so
just
then I look
nihilism.
at the trad cons. Yeah, then I look at the trad cons. I'm like, okay, trads, like, what are you guys doing about this marriage problem? There is no marriage problem. Just get married. And yeah, some of you guys will go through the slaughter, but you know what? It's just the risk for it. That's some of you will get shot and get burned.
I don't know that
I'm kind of like, okay, let's fix the problem. Can we at least address the problem? Can we at least address the problem that these guys are dealing with? Because if these guys are saying, hey, I'm avoiding marriage because I can't afford to lose what I have so far, and I really want to have a family, I really want to have a wife and kids, but I'm just not there yet. I'm not at the point where I have $100,000 ready to go. Like, why don't they say, like, hey, let's
I don't
fix the
know
court
that
system?
that's really. I don't really know that that's what the TradCons say. I think the TradCons say pretty much exactly what Michael Knowles says, and that the problem I see is that
did you watch the Pearl and Michael Knowles
sides?
Debate?
I'm sorry.
Did you watch the Pearl and Michael Knowles debate?
I did not.
Yeah, I watched some.
That
of it.
wasn't his
Yeah.
tone. His tone actually was really blaming the men for pretty much everything. And that's the problem that I have. It's like, no, we need to de-incentivize marriage or divorce. Can we do that? Let's just de-incentivize divorce right out the gate. Like, make it to where
let me tell you where I'm at.
No more no-fault divorces. No more no-fault divorces. I think that will
here's
solve
the problem
a lot.
with that. Here's the problem I think that there is with that. And I think this is why most people with any kind of political eye will not say this out loud. I don't believe that you could get no fault divorce removed in the current climate.
I agree.
A lot's going to have to change, and I think that I know I agree with everyone I've ever talked to about it, that even talking about it is deadly because it puts up that wall of defense around it. It's almost going to have to be not a sneak attack, but it's going to have to be, we're just going to have to be much stronger before we say we're getting rid of no fault divorce. I do agree, and I think everyone would agree that we have to have marriage reform, right? Not just a divorce, but also the marriage contract itself. My personal opinion is that the state's role in divorce and marriage both needs to be greatly diminished. And I think that a lot
should we be separating secular and religious marriage as well?
I'm on Andrew's side on this, in that if you're secular, I don't know why you would get married.
I agree with that
because
too.
You can have
just
all
for taxes.
You can have all the sex you want.
Where I
because it
stand
doesn't
with it
fucking matter.
Is this simple, right? We could keep no fault, but no fault means you get no assets, no money, no nothing. You guys, no fault means you get nothing when you leave the divorce. Now, if you're going to get divorced, it better be for a fault, and that fault better be based on the biblical definition of divorce, or why divorce should be, happening. And that's sexual immorality. That is, if your non-believing spouse abandoned you, right? Then I think you could be entitled to assets. But
I think that's a good compromise for it.
That right there, you still get to keep no fault, and then you still get the fault.
Point.
That is a halfway point.
I think that might be the halfway point to start towards no fault being eliminated. Yeah, I could see that. I just don't believe that there's any conservative organization right now that will go on record saying that we need to end no fault divorces, because it just brings them down to the ground. And to be honest, men don't think about this. The ignorant thing let me rephrase. The thing I find most interesting and kind of super ignorant is how so many men have no idea about divorce or marriage or the marriage contract in and of itself. And they enter into this with this idea that, well, it's just a promise that we are going to be together and all of that. And they're in for a rude awakening. And even if the wife enters in the same mindset, right? Like it's just a promise. It's just a piece of paper that says we're married, right? That's all it is. Her friends are going to educate her immediately on what that piece of paper really means. And his friends are not going to educate him because they don't know. They're dumb as fuck too. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, the idea that a broken watch is right twice a day, right? It's the same thing, you know, even though it's wrong, it's right. Sometimes it's right when it starts, right? Because you didn't know anything. You were led down the primrose path, I guess you would say. And so I would say, by and large, that what Glenn, what you suggest is probably the closest thing to a good compromise. And that is you would, for a secular marriage. For a non-secular marriage, it would depend on the church and their laws, values, and traditions. And if you were married in that church, you could only get divorced in that church. And that would be I think, the way that non-secular people would treat marriage. But secular people should not be. I personally think I think the entire marriage industry in this country needs to be revamped. I think the idea of non-secular people getting married in a church, or pardon me, of secular people getting married in a church is weird. And why would you want to do that? That's just seems wrong. You never go there except for this one day of your entire life. That's only the most important day of your life.
They just don't think about it. Just a cultural thing.
Why would
they
you
just don't think about
that,
it,
right? Why would you do that? And so I really feel like that men go and I believe that before any marriage, period, even if you're 16 years old and you just decide you want to, you're emancipated yourself, and now you want to go get married, and that's what you want to do. Even if you're stupid young, or if you're 50 years old, like me, well, I'm 53, but close enough. You know what I mean? Even if I wanted to, if I was divorced and I wanted to go remarry, I 100% believe that non-secular people would have to be counseled by their church prior to marriage, individually and together as a couple. Because and actually, I have a friend of mine who was a non-Catholic, and he married a Catholic girl, and in order for her to get married, he had to receive this counseling through the church, and he believed 100% that it helped him stay married. Now, they eventually did end up getting divorced, but it was much more amicable and much more, they didn't try and destroy each other in the divorce because of the premarital counseling and the counseling they received when they were having problems in their marriage. And, he married, they were two completely incompatible personalities, and that's, that happens. But, I would say that, Glenn, I think you're on to something there. I do, but I just have to modify. I just have to tweak it a little bit. Huh?
I think so too. I think I need to run for president.
Yeah. I just needed to tweak it a little bit, and then it came out.
It needs to be refined a little bit. I get that.
Put some fancy words in there, trick them a little bit, put some lawyer talk into it, figure it out.
Lawyer talk. That's funny. I had to talk to a lawyer today. Actually, it was very funny.
I talk to a lawyer like every other day. Just so you know.
I feel very bad for you. I don't like talking to lawyers. I really don't. Let's see. Arthur Daya. Look, Arthur Daya is pretty base, but she has some feminist takes, and this is one of them.
How can you expect her not to? She is a woman, and it's expected, and it's okay for her to have feminist takes. I'm not even looking at that screen. I'm on another screen, so I can't see it yet.
I know. So personally, I am not getting married in a church only and staying home and having kids with someone with no legal ability to go after the guy if he suddenly flips and abandons me or his kids.
Oh, so if the risk is on you, that's when the problem comes. When the risk is on us, no problem.
The funny thing, right?
No problem. That's fine.
They have a built-in prenup with women in the divorce proceedings, right? Like, you're automatically awarded this, that, and the other, right? Regardless of fault. But if we remove the incentivization that women have, it's their safety net. Now, all of a sudden, women don't want to get married. Well, then now you see the problem.
She then sends, Glenn, but seriously, convince me as a woman. You're going to have to be a woman for a moment, Glenn.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this.
That is a wise thing to do. I think she meant convince me how that is a wise thing to do as a woman, not convince me as just being funny. Come on, it's funny.
Well, the first thing is that's what the women do. They just
hold on, like
they just abandon.
Convince a man that he should get married then under the certain statutes that are already in place. Why, if she was a man, would she want to get married with the laws as it is? Let's ask her that, and let's see what she says.
Yeah. So two things. First of all, Arthur Daya retorts, if you want me to stay home and not work, I want a freaking safety net. Okay.
And no one's saying that you shouldn't have a safety net, because I agree. But I just think the safety net should be
where's the safety net for the man?
So first of all, this is what I think. All right. This is Glenn's law. Here we go. Order in the court. This is how things gonna be done. All right. Before you get married, there needs to be like at least a $50,000 bride price. That's right. $50,000. And that right there is like goes into a 401k or whatever that could accrue money for interest. Now, the wife only gets to have that if there's a fault divorce. Meaning, if dumbass decides to go bang his secretary and do something foul like that, then you get to leave him and take the money that was put into this 401k and get the hell out, start over.
Hey, get Arthur Daya the code so she can jump up on the panel so I don't have to keep reading this.
Does that make sense? Like, if there's a bride price already put in, this like,
well, that's how Ben we were just talking about him. Shapiro, yes, thank you. He had to pay a bride price. Yeah,
and I think that's the way to do it.
And he wrote it, and they get to choose it, right? And so most
didn't
men
he write like $1 million like before he even had $1 million though, or $2 million?
$2 million. He didn't have $1 million. He didn't even. He had barely made like $1 million, and he wrote a bride price of $2 million.
And I think that's smart. And I think that's good. I think right there, that keeps the guy accountable. But see, if it's set up to where like you could only get that if there's a fault in the divorce, if he has done something worthy of divorce, again, going back to the Bible, it would be like, according to what the Bible says, he would have done something.
No, a dowry is different.
Yeah, bride price is different than a dowry. Different. A dowry is given to the husband.
The husband puts the money in. So the
bride price, yes.
Ghost 1978. Basically, the bride price is basically a check that the husband writes to the bride's
family. Yep.
That if he divorces the daughter, his wife, then he has to pay the father whatever that check is, and in Shapiro's case, it's a legally binding contract. And I think he wrote, instead of like, I think most young men write, 100,000 or 200,000 or something like that, but he wrote in 2 million because that's baller. That's banging. So welcome, Arthur Daya. Glenn is going to be away from the microphone for a momento. But I will be glad to answer. Glad to engage with you on the subject of the marriage, and why about the safety net thing, because men have no safety nets, and end up having to pay in general without, and are basically made to forced to pay without remorse. Like there's no remorse on the female side. It's just all about getting that money out of that dude. So
can you guys hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. So most of these
Glenn can't.
laws
He's in the restroom.
Most of these laws that were put into place were not recent. They did not come with the advent of feminism, aside from the no-fault divorce part. But the part of determining how much alimony will be paid or how much child support will be calculated were based on, for the last several hundred years, women typically would stay home with the kids and not work and not have any means of supporting themselves if the husband were to leave for some reason, or even if she were to leave, she was kind of out cold because she doesn't have any job skills or ability to work typically in the last couple hundred years. That's changed within.
We're really not talking about alimony here. We're talking about it, alimony. I think is an okay thing because if a woman is really stayed at home, she doesn't have any job skills, no way of making money, then sure, alimony is warranted. And I think almost every court in the country will award alimony in that case, assuming you can prove it. What we're talking about is no fault divorce, where a woman just decides to leave her husband, right? He's done nothing wrong. He's not beating her. He's not ignoring her. He's not, spending all the money, or maybe he is spending all the money, but that's his, he's earning the money and therefore he's spending the money in the way that he sees fit. And one day the woman just wakes up and she gets the ick. She doesn't want to be married anymore. Well, you know what she can do that he cannot do? She can walk down to the courthouse, file for divorce, and the judge is going to not only have them liquidate all of the assets, more than likely she's going to be awarded alimony, assuming that the man makes more than $50,000 or $60,000 a year. And in some cases, even if he doesn't, if she can prove that he has assets that were not part of the marital assets that were liquidated, then he's going to have to, then he's responsible for paying her out of that as well.
So
where
when
the woman is
not
required to ever pay any money to the man. I've never seen an instance that I can recall. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I've never seen an instance where a woman was forced to pay a man. I'm sure that there's some hyper.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to say is the law is written that it's actually the higher income earner that pays alimony as well as child support. It doesn't say male or female. Again, higher income earner. So usually, and especially traditionally in the last couple hundred years, that's going to be the guy because the man is typically working, the woman's staying home. However, I personally have known women who out-earned their husbands. They split up and the wife had to pay alimony to the husband because she earned more than he did. And the same thing applies for child support. The way the judge does it is they calculate the total amount of support that it takes for that child. And then they assign a percentage of the support to the wife and a percent to the husband or the mom and the dad, based on how much each person makes. So I was joking that if, like Brian on the whatever podcast and some of these guys were like, oh, don't get married, you'll get screwed by child support or alimony. If you really want to optimized for that. Go marry a woman who has a kick-ass career and makes more than you, because then if you do get divorced or you have a child together and split up, she will be the one paying the child support or the alimony as the higher income earner. It's really, the law does not say male or female, it's higher income earner. But the reason those laws were put into place is that if a woman does stay home and take care of her kids and is out of the job market for 10, 15 plus years, and then leaves for whatever reason, she doesn't have any, it's very hard to get back into the job market when you've been out for several years. It's not something you just hop back into, and you've lost the 10 to 15 years of building your career in that field. Whereas the man, assuming he's been working during all that time, has been advancing. And
what does that got to do with any? If you can go out into your career and then build your career, what does it have to do with anything? The man has made an investment in you. You've made an investment in the marriage. What you're saying is that his investment is null and void, and that your investment is never existed. Although I guess you did make one, and now you need to be paid for your lack of investment, which I don't understand. So you're basically saying that you're being penalized by staying home and taking care of the child. And that's a very feminist way of looking at it. And I don't agree with it, because I just can't get there from here.
Because it is a lot of sacrifice. If I were to get married,
it's not a sacrifice. You're taking care of a child. That's not a sacrifice.
But it is in terms of future career and future earnings and ability to support myself.
But you keep saying future career and future earnings. Are you intending on being a divorcee in your elder years?
I don't intend that, but why do you have insurance? Because shit happens, right? The statistic allegedly is like
alimony is not insurance. So you can't look at alimony as insurance. That's a very flawed viewpoint of life.
But it is, because if I stay home, let's say today I quit my job and stay home for 15 years. I cannot go back into the healthcare workforce without being under supervision. If I'm not for more than 3 months, I have to be supervised for some period of time before I can even practice independently again. And then I'm way behind. I mean, fields like engineering and teaching and healthcare and stuff, they change year by year with all the guidelines. You can't just jump back in after 15 years and expect to go back to work at the same level.
You could go back to work. Here's the only place where your whole argument holds water. Because you can go back into work and you can rebuild your career. Yes, you delayed for a few years, but you also have a wonderful child to show for it. So that is I dislike that argument. I think that's a very disingenuous argument. Yes, and he paid for that. All of his earnings went to pay for that. So that's null and that nulls that argument. Okay, let's just null that.
Granted, he was paying for the woman to stay home, but the woman also was staying home and providing services like making sure the dishes were done, the laundry. Someone had to chauffeur around the kids. Someone has to go pick up the kid at 3 p.m. from school.
Yeah, so you both added value. So you're both added value to the relationship, but you're saying that you're saying that because he didn't add enough value that now you need to be paid more.
No, because his career continued to advance while investing, and while I was investing, my career did not advance, and now I can't support myself.
But you invested in a child, which is more important than a career.
So did he. It's still his kid too. We both have a child.
Obviously, it's his kid too, but one of you had to make money. Did you eat during that period of time? Did you have food?
Yes.
Okay, did you have a roof over your head?
Hold up.
No, wait. I have somewhere where I'm kind of going with this a little bit. So here's the thing. You can go back into your career, and yes, okay, you're penalized a little bit, and you'll have to build up a little bit. Why is that the big issue that you're facing? The law was not written for people like you. The law was written for people that literally had not even a high school education, that barely graduated, that got married and had zero job skills and literally could not afford to take care of themselves and had no way, could not earn a living other than working at McDonald's. That's what the law is written for. It's not written for highly trained people. It's not written for highly trained people who have to go through a little bit of retraining before they can continue a career. Because
but you guys have specifically, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you guys have specifically said that women shouldn't pursue careers and should just skip potentially college for most women, get married at age, we'll say 20 as a virgin, and then focus on raising kids for the next 15 years, and then maybe think about
it. I've actually never said that. Never said
like
that.
Andrew, and that's what most of the more
Andrew says that was preferred, but he doesn't. Andrew says that is preferred, but that is not. That didn't even happen to him. That's not, his life didn't even go that way. But it is obviously the preferred method.
He and Rachel were not Christians when they first met and got together. But I think Andrew has said that his ideal, ignoring whatever's happened.
John, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ideal would be. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry,
so what I'm saying is that so you say it's a 10-year marriage or whatever, and you decide you want to leave. You spent 10 years without having to work and get the joy of seeing your children every day and raise them every day. And the worst you get while you're there is doing dishes and house chores, and things like that. So you got to sit around and with the love of your life, your children, and the love of your life husband for 10, 15 years without even having to pick up anything and do anything except for chores around the house. And then the worst that happens is after you have to start.
Calm down. Okay.
After you divorce, because you decide to leave, and this is no fault. This isn't you have a reason. He didn't cheat. He didn't do it. This is no fault because you decide to leave and get rid of all that. You have to work 6 months to build yourself up to get a better job or whatever. And the thing is what are we saying? What if the alimony's for you get 3 to 6 months of alimony and that's it? Not the rest of your life, not 10 years, not nothing. You get 3 months of alimony, you get 3 months of child support. You got 3 months to get back. Just like unemployment, you get a certain amount of time before you can go back to, it'd be like unemployment. You get basically unemployment afterwards, and then you go back to work 3 to 6 months. You got that much time to get your certifications again and do all that other stuff and get back to work. There's no problem. Then you just got 10 years of free time to be with your kids, and you get a job later in 3 months.
All right. Hold on. Let me just say something on what John said, and we'll come back to you. It's not 10 years of free time because in that 10 years, really only the first 3 to 5 really needs the mother to be there 100% of the time. After that, the kid's in school or preschool or whatever, and the mom can have a job. That's actually my biggest point of contention with all of this. I just never get that far in the discussion because normally they spurg out and leave. But this is my biggest point of contention. So my wife, since you asked about me, my wife was working. She right up until she delivered our first son, she took her maternity leave time off. She made a decision that she wanted to go back into the office on a limited schedule. Her parents were here and were able to help. And then what time my wife did take off, which wasn't much, she was able to very quickly spool back up and get right back into her career after my son was old enough. And at that point, I came in and took time out of my day. This is my problem, Arthur Dye, and it's not you specifically. I'm not picking on you.
I don't take it personally. Yeah,
lights my balls on fire. Please don't take this personally. This is just something that lights my balls on fire. Women always act like it's their side only, but after about 4 years, the man gets way more involved, and almost more involved than the women.
So I agree with that. I think if you have kids in school like 8 hours a day, you probably need to be doing some part-time work because it doesn't take 8 hours to do the fucking dishes at this point in modernity. However,
not even part-time work. 8 hours is a full shift. I mean,
Yeah,
8
so
hours
my,
is a full shift in most places.
exactly. My mother, however, was a stay-at-home mom, and she homeschooled all three of us. So not only for the first couple years of life was she actually like nursing and running after a 2-year-old, she also was spending time homeschooling and learning a lot of complex subjects and teaching her kids and hauling us around to all sorts of violin lessons and gymnastics
Sounds like
lessons
a great
and
life.
French lessons and blah, blah, blah. Like she worked her butt off on top of maintaining the house. And during that time, while, you know, if she's going to spend, let's say 15 to 18 years doing that, a man in 18 years can start out at, say, a lowly plumber and be running a multi-million dollar plumbing business within 18 years. Whereas if she goes back into the workforce, she's lost all 18 years of career building, and she can't just spend 6 months getting a certificate and be making the same level as a guy who's been building his career for 18 years.
Why do you need it?
But hold on. I gotta let I have to let Glenn talk. It's Glenn's turn.
Okay, go Glenn. Hold up. We need that. Is it Snoop Dogg who does the hold up?
No, Glenn does the hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some knowledge in it.
There you
go. Here we go. You said you'll be washing dishes, doing the laundry, making dinner, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't have a man in your life, wouldn't you still be washing dishes, doing laundry, making dinner for yourself?
Yeah, I do. I'm just so you know, I'm single. I'm not married, so I do all that right now. But I don't have kids. And I think
nothing would change. Nothing would change. So you saying that you are doing this for him, you would have done it for yourself anyways. So you're just making a little extra food for him. You're just washing a couple extra clothes for him. You are still cleaning the same house that you would have been cleaning in for him.
Yeah,
you were doing. So like again. So wait a minute. You're telling me the same things that you would be doing if you were single and you had to do by yourself. You would be doing it regardless. But now you are saying that you need to be considered that as a job because you're doing it for your husband?
No, the child rearing part would be the main part of that.
The child rearing part is a decision.
For example, adopt a child.
The child rearing part. The child rearing part is something that you guys chose. You wanted to have a child, and he said, "Okay, let's have a baby." But you know what? Because both of us can't just leave work while we're both we both want to have pregnancy food for you. You know, a lot of guys eat the same thing that their wives eat when they get those cravings, like pickles and mint and chip ice cream in the middle of the night. Guys will be eating that shit too with their weird wife. You know, they do that. But here's the thing. It's like one of y'all got to work. One of y'all got to provide, bring in the resources. And you're saying that because he has to, it's not gets to, he has to do this job, that you should be rewarded financially. Wait a minute. So does she need to give you allowance? Is that what you want? Do you guys want an allowance for the things that you guys do? You know, weekly out of his paycheck? But see, the thing is, if you guys get divorced, it better be for a fault. Because if you decide to wake up one morning and like, you know what, I'm tired of his breath, he got fat over the years, and I'm out, and there's no reason for divorce other than that, then why should you get anything?
If I've been investing time and sacrificing my career to raise the child, because that's how we decided to divide up the labor.
Then why should you be able to leave without a fault? Without any reason for divorce, you should be rewarded to destroy the family. You get to renege on the contract, the marriage contract that you signed. Why should you get rewarded when there has been nothing just to justify a divorce other than you don't like them?
Because if I've given up my career to stay home,
that is called a choice that you made.
You didn't give up your career.
You gave up some time to raise your child, and then not.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear both at the same time.
No, but what I'm getting at, so you're saying, I want to get this straight. You think it's appropriate for someone, if you know the contract law, right? Contract law is like if somebody breaks the contract, there's a penalty for those who break the contract. So you're saying that if you break the contract and get out of the marriage, instead of being penalized, you should be rewarded. And I'm wondering, why do you think that kind of contract should stand?
It's not rewarded. It's
It is
remuneration
rewarded
for the time that I've sacrificed raising.
What about the time that he
It's
sacrificed?
reparations, you know? She's asking for reparations.
What about
guys,
the time that he sacrificed? He had to put in more hours, and he had to bust his ass a lot harder to make sure that he got the raise and moved up in the ladder so he could afford the lifestyle that mainly his wife, probably you, wanted. So where does he get reparations? Does he get some reparations because he had to pull a couple double shifts, or he had to put, work 60 hours or 80 hours for 2 years, to get things going? Does he get reparations for the time that he lost?
If he's the higher income earner, he has to pay to support the person who gave up their career during that time.
So you choose to give up your career, but then you think you should be able to go back and retroactively and be like, you know what? Because I gave up my career for us, and now I no longer like your stinky breath. I want out, and now I want you to pay me for those years that I gave up.
That's the safety net that we have in place for women who give up their careers during that time.
That's the safety net that needs to get destroyed. That's the reason why marriage is not a good bet for men. Right there, that you could retroactively go back and say, I want to change my decision. I didn't like the choice that I made at this point in my life.
I want to do-over.
Go back and get a do-over. And that doesn't work.
Like
and
I said,
I also don't want to work after. I don't want to have to work to rebuild after. If I made this choice, I wanted to.
This is why I think that
I want all of it now.
That if there's a no-fault divorce, then you get no money. Now, if there's a fault divorce, if there's something that he has done that was egregious, like an affair or abuse or abandonment, then I think a woman should be entitled to those resources. But
so hold on.
Until then,
give me 1 second.
You guys have this sort of trope, though, of like the silly trophy wife who sits around eating bonbons and probably doesn't.
No, that's not even realistic.
No, we've said the exact opposite.
Like a Hollywood thing. The average alimony payment is only like a couple thousand a month. It's not much.
For who?
A
couple thousand a month is not much for who?
For the woman to receive.
The average American male is making $50,000 a year. A couple thousand a month is half his paycheck.
Well, at 50 grand, it's his whole paycheck, just to be fair. So hold on.
And I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad at this. I'm just trying to understand the logic here.
So here's the disconnect here. First of all, why would you get divorced?
If there's no fault, if there's no, if he hasn't done anything wrong.
Let's just say why would you get divorced?
Are you asking why I personally would get divorced?
Yeah. Why are you afraid of getting divorced? I know why I'm afraid of getting divorced. I can tell you exactly the reasons that would bring me to that point. What would make you divorce your husband?
For me personally, for me, marriage is like a sacrament and a union that should be forever. So unless he were actually abusive physically or had gone off and cheated on me, I wouldn't want to get divorced. It'd have to be pretty extreme.
Okay.
But you just said that
most people are going to get divorced for far lesser reasons, right?
But I just asked you.
If that's the case, why do you need insurance? Why do you need insurance?
If there's no fault, why would a woman deserve anything if there's no fault? You just presented a fault, and I agree with you. Right. If there's a fault, then I believe that women should be entitled.
And that's the disconnect that keeps happening here. If your husband is cheating on you, yes, you get a divorce. If he is beating you, yes, you get a divorce. Those are at fault divorces, and in that case, yes, the man should come out of his pocket. Same with a woman. If a woman takes a knife and tries to stab her husband in his sleep, that's a divorce. And, she's probably going to not have any money because she'll be spending it on mental health institutions. But do you not understand the disconnect here? Basically, you're saying that if a woman wakes up one morning after 10 years of marriage, 10 years of marriage, say that she got pregnant right out of the gate. So 9.5 years of being with child. 3 of those years are the only years that she actually had full-time care of the child. After 3, the child went through the normal daycare, preschool, school, up until 10 years old or like 6th grade, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Say that happens. So now she's not only after 3, she only took a 3-year break, and now she went right back to work. She's working 8 to 10 hours a day, all of that. No big deal. She's a typical success mom. And when she gets a divorce, even though she's really not lost shit, you want her to get paid because she gets the ick and walks out the door. She just doesn't want to be married anymore.
Well, in those circumstances, what actually happens is the judge considers the total value of their assets, the total value of any debts they have, and how much each party makes, and then determines if alimony is actually owed.
Yes, I understand how divorce works.
Typically,
What you're saying is
in a
a
fairly equal
financial
situation
safety
would
net.
be.
You were talking about a financial safety net. I know how divorce works. The problem that everyone has is that in a no-fault divorce case, it doesn't matter. In a no-fault divorce state, it doesn't matter whether the man cheated or not. He's going to pay. You just made our case for us. You said that if in the case of cheating or abuse, the man should pay. Sure, we agree with that. You're saying that if they just get divorced, then they just divide assets and move on with life. That's what we said. Where is but you're saying that because she took, your original statement was because she took 10 years of her life off, she should get paid.
What I'm
regardless.
saying is that if you follow the prescription that someone like Andrew gives, where the woman doesn't really pursue a career, gets married at we'll say age 20 or so, and then has babies and doesn't develop a career, really work during that time. And now the marriage splits up for whatever reason, whether it's her fault or his fault.
Stop right there.
Yeah.
Why does the marriage end?
We'll say she doesn't like him anymore, just to play it from your perspective.
Dick.
We'll say the man has been great.
All she gets is a new dick.
She's been browsing Instagram while the kids at school, and she found a hot new honey.
No, I don't need to hear anymore. If she leaves because she no longer wants to be there, all she can hope for is a new dick to ride, because that's it. She walks out the door with the clothes on her back, and that's it. That's the way it should be, because she's made a choice to abandon her family. And I can't put it any clearer than that.
But you're still going to have.
She shouldn't automatically get the kids. She should not.
And yeah, absolutely should not get the kids.
So both
absolutely should not get the kids.
Both people have been investing their time and resources.
Then she lost her investment. If I invest $10 million,
she's the one that is reneged on. She's the one that reneged on the contract.
You are responsible for the actions and decisions you make.
You are asking to have your cake and eat it too. You are asking for.
What I would personally prescribe would, I think everyone should get a prenup, and I think they should have to sit there and think through what they're actually signing and how they're going to divide assets if they do split up.
Well, we just shouldn't have no-fault divorce, and that solves the problem.
And decide what duties is each person going to have in the marriage. And if we determine the woman's duty is going to be to stay home.
So what is your problem with no-fault? What is your problem with getting rid of no-fault divorces?
I don't necessarily have a problem with the no-fault divorce part. I think people get divorced for ridiculous reasons these days.
Right, and they shouldn't. Marriage is a contract. You shouldn't just be able to break it because you don't want to be in it.
You know what would be funny? I bet you a lot of people would have their change of heart about no-fault divorce if they started implementing like penalties for those who divorce without a fault. Like let's say, she decides to divorce her husband and there's no legitimate grounds for fault. And then the judge goes, okay, well, because you decided to break the marriage covenant and break the marriage contract through the state, you are going to be the penalized party. You have to now pay your husband X amount of dollars a month because you decided to break the contract. Because I tell you right now, if I broke the contract with Verizon before my contract is up, they're going to penalize me. If you move out of your apartment before your lease is up, you'll be penalized. If you do stop paying your car note and before your car was paid off, you're going to be penalized. There's a penalization for every contract you have that you go into if you break the contract without any justifiable reasons. Now, if that was the way that they looked at marriage, like the regular contract law, women will be going for divorce.
And that's why I think you should have a prenup, because otherwise you leave it up to the courts, which clearly none of us particularly like.
I don't think that the court should have anything to do with marriage.
Because if it's only, and I'm a Christian, but if it's only a marriage within the church, which to me is the most important part of the marriage, the church has no force to enforce someone paying child support or alimony or whatever if they do break up.
I think both parties should be paying child support if there's a divorce. I think both parties should do it. I think the husband and the wife should have to pay money into an account. They pay equal portions, and then that money goes to whatever their children needs are, whatever the cost of raising that child is. That's where that money goes. But both parties should be paying it. Not one party.
Okay.
Not one party.
How they actually calculate child support, though, is they determined how much does it cost to support this child, and the judge.
No, that's not how they do it. That's not how they do it. They go off of the highest income earners. Yeah, because if that's the case, why was Neo paying like $10,000 in child support? What child costs $10,000 to raise?
Well, if you're a celebrity kid, you might be able to make that argument, but typically what child costs
$10,000 to raise? I can guarantee you right now, there's not a child in this world that they cost parents $10,000 to raise.
What they do, they calculate the total cost, and then they say based on each person's income, what portion of that cost they're responsible for.
No, it's based off of the lifestyle. It's based off of the lifestyle.
Yes, and so the total amount is based off lifestyle, correct? So if you're a celebrity, your total amount might be $50K a month, whereas your more average person is going to be a couple thousand, like $2,000 a month or something, right? And then depending on how much custody each parent has and how much each parent earns,
why would you just
owing the other? But
so why would you deserve the same lifestyle as you had within the relationship? If he was making the money, why do you deserve the same lifestyle? Why would you deserve the same life instead of just a basic, livable earnings?
You don't, and neither party's going to have the same lifestyle, because you just cut things in half. When you take the baby and cut it in half, nobody wins.
But if they're basing it off lifestyle,
we keep missing the point.
Well, so that's for child support. They're not marital assets.
So, hold on.
Lynn's point, who was talking about covenant marriage within a church, which to me is the most important part of marriage, frankly, but it's not a business contract in the church, and the church has no ability to enforce anything. The church is not going to decide how you split up your debts and assets. They're not going to say, okay, buddy, you get the house and she has to pay the credit card, you get the car. Like, the church is not capable of doing that. You need the court system to sort that out. And if you don't have a contract with the government, let's say
real quick. Hey, Flo, just text me. Flo, I hear you. I know you're there. Text me and I'll drop you the link.
So let's say that me and
my
hold
on. We keep beating over the same ground, and none of this is going to change these simple facts. I don't care about a woman who chooses to walk away from a marriage. She gets nothing. Her investment did not mature. It's just like if I cash out a bond early, I don't get a return on my investment. You just leave with what you got. That's it. You're lucky you have clothes on your back. The same thing for a man. If a man wants to just walk away and leave his wife and all of that,
then he loses the house. He loses
the house. He loses everything.
Everything he walked away from.
The problem that you have, what we keep coming back to, is that nobody's arguing, I don't think, that if there's at fault where there's a problem in the marriage that is irreconcilable, and it's not just that they can't get along. I mean, we're talking whatever, like he's cheating, stays out all night, drinking, drugs, she's banging the pool boy, whatever the irreconcilable thing is, they go to court and there's a reason to get divorced, something that's provable in court.
So I think
the judge says, you know what? And then the judge says, you know what? This woman's put in 10 years into this marriage, and this guy has gone out and cheated on her and ruined the marriage. He needs to pay her living expenses of whatever the amount that he can afford. If she's the one cheated, 9 times out of 10, the man still gets nothing because she doesn't have any money. Right? And even if she does have money, he's still probably going to get nothing. But the fact that she lost time is totally irrelevant unless someone's at fault.
Well, here's the thing: if he loses time too, here's the thing: he lost time too. He's been investing in this woman because this alleged agreement they made. He's been paying all this, paying for her lifestyle for years, because he's investing in a woman that promised to love him for the rest of their life, to sickness and through health, to all that stuff. And he's been paying this. Now this woman decides, oh, I don't want to uphold that part of the agreement anymore. I'm out. So he loses too. She lost 10 years to work. He lost all the money that he's put into this marriage and to provide for her, because he believed that this woman was going to be a woman of her word and that she was going to stay true to her word. But because she decided to go on Instagram and find some new love, that she gets to just bounce out of it and still get paid.
The problem with fault divorce, the problem with fault divorce is that it's usually not one totally innocent party and the other party just suddenly becomes abusive or goes and cheats or something. It's usually a set of grievances on both sides where she's irresponsible, she nags him, she spends money like money grows on trees on stupid shit at Target. He's off drinking with the boys every weekend instead of being home with her and helping out with the kids. You've got some pesky in-laws that you hate having to deal with. He raises her voice, she shouts back, she withholds sex. And so finally, spurg alert. And so it's usually a set of grievances on both sides, though, where assigning actual fault and blame is very difficult to do.
No, it's not. It's not. It's really easy. I can tell you right here.
It's the Bible really says, easy.
Let's just go real quick. Sexual immorality, right? Abandonment, if they're a non-believer, right? There you go. There's your fault. Really good. Really easy.
Or abuse.
I mean, if you want to add abuse, you could even add abuse into there, and I'll be cool with it. But just those 3. That's all we need. Right there. Got to hit one of those 3 to hit fault.
We just keep chasing this around, and I'm telling you that there's nothing else, right?
Trust me, the private eye business has gone down ever since No Fault. All right, we got to get these private eyes back employed again. All right, those private eyes out there with the camera.
When you have a fault divorce, then it becomes very ugly as each side starts trying to prove the fault.
It's
on the
always
other side,
ugly,
and it's often easier.
Divorce should not be easy.
Anyways.
Divorce should be really hard and ugly to go through.
Yeah, you should not want to get a divorce.
To go through. They're really not easy if you've known people who've gone through.
I've been through them. Trust me.
So
I know.
The voice of experience speaks.
I haven't even spoken yet.
Hi,
welcome
to the Spurg
panel.
I mean, I got divorced and managed to not have any child support or alimony. I would think I would be the one to listen to. I don't know how your divorce worked out. Did you pay alimony?
No. I got off of alimony because, there was an infidelity on her part, and we negotiated that I wasn't going to petition the Navy for her Article 134 adultery, thing. So
since I didn't have to deal with alimony, we weren't married long enough for it to kick in our state.
See, I was married 14 years, so that's why it was automatic.
but for that reason, I don't know a whole lot about it. But it doesn't. How long does it last for typically?
In California, any marriage over 10 years, if you stay unmarried, you are entitled to alimony for the rest of your life.
Really?
Yeah, if you remain unmarried.
Bro.
Okay, I thought I was coming
life.
up here to argue against you guys, but I'm not at this point. Like, it should not be fair.
Statistical average is about 3 years of alimony, but I think the statistical average is around 3 years. Most alimony is not forever. It's typically a sum.
It's dependent on how long the marriage is, you know.
Yeah, but typically anything over 10 years, you are getting it, for the rest of your life.
All right. Well, I think that's absurd. I do think alimony is reasonable, and I have no issue with it at a shorter time frame. Huh? No, I don't give a fuck about fault. I'm also very much for no fault divorce.
You're for no fault divorce?
I am for it. Absolutely.
Make your argument.
What's your opinion based on flow state, since you've been through this and everything?
My opinion is based on a lot of things. One of them is that I don't think the government, I don't really want the government involved in my personal relationships. I don't see what business it is of the government's, what I do in my marriage. There's one of them. Another is, I think that this conversation tends to treat marriages that stay together as successful, which treats humans like a binary. And that's just not accurate of the real world. We've all known people who stayed together way longer than they should have. And that was a miserable life for them. I think everyone would agree with that. The other thing is that when you talk about fault divorce, what you're really saying is things that you're looking for, things that are demonstrable to court. But anybody who's been in a relationship knows that there is a lot of nuanced and subtle and unprovable elements within that relationship that aren't really, it's impossible to give the court an accurate picture of the whole thing. Hold on, one last thing. The final thing is that I don't see why anybody would want people to be stuck in misery. I wouldn't want to be stuck with a miserable wife. I didn't want to be stuck with my wife. That's ex-wife. That's why I filed for divorce. I actually don't see how anybody could support getting rid of no fault divorce if they actually think through what that would look like in reality.
I don't have a problem with no fault divorce. I just don't think you should get paid if you want to get out of a marriage. Why should you be rewarded to break the contract?
I think absolutely you should be able to walk away at the signing of a sheet of paper. You sign the sheet of paper, you're no longer married, you walk out the door, that's it, end of story.
But I don't think you should be rewarded with any assets or any money from the other party.
Chicken dinner.
Yep.
You don't get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's not a slave contract. You can't just like keep them held to you forever or whatever.
That's what it sort of sounded like y'all were.
But you don't. The key thing is you don't get anything if you decide to leave for no reason.
But here's the thing: you have marital assets, so they're going to have to be divided somehow. Do you want to just go 50-50 down the middle, even if one person brought in a lot more assets than somebody else, or someone has worked a lot harder than someone else?
It should go into, I would divide it like this. Well, the person that walks out of the marriage for no fault automatically loses 25% of what they were entitled to. So there you go. If they were going to be division of assets, then they only get 25% of what the assets that they acquired.
I mean, I prefer more complicated than that, but I'm funny that way.
Yeah. I feel like that. So
there has to be a penalty for breaking the contract.
Why?
So I think the way that Tennessee does it, if it's a no contest divorce here, if it's a no contest, no fault divorce, you basically the only the assets that are gained during the term of the marriage can be split or divided, and then only over a certain amount. So in most cases, it's more trouble than it's worth to even figure out, because a lot of times those type of marriages that dissolve are you're only together 2 or 3 years. What have you really built, right? You have a house that has more debt on it than you care about, and maybe a couple of cars that are, upside down as well. So by the time you sell everything, you actually owe something. So I think this is getting into the nothing burger zone, where you're talking around corners and only really talking about, at that point, you're talking about people like me. If I were to go out and somehow magically my wife and I split up tomorrow, and a year from now I married some hot young thing, and here I have all of these assets and she has nothing. And then 2 years from now that, she files for divorce because, oh my gosh, she can't stand me anymore. Imagine that. Then she would take half my shit. But in Tennessee, it wouldn't work that way, because I had the assets coming in to the marriage and she did not. So,
like, my problem with Glenn's suggestion, though, like, let's say Flow State marries a woman. 10 years later, she's ballooned out to 300 pounds. She's chronically depressed. She nags and yells at him. She has a drinking problem and she refuses to have sex. Now, she's not physically abusing him or cheating on him. She's just a miserable blob to live with. He only gets 25% if he wants to leave that marriage.
And it creates a conflict of interest as well, right? You'll have people engaging in violence or adultery so that they can qualify for divorce, I would think.
Or spreading
something like alcoholism or excessive drug use, I think would probably be accounted for on a fault, because that I think that would be a good reason, as well as that'd be a whole different thing with holding sex, but that is a important thing or whatever.
Let's
but
take away
can't
that
really
she's
make
not
that
alcoholic.
wrong,
She just drinks and she spends his money. Like, he's busting his ass 2 shifts and she spends all his money and on stupid crap from Target. So he comes home and there's all this crap.
He doesn't have to give her the money.
Normally, it's
Angel, hold on. Can I address Angel? Go ahead, and then I'll address Angel. Angel, you're dumb fuck. Angel, you're dumb fuck. You have no idea what I believe. I've had sole custody of my daughter since she was 2. When I filed for divorce, I won sole custody, so legal custody. And then I won it again when she was 8, after I got out of jail. I have a lot of duty, response. That matters a lot to me. You have no integrity.
I would also point out that child support really is considered separately by the courts, apart from marriage.
I didn't hear anybody talking about that yet, so yeah. I was not bringing that up at all, because I considered it irrelevant to the discussion.
I would say stick to the focusing on how do we split assets and alimony payments and all that.
Do you guys think
there's already
that,
a
like,
formula for that?
And there is a formula for that, which you probably don't like if you're a guy coming into court for a no-fault divorce.
My second wife is from Arkansas, Little Rock, and I was in Toronto, Canada. So that divorce was complicated, although I got the first effort dismissed because I wasn't served properly. And I caught that as soon as that postcard arrived and dropped in my mail slot. And I looked at it and it said for domestic use only. And I thought, So I researched to set the VPN, turn the VPN on to Texas, and went to the Arkansas state legislature and read the rules. And yeah, they're really, really picky about someone being served properly in a divorce. And then I learned something that might benefit people here. I learned that you have a right to understand what's sent to you by your wife's lawyer. And you can call your wife's lawyer and ask them to explain everything, every sentence, paragraph, and whatever else. You can't ask for advice, but you have the right to understand it. So I made use of that right a great deal.
Unresponsible is not a word. Just
that was going to be my.
Now you can respond.
No, I was going to say, I was going to agree. It was irresponsible. Nobody's perfect all the time.
I don't know his particular jail issues. However, I will say that because the courts do favor women when it comes to granting child custody, whatever the mom is doing has got to be far worse if she's an unfit parent where he's got sole custody. So it sounds like in that situation, the kid's probably with the better parent.
Absolutely. I just saw somebody else say, Angel,
But
that
hold on, just the fact that they like, as she just pointed out, that they favor women is part of the problem.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that claim, though.
I think both parents should be judged based on their merits, not based on
They are.
Historically this is the better parent.
They
There's this biological reality that for the first at least year or so, the baby needs the mom to nurse it and stuff.
What are you talking about? These moms are putting the kids on Infamil. These moms are putting the kids on Infamil. They ain't nursing their kids no more. Stop that.
Formula baby, heavy.
Well, I don't want to go down the whole breastfeeding versus formula debate because that's way off topic. But I think certainly once the kid gets past the 2-3 years of age, either parent can do a good job of raising them.
Despite the whining of basically all men everywhere, the courts actually are gender neutral. The outcomes are not because of a bias in the laws. It's for a lot of reasons, but I think one of them is dudes just don't try to win a lot of the time.
Yeah, I've heard this argument from you, Flo. I don't. I mean, there's a percentage of that. I don't think that it's like I just don't. I just don't like.
Why don't you think that? Tell me why you don't think that.
Because it's your child. There's an innate thing whenever you have a child. I mean, it's a little bit different with the mother. It's more intense with the mother. So, there's more of a maternal instinct. And
that's demonstrably wrong because dudes abandon kids all the time, as do moms.
Yeah,
we went over this last time. You don't actually have a reason to support your belief. It's just a vibe thing.
So is yours.
I mean, there is some biological instinct women have toward their babies, but we've got women these days who will freaking abort their babies. So I feel like a lot of that primal drive gets overridden a lot.
Yeah. And I can explain it out more. Think about if you get divorced and you got kids and the kids go to live with the other parent, what options do you have available for explaining this to people who ask you about it? The courts found me unfavorable. I wasn't really interested in being a full-time parent. The courts are mean to me. Every single man who doesn't get his kids has one socially acceptable excuse.
Sure, but I don't think it's the majority.
I know you don't.
I don't think it's the majority that the men are like, fuck it.
I know you don't.
Like they decided, especially if they decided to have children or whatever.
I didn't say it's the majority.
So I have the opposite case to Flow State. I have a friend of mine in California who his piece of crap ex-wife, I think they were technically married. I don't know. She put that poor dude through hell. I mean, absolute hell. To keep his kid, as she did everything in her power to keep his child from him. She was, even though she had a known drug problem and she had a known criminal issues, the judge still wanted that child with the mother. She still has partial custody. He's fought back a lot and gained ground, but I think it's very situational, obviously. But more men, I know more men that have had absolute or gone through absolute hell to keep their kids than what Flow States says, where it was not a big deal. It was fine. He did have to work at it, but it wasn't the end of the world. I mean, I know guys that were basically put into jail.
I mean, it was when I understate it, but it was very expensive and yeah, a lot of work. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I actually knew a guy in, you just reminded me of this actually. I knew some guys outside of Reno that owned a salvage yard, and I don't know how many people know this, but for whatever reason in that particular county, salvage yards and whorehouses are zoned the same. And so this piece of property became very valuable, and his wife knew or became aware that it was very valuable, and she wanted him to sell it. He didn't want to. And then it became very clear that she wanted a divorce to force the sale of this property, and then she would get half of those proceeds. She terrorized this poor man to the point of, we were in his kitchen at his kid's birthday party. I happened to be there at his kid's birthday party. They were in the kitchen talking. I was standing there. There's just another couple of adults there. She had a knife in her hand, chopping something up. He asked some very innocent thing about who was going to take which kid where and all of, how all this is going to go. And she responded, she didn't know. And, hey, what about just signing those papers so we can get this divorce done? He said, look, I'm not going to do that. I'm keeping the place. I don't, if this drags out another however long, that's what we're going to have to do. I'm sorry. I just can't, I'm not giving it up. And she came at him with the knife, ended up somehow cutting herself. The police were called. He went to jail that night. I watched the whole thing happen. So
you watched the attack happen?
I watched it happen.
So how did they both get arrested?
No, they only arrested the dude.
How does that even work out at all? Like, I assume that you and whoever else was there said what happened.
We were like, hey, what we saw is that she came at him with the knife. Somehow she got cut. Her story was he grabbed the knife and cut her with it. His story was he defended himself. He doesn't know what the fuck happened. And he went to jail.
So why didn't
none of us could swear that who had the knife and what, because she was trying to stab the dude. We couldn't swear on a stack of Bibles that, hey, this is what happened. The police always default, at least in the state of Nevada at the time, the man goes to jail. The woman stayed free.
Yeah, there's a specific law that I don't remember that is based off of, I have to remember the fucking name. It's based off of a feminist ideology where, yeah, it's basically the in a domestic violence situation, the police are required to arrest somebody, and it's usually the man. Somebody has to be arrested. Either one of them have to.
I got lucky.
Just curious, why did he not hit her with an attempted murder charge?
Did he get charged?
He spent the night in jail. We bonded him out the next morning. I don't really. After that, it was all the lawyers. And to be honest with you,
what it was called,
I distanced myself from the whole thing.
Smart guy.
I'm gonna just be honest with you that I was like, look, I like you. You're a cool dude. We're not brothers, man. Like, this chick's crazy. Like, she's tried to stab a dude at her kid's birthday party.
And he's what?
Fucking nuts.
I do feel like he should have pressed charges against her, however, though. He should not let her get away with that.
The problem is who saw what?
He said, she said. Yeah.
Well,
okay?
He had
to take the woman's side.
All we could say is that she started with the knife. She maintained the entire time the cops were there that he got control of the knife and cut her. That's what she said. Absolutely the whole time.
I mean, it sounds like she was the aggressor in the attempted murder.
She absolutely was the aggressor.
It doesn't matter.
That's what we said.
It doesn't matter.
Sounds like she was the only one who was willing to stand firm in her claim as to what happened.
Right. Yeah, she was the only one that was willing to say, this is what happened. We were all like,
she's the manipulator. She knows what she was doing. Right. She knew exactly what she was doing.
You got to play ball.
Men are sitting there like, what? I don't understand. Can we just talk, please? And you're like, she's like,
honestly,
he did it.
Honestly, we were like, we saw her come at him with a knife. There was some scuffling. Next thing we know, she's bleeding. That's what we saw. I don't know who had the knife. I'm not going to say. Now, me personally, I think what happened is that she never lost control of that knife, and she cut herself. That's what I think. I can't swear to it. Anyway,
right there, you guys. Look at my avatar. If you guys want to see things changed, right there, vote for Glenn Lawrence for president.
Glenn Lawrence for president. Why not?
President.
So I have a story that happened to me when I was in Colorado. I had a female roommate, and I had female roommates.
No, Flo, you're not going to be the Reverend.
That's funny. I like that. That's funny. So I had I had female roommates. I had this one roommate, and I kind of knew she was a little bit psycho, but I didn't really think she was that bad. We started having disagreements about the bills, and I knew that part of it was because I had a girlfriend, and she didn't really like that dynamic or whatever. Because my girlfriend was watching my checking account, as women do, and she was asking me why I was paying so much for electricity and gas and all that. And I'm like, that's a lot. Like, I don't know. Fuck. I just write the check. I'm told how much to write the check for. I write the check. And I started asking questions, and my roommate started getting really pissy about it. And I refused to pay rent until I saw the actual bills, not a handwritten list of bills divided out, all that, none of that shit. I wanted to see the actual bills. And so one night, I don't know what the fuck flipped her switch. I'm sitting in my room. I don't remember what I was doing. And all of a sudden she comes tear-assing up the stairs, yelling at me. I got to get out. I'm past, the rent was due last week. Get the fuck out. I'm like, I'm not paying rent until, until you showed me these bills. I'm happy to pay rent anytime. I can pay rent right now. She started taking my shit and carrying it down the stairs and throwing it out in the front yard, which as a man, and my stoic ass, I just walk down there, I pick it back up, pick up my shit, I carry it back upstairs, I put it right back where it was. And she's, this goes on 2 or 3 times. And at some point she slammed the door on my hand hard enough to like draw blood. It wasn't a big deal, but she did that. And the neighbors had called the cops. Now, I did not know this. The neighbors had called the cops. Cops show up. They pull me aside. Hey, what's going on? I'm like, hey, I got a lease. I live here. This is my roommate. She's flipped the fuck out. There's some question about the bills, and I haven't paid rent because I want to see this, and I'm entitled to it. It's right here in the lease that I'm entitled to see the bills and all that. And he's like, have you ever been in a relationship together? And I'm like, hell no. It's crazy. I don't do that. And so apparently she said pretty much the same thing. And then the guy noticed that my hand was bleeding. He's like, hey, what happened there? And I said, well, she slammed the door on my hand a couple of times and it just broke the skin. It's not a big deal. I'm not, not a big deal. He's like, well, that's assault, buddy. He said, somebody's got to go to jail. And I'm like, really? He's like, oh yeah. He's like, if you want to, we'll take her to jail right now. And I'm like, really? And there was no doubt that if I had said the word, she was getting put in the cop car. And I said, no, I can't do that to her. She's just pissed off. She's just mad because I'm questioning the bills. And I know that she's lying to me and she just doesn't want to come clean about it. But at some point she's going to see that she can't hide it and she's going to have to tell me the truth and all that. So I was like, she doesn't need to go to jail to learn that lesson. And so they called her, they got her out there and said, hey, here's the deal. You're lucky. This man right here said that you can stay here tonight because otherwise you'd be going to jail. So if we get another call, regardless of what he says, you're going to jail. It's not even a question. Like, we get another call, you're going to jail. And they told me to go upstairs, go to bed, whatever. I said, absolutely. That's exactly what's going to happen. I think my roommate spent the night at her mom's house. Which is, I think, what the cops told her to do is the best thing for her was to not be anywhere near me, because any misunderstanding, if the neighbors heard her yelling at me or anything like that, they called the cops. No questions asked. She was going to jail.
Do you think men are less likely to press charges against women?
Yeah, I had no interest in pressing charges.
Had a guy do the same thing, would you be more likely to press the charge?
Men don't press charges because it's like, oh, you're not a real man. You can't handle this situation. There's a whole
That's right.
lot of
That's right.
lot of crap.
I don't know.
The whole
I think
time the
I
dude's
mean,
asking me
try to
about my
not press
hand, I'm
charges
like, no, it's
for
not
most.
hold on. But is that why did you not do it out of like generosity or out of fear or shame?
Me?
Yeah,
I just
He
didn't
did it out of
care.
generosity.
I was
You did
literally
what?
like looking at my hand going, it's not that big a deal. It's not, who cares?
So you did the
Right.
stand-up thing, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I try to. I don't always,
Yeah.
but I try to.
Well, I mean,
I
the
just
way
don't
that
think it
Glenn was
was-
narrating similar stories is that men are afraid to or ashamed to.
No, I think men are afraid to or ashamed to. Honestly,
I'm just curious. Like, suppose you.
I'm not saying that's
Grid,
all
had
in every
slammed
case.
her
I'm not
hand
saying that's
in
every
the door.
case. I just think that men are afraid to at times, or they feel ashamed that, like, if people know that they called they have their wife or girlfriend arrested because of assault, they'll think that they're less than a man, and I don't think that should be the case.
It should not be the case. Men got to get over that and recognize it's part of the legal game that you're in right now against the person.
Because I'm just wondering, like, Grid, suppose you had slammed the door and it slammed on her hand unintentionally, and she had some blood on her hand. Do you think she would have filed charges?
He would have been locked up.
They wouldn't even
out.
question. They wouldn't even questioned. They would have asked one question. Did he do this? Yeah, he's saying that. They wouldn't have asked her, "Do you want to send him to jail?" They would have grabbed.
Yeah, they
him
will.
and
That's
they
the
would
way.
have-
A victim has to press
They
charges.
wouldn't have asked.
John, you don't actually have any clue what you're talking about. Somebody has to
Shut the
press
fuck
charges
up,
on assault.
Somebody has
No,
to press
You
charges.
don't.
Here's the thing. Well, here's
And it
the
would have
thing.
gone
Here's the
poorly
thing,
for her.
John.
Very
John,
poorly had she done that. Had that happen.
Yeah. So here's the thing in my case is that I was very clear that there'd never been a romantic relationship of any kind between my roommate and I. We were strictly roommates. I had a lease. I'd never dated her. I never wanted to date her. She was just a roommate. Had there been any kind of romantic relationship ever, one of us would have had to go to jail, only because there was no romantic relationship. That's the only reason there was a choice.
Can we put on
As
record as
explained
well,
to me by
Flow
the
State?
police.
I'm the one who brought up the Duluth model and that somebody had to go to jail. Okay.
I was
And
saying
that's-
that, but my microphone was muted the whole time. I've been talking about the Duluth model for years already.
I don't know what the Duluth
I didn't
model is,
mute
but I
anybody's
do know that
microphone, bro.
normally
No,
somebody
I
has to
muted
go
my
to
mic
jail.
on the side.
Actually, I think I do know what I think that we've gone over the
We
Duluth
talked
model.
about. You've talked about the Duluth model.
That
Flower.
was no
Okay.
election.
We've talked about the Duluth model like a
That's
couple
right.
weeks ago.
It's all coming back to me.
Oh, it's coming back.
Yeah.
John being a weirdo again.
So at any rate, Arthur Dia, I mean, to finalize your position on this, I think you're cherry picking a very specific example that in reality doesn't play out. So that's what I'll say. And I don't know that I'm wrong.
Who was that at?
I think
Arthur
he's
Dia.
addressing it to me. Yeah, my real name's Melissa.
Yeah,
But so you're saying that the model of a woman who gets married in her 20s, has a kid, and then the man leaves and she has no job skills or way to support herself.
Well, hold on. That's actually, now you've changed it. Now you've changed it. You're now saying the man leaves her. Men generally do not leave in no fault divorce cases. That's almost exclusively, well, Flow State's the one.
Yeah, with Flow State, you're basically a
He's
woman.
got to be different. He's got to be the guy. But generally, that's not true.
So if you've listened to James Sexton, who's the famous divorce attorney, he's done Stars, Hollywood Stars divorces.
I have worked with James
says
Sexton. I've had him on. I've been on a show with him like multiple times. He doesn't say that like it's always the man.
Right. What he has said is that women do the paperwork of filing much more often, but he doesn't, in his opinion, think that women are typically the ones that abandon or cause the marriage to dissolve. He thinks it's a little more 50-50. And Glenn, you can correct me if I'm misunderstood.
No, that's true. He does say that. And he does say that, and I agree with him. Now, just this is where people get mixed up a lot. They're like, oh, well, women file for divorce more. So they're the ones that initiate the divorce. No, they're the ones that file the paperwork. But the behavior that led her to have to do that doesn't necessarily make her the bad guy. It could have been the guy being a piece of shit and she's the one that's filing. The guy could have cheated and she's the one that's filing. It could have been the guy that left and that's why she's the one that's filing. Well, but it doesn't just because women file divorce more doesn't necessarily mean that it's her fault or his fault. There's more nuance.
I guess the thing is that the argument can't continuously change because we can keep shooting them down, but it's fine. In a no-fault divorce where a woman walks away from the marriage, she gets nothing. She's entitled to nothing. That's the end of it. Now, except for the division of assets accrued during the marriage. If there's a home that's paid for, if there are cars that are paid for, if there's a bank account with $10,000 in it, that should be divided. It's a no-fault divorce. Everybody takes the post-marital assets, split it, go your separate ways. Premarital should stay, individual. And who cares about your lack of job training because one of you's decided to just walk away. Now, on the other side of that, and in general, it's going to be the woman, not the man. We've already talked about that. And on the other side of that, in a at-fault divorce, which I think is the only real divorce that we can talk about, the punishments are built in. If you cheat, the court is going to be very unkind to you, unless there's like a really good, really believable story somehow. But go ahead.
Didn't we all just agree that no-fault divorce is a good thing?
As long as I do agree that no-fault divorce is a good thing as long as you're literally walking away with that. Like if my wife and I suddenly decided that we were going to split and we said, okay, you know what? It's over, done. Sign here, go down to the courthouse, sign here, sign there, split the assets, both walk away, no court, no nothing. Fine, great. No fault. Nobody's at fault. We just don't want to be married anymore.
So grid one, just to kind of steelman your position, if a woman wants to walk out of her marriage for whatever stupid reason, you would do no alimony, but you would still divide assets 50-50, regardless of how much work the woman had put into the marriage or lack thereof.
She's obviously both have put in work into the marriage. Both have.
And so you would still just go 50-50 though, even if the guy was working like 100 hours a week and she had one kid who went to school 8 hours a day and was sitting around playing tennis and eating bonbons.
Yeah, I would. I don't believe that there's any better way to do it than just divide the assets. Because
so our main disagreement then is
nobody can compensate people for hours. No, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous argument. I can't compensate you for hours that somebody worked. That's a red herring argument to start with because it can't be counted. I mean, it can,
so
but
it sounds like
how do we measure an hour of my time against an hour of your time?
As long as there's no alimony? Because that's different than that. So everyone here is agreeing with Flow State that they support no fault as long as there's no alimony involved? Because it's different from what most people say in this kind of manosphere, even Christian community, of being against
no, it's
no
not.
fault.
It's very consistent with what men state. It's absolutely consistent. What we state is that if a woman files for divorce for no good reason, or a man, either side, but if there's no good reason for the divorce, right? There's no infidelity, there's no abuse of any kind. You wake up one morning and get the ick and you just don't want to lay next to that person ever again. Or all of a sudden they smell like raspberries and you fucking hate raspberries and you just never want to see that person ever again. Whatever the fuck it is, it's no fault. There's no fault there. If you decide to walk away from the marriage, you get nothing but half the assets generated during the marriage.
I feel like you guys are still going to have a problem with dividing in half, though. If, let's say, the woman is sitting around at home doing her child rearing, and you have one man who's done a 9 to 5.
No, because we value that. You keep acting like child rearing is like this stupid thing that people just do. No, we value child rearing.
Sure.
I don't have a problem paying.
We're the only one that's valuing the child rearing. You're the one that's
we want you to stay home. We want you to stay home.
Let me give 2 scenarios, though, and see if you think this is still going to be fair to go 50-50.
Okay, everybody be quiet until she finishes.
Okay, scenario 1, the woman stays home, the guy works 9 to 5 and makes $60K a year. Scenario 2, the woman stays home, the guy is busting it, working 80 hours a week, builds a multi-million-dollar, we'll say, electrician company. He has multiple employees, and he's purchased a huge house. They have a pool. She's driving a Mercedes. You're going to divide all those assets that he just worked to bring to the family in half and give her half of that, even though she was doing exactly the same job as if she were married to the $60K a year guy who's, got a house with a big mortgage and drives an old truck and has some credit card debt. I feel like you guys are still going to say the wealthier man is getting the raw end of the deal to go 50-50, even if there's no alimony.
It's still better than what it is now.
Everybody in a divorce is gonna bitch. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's no true Scotsman. I mean, nobody's going to be fucking happy.
Yeah.
That's
a
bad argument.
What happens, it's a sad situation because
you find me the happy person in the argument. Find me the happy person here. So here's where I will.
Here's the thing is the woman is still making out more than she came in with, and that's fine.
It just can't be that plus alimony plus child support plus this plus that for the rest of our life. No, split it up half. Never see you again. See you later.
Yeah, at some point,
here's the thing: go ahead.
It's just not. You're just not able to divide things up fairly at that level. The courts aren't able to do it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you say he built a multi-million-dollar business. Well, the business would be an LLC that they wouldn't be entitled to anyway. You wouldn't split that. That wouldn't get sold. It would only be the assets generated during the marriage, and that would only
if the
be
man
the
was smart,
house,
he would have put all his property in the LLC too.
Right, but I was saying, because he's had a good income, he's taken owner's withdrawals, owner's pay, and he's bought a huge house, and they've bought nice cars, and she gets to go buy her Hermes purses.
Why would I have a problem with that? Why would anyone have a problem with that? You are literally saying you continually devalue the female end of just staying home. I understand it because you're a hardworking professional woman. You're an extreme
woman to be compensated if she stays home.
Well, I think you want
the woman to be compensated because she can't work, because you think that not staying home is a problem, and you want her to get a paycheck, a continuous paycheck every month for some perceived lack of income and education, which is not true. Again,
I think we also gotta factor in those purses and those red bottom heels and all that stuff. Those are assets too that we gotta split down the middle.
A lot of this stuff he's buying for you and the kids. He's not buying it just solely for himself. Right. A lot of these assets and things that he's buying is for you. So if it's divided, the things that he bought for you you can leave with. He bought them for you.
Those are assets.
Fine.
We got to split. Those are marital assets, like those red bottom
heels.
And
that's just like if he bought it's just like if my huge ass gun collection, right? We'd have to sell it, or I'd have to compensate the estate for fair value of those items.
Tragic hot air balloon accident over a lake.
Yeah, hot air balloon accident over the lake sounds pretty good to me. I'd have to get rid of my airplanes, right? So this is exactly what we're talking about. And men, you don't hear men bitching about that part of it. The only part that we have a problem with is a woman walking away and requiring a paycheck to do so.
What if it was
splitting assets that we both earned during that period of time is fair? Men are fair. It's what we do. We literally sit there our whole lives and go, that's not fucking fair. You're cheating.
Not
right?
all men
That's
are
what
fair.
we do.
Yeah,
I have a
not all.
question though.
I know. What about
How would
the-
you feel about a 25% time alimony, right? Like if you're married for 20 years, she stayed home, she gets 5 years alimony, or he gets like 5 years alimony.
It should be like unemployment, like I said. You get like 6 months, maybe a year if it's a really long relationship. It doesn't take you that long to get back into the workforce. You can get a job.
It can take you a while.
Are you going to go back to school for 4 years, and he has to pay for your college tuition now?
So,
Like, what is-
Most
so
alimony
where
is
Arthur Dye is
alimony is
coming-
time limited. It's usually not 6 months, but it's usually a couple of years.
Yeah.
In most states, but not all. So Arthur Dye is coming at this from a point. Let me give you guys why I'm pushing so hard on this with her is because she's coming at this from a point of a woman who's an exceptionally high earner. I don't know exactly how much she makes, but if I would guess in the $450,000 a year range, maybe a little more. And
looking for a side
so
piece.
She's looking at this, huh? What's that?
I was just seeing if she was looking for a side piece.
Ignore
I'm just trying to drizzle.
Drizzle.
So she's looking at this from a very specific point of view that if she had taken off 10 years of her life to raise kids, or if someone was in her position and they took 10 years off to raise children, that they would lose that ability to make that much money until they could come back up to speed and make that much money. And in the meantime, in her opinion, the woman is hurt because she's not able to do this, while the man is constantly refining his craft. Although, to be honest with you, Arthur Dye, that's a straw man fallacy in and of itself, because that's not true. Men often have to give up things to be in places their family can live. The reason I didn't get married early partially is because I was traveling all over the damn country and I couldn't raise a family, and I didn't even try because it would have been too terrible. There are tons of men out there that could make more money if they gave up time with their kids, and they choose not to.
You and I have basically done
this is the problem. Yeah, so this is the problem, that you're looking at this through a distorted lens, where I'm trying to look at this through the everyman viewpoint. I'm trying to look at this from the guy that makes $100,000 a year, and you're trying to look at it through the lens of a woman who potentially could make $400,000 a year but is held back. And that's the disconnect here that everyone's fighting against, is because a typical job seeker that's going to make $120,000 a year, taking 3 years off is nothing to their career, especially now that many people can work from home. So the argument from your point of view, while somewhat valid, it falls apart when we start adding the other pieces of no fault. And now in an at-fault divorce case, you know what? If you had married and you had given up that position and been been a good wife and had gone out and raised the kids and taken a few years off, and it was going to take you a year to catch up, then sure, I could see you petitioning for, hey, you need to pay me for a year and whatever classwork I need to catch up, because I made this sacrifice during the marriage for you. But that's something that would only happen, by your own words, if he cheated on you, right? Like if your husband did something that was so heinous that you felt like he needed to leave. So we come back to the basic logic fallacies of no true Scotsman. We can't find it. We can't find an example like you. You are not the norm.
No, I'm the exception.
I have to deal with what the normative
sure.
is. You are the exception to the rule.
I did the same thing as you, as I worked 80 to 100 hours a week for years.
Yes.
working on a
Yes.
career, and specifically not having children during that time, or being married during that time, with the goal of having a kind of high level career. Now, the problem is that I have a uterus and you don't. So it's a little harder for me to start a family.
You have a time limit and I don't.
Exactly,
I could do that. I could do that and you can't. You can't marry a person 11 years younger than you and have children like I did. If you marry someone that's 11 years younger than you, nothing changes about your ability to.
Although I guess it's theoretically possible. I would not do that. No.
But again, even if you did, it doesn't change the math.
Right. It doesn't change
the
the biological
problem that you have
clicking and running out, right?
Right. The problem you have is biology and an expiration date. And I'm sorry. I understand I understand everything about your story. I can't change your story.
So what's hard for me, so let's talk about just me specifically and not women in general. What's hard for me is if I apply this to myself and I didn't go to, maybe I went to a little bit of college, but got married early at age 20, 22 or something, had children, raised them, and I had a husband that wanted to leave, or even if I felt like I needed out for some severe reason, I would be totally screwed. I would be totally dependent on that man at that point.
Well, you
and that's
think
what
that?
scares me.
I don't think that that's true.
So that's why in my life, I've built all these safety nets in with a college degree and a career and all this crap.
But I reject this. I reject this. I have a young lady right now that's going to be on the show in a few weeks. As soon as she gets back from China after her visit there, she's going to come on. She just got out of Columbia. I want to say she's in finance. It could be medical. I don't know. Honestly, I don't listen that much to woman prattle. So I don't know what her degree's in, but she's highly educated. She's exactly like you were back then, right? She's extremely highly educated. She already makes a lot of money. She is at the point now where she's making the determination of, hey, do I go get a job or do I go get a husband?
Mm-hmm.
And she is leaning towards going to get a husband because she's seen women like you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking
because she knows she can go back into the workforce in 5 years and work just fine and use her degree, and that money's not wasted and everything will be fine. It's a matter, there's just timing. There's just timing involved. You can do it. Well, not you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. That's very mean of me to say that you can do it.
I'm the exception to the rule, though, because the gentleman may not know. I'm a cardiac anesthesiologist, and then I'm also board certified in critical care medicine. So I work in the ICU to take care of patients after heart surgery. So it would be very difficult for me to have kids and then say at age 35 or 40, go back into medical school and get a degree and then get into residency. Like it just, you don't see that happening. You don't see that happening.
Right.
You have to make a choice. You have to make a choice.
Right. So you have to make a choice. And don't get me wrong. Like I love what I do. I get excited when I see the cases on the docket for the OR the next day. And I love taking care of my patients. Now, I do, just on a personal level, I do miss the fact that I haven't had a child. I would love to have a baby. There's definitely a very strong maternal instinct there of wanting a baby to raise. And I think that, on my deathbed, I'm going to be like, yeah, man, I ran another code today. Or am I going to be like, yeah, I raised a child, which is more important in the long run. And I very much see that in the bigger perspective of life.
Yeah, because your boss isn't gonna love you like your child is forever. They'll just throw you in. If you quit the next day, they said, "Okay, see you later." But yeah,
well, no,
that's why we're trying
beg
to
her back because there's a shortage of what she
does. Yeah, that's true.
One of my cousins.
They'd be mad about the loss of service, but no, you're right. I mean, they could. I'm not irreplaceable. They can find some other doc to do the job, right? It's It's not like they desperately need me that bad. You can always find someone else to do the job at some point.
Again, I understand your situation.
I don't know that I would looking back. I don't know that I would have done it any differently, because I would, like, my dad, who was, like, you heard me say, I came from a very based Christian family, 2 parents in the house, mom and dad. Mom stayed home, homeschooled us. I was homeschooled from from 5th grade till 12th grade. So it wasn't like I didn't have the role model of an intact 2-parent Christian family to look at. But both my mom and dad emphasized that you have to have a career and you have to be able to support yourself. And they pushed me and my 2 sisters into career fields where we would be able to do that. So
propaganda.
But again, but what's curious, John, is that it's coming from non-feminist Christian household, right? That they are pushing their.
They infected all of us. It's been infected.
My sister is an aerospace engineer. She worked on the shuttle program until it went defunct, and she now works for Boeing, and I guess designs planes with wings that fly off or something. But like she also lives a high power career. And she does not have children. She's a little bit younger than I am, but also does not have children. So she has a little more time than I do. But it's just interesting that, and I know that my father looking at his little girls going, God, I got to make sure these 3 little girls are protected and that they can take care of themselves and aren't dependent on a man, because he watched his own, a couple situations. He watched his mom. His dad died when he was 7. So he watched his mom, who had stayed at home, have no job skills and have to figure out how to suddenly be a single mom. And then he watched his sister, who got married at age, I don't know, she was very young, like 19, 20, end up getting divorced. Same thing, didn't have any particular job skills and was pretty much screwed by the divorce situation. When her husband ran off with some other man. So when you see those kind of situations happen, I understand why, as a parent, he looks at his little girls and goes, oh my God, I got to make sure these kids can take care of themselves when they're adults, and I'm not here to protect them, that they're not dependent on someone.
And yeah, I don't think it's an either or either. I think like Grit is saying, you're just not going to be expected to make the same amount of money as if you put all your time and effort into a job. You're going to, of course, make more money, but why, if you have children and you can makes less money, why would you not choose that? Over, why do I need 500,000? I don't need what do you need this money for? You can live sustainably, with the normal.
Sure. I don't honestly, I don't even live off most of what I make. Most of it just gets saved in my situation. I'm kind of the exception.
Drizzle.
The drizzle. I'm more the exception to the rule, though. But I think most women, because you need 2 incomes these days just to make it, with the price of eggs being $10 a dozen, most women do limit their work hours, but do work because the household needs the income. And so I think women are like 30% of the workforce, and most do have to bring in money to contribute to the family just to keep things going, with as expensive as everything is these days. But you always hear that women don't get paid as much as the men. When you kind of dig into the data on that, it's really because most women limit their job and their hours because they want to be home for their kids. And so, no, they're not going to get paid because they're not doing as much work, because they're purposely limiting their job or career so that they can be home investing the time in their children and their family, which I don't have a problem with. I think that's a good thing for them to do. But yeah, they're not going to make as much when they purposely limit their work hours or their career in that manner.
So,
absolutely.
just so you guys have a little bit more background. Yeah, she's a surgical nurse or anesthesiology nurse, or not nurse,
I'm a
doctor,
an MD, medical doctor.
Yeah, she's a doctor. Yeah. She graduated from medical school with, I thought 300 and a little over
$340,000, all medical school debt, no other debt of any kind. That was just medical school.
You have like a doctorate.
That off. Yeah, she paid that off. She went to go buy a house with I don't know how much down, didn't want to go $400,000 into debt, saved another couple of years, bought the house in cash. Everything she owns everything she has. She's zero debt. And that so she's in rarefied air. So when she talks about this stuff and we're going, well, you know, she sounds feminist or whatever. On the other hand, she's quite based and really ahead of the game. So it's this weird dichotomy. And the reason I've said what I've said is because she's just in a different situation than most people. And she put herself in that situation. Nobody, you know, she made decisions that led to other decisions. And at this point, to be honest, I think that, and, you know, I don't know if I've told you this, Arthur Dye, I probably have. You really need to look into maybe adopting or, you know, something like that when you slow down enough to be able to, you know, hang out with a kid and just be a parent for a few years. And that's what I think you ought to do.
No, I agree with you. I would love to adopt. That's actually a goal of to adopt. Being over 35, it becomes more and more risky with every year to have a child. I mean, certainly women over 35 have kids and they're fine, but your risk statistically of genetic birth defects like Down syndrome and whatnot does increase. And that's just a fact. You can't get around that. Even for men, when, you know, if you're going to have a baby with a 60-year-old male, even though, you know, they can, there's still a higher risk of birth defects from a much older man.
I'd say pray to God and try.
A guy in like 20s or 30s or something, right? So just because I would, like, I'm still young enough right now, I could probably do it and just, you know, hope and pray that the child wouldn't have a birth defect or a problem, but the risk is there and it's higher than when I was 25. That's just how it is. And I do not believe in abortion, so I would absolutely not want to abort a child that we discovered had a birth defect in advance. So I, on some level, feel bad risking, you know, having a child with some sort of problem versus just adopting a baby that's already happy and healthy, and you know we already know whatever problems.
Well, you know, like in the Bible, or whatever, God gave Sarah, I believe it was Sarah, a child at 50 or whatever, right? 60, as an old woman.
I don't remember her age. Pastor Glenn can tell us, but yeah, she prayed that God would open her womb, right?
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't. Once you get past 50, I would 45. It all does get more and more crazy. But I would say pray to God and try if you have a husband.
Yeah. So I'm also not married yet. So there's that. I would want to. Be
so
married.
that takes some years. So
yeah.
There you go. But
so I've been with the same guy for about 20 something years. So. Has it been that long?
But, that counts as married, I think.
But we're not legally married or married in a church, and we don't live in the same house.
Neither was
I need to harass him, but I've known him since I was a teenager, so I need to sit on him to get married.
Sounds like you're in a prime position for a drizzle.
That's what I need.
That's what I'm hearing.
That's right.
That's right. Where's Beaten Cheeks when we need him?
Aging Beaten Cheeks.
He's probably out being a degenerate.
Cheeks is a reformed man, okay? He is a reformed man. He's an incel now.
Reformed, all right.
Can't be an incel and go on dates every week. That's you literally can't do that. So
Beaton is just such a genuine guy when you hear him talk that you can't help but like him.
Cheeks is amazing. Cheeks is amazing.
All right. So next topic, we've beaten this horse thoroughly to death and into leather. So
just before we're all in support of no fault divorce. Is that what I hear?
Okay, hold on. No, I think we need to explain that.
You just want to get like a clip. You just trying to clip it.
I didn't mean to get back into it. I want you to all submit.
I will explain it.
I'm looking for submission, not arguments.
I will explain it right here. As long as no fault divorce means that whoever is filing for no fault divorce, they walk away with no alimony and I guess a percentage of the marital assets, but I wouldn't say 50-50.
Whatever. I'll agree to those terms.
Here's
Good.
the real
Just to
problem.
move on to the next topic.
It's not going to be a clean clip. It's not going to be a clean
I
clip.
got Flow State to agree with me.
Glenn, congratulations on our amicable divorce. This is the best divorce I've ever had.
Thank you. Me too.
Here's your
Barely
real
the
problem,
easiest.
though, is that these laws are written for a society that's very degenerate. Most of the people in the U.S. do not believe, as in general, I think most of us do, as far as considering marriage a very sacred covenant between two people that should not be broken except in some extreme circumstance. Most people, they write the words, I will honor and obey, and the idea of the woman being submissive in a marriage is complete anathema to them at this point in our country. So you're writing laws for people who don't believe as we do and don't behave as most of us probably want to behave inside of a marriage. And so I don't know the best answer for that.
So what you're saying is,
can we address Nick here though? I want to address Nick here since you have his comment highlighted.
Yeah,
now,
I want to move this topic off of this, but and we can talk about this. We can talk about this. This is cool. I brought it up. So
what I'm saying is that as an interim, because one, we were talking about the laws the way it is. I would say where there's no way in hell we're going to get rid of no fault divorce right away. It's just not going to happen. Yeah. It's not going to happen. Right. But in the interim, I think we should still have no fault divorce. But that just means that the wife or whoever is filing for the divorce gets nothing.
Mods, get Christianity Unplugged the link and get him up here.
So that means like
you Glenn, want some penalty on some level of whoever's filing for the divorce and propagating.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean,
whoever's breaking the contract.
Because like there's not a contract. There's not a contract law anywhere. Marriage is the only contract to where you are allowed to right now. You're allowed to break the contract and get paid for breaking the contract. If you try to
break the contract without cause.
Without cause. Yeah, now, if there was a justified cause, if there's a justified cause, then that's different. Then that's not no fault. There's a fault. But for the time being, I think no fault should be in place and allow people to use no fault. But the penalty for using no fault is you don't walk away with any assets.
They should also be required to take a certain amount of counseling or something like that before they're allowed to just divorce.
I was going to say, here's my idea that might help. Is to require, rather than just handing out a marriage certificate for anyone that shows up in the courthouse and asks, what if you made people fill out a prenuptial agreement so they know what they're actually agreeing to and signing?
What do you think a wedding? What do you think a wedding certificate is?
Most people don't go line by line down marriage contract law and have never thought through what they're getting when they go and file.
Have you met most people? You need to meet most people. You've been hanging around
most
with
people are dumb.
Yeah.
Most people won't read that
people are
stuff.
allowed to make bad decisions, and it's really not any of our business what happens in somebody else's relationship. You have no consideration in the contract, so I don't know why you would want to impose yourself into somebody else's relationship. And finally, I think part of the problem with relationships is that people are looking at them too much like contracts and not enough like relationships.
That's true. But the reason why I think that is because there's an incentivization now, or what's been weaponized as the divorce court system, to where one party seems to be getting rewarded for breaking the marriage covenant or vows, and the other party is having to pay for someone that wants to leave the marriage when they may not want the marriage to end.
But in the eyes of the courts, this is contract law. They don't.
That is contract.
So then if it's covenants,
you're right. So if it's contract law, why is the marriage contract the only contract that you could break and get rewarded for it?
That's why I think you should have prenups and maybe force people to get a prenup before every marriage, so they have to actually think
is a
through.
prenup.
The courts are only involved to divide assets.
But then what about this? What about we just get remove anything that's incentivized in our current marriage law structure and make it to where people that get married, they realize like, oh, they both lose.
They both do lose.
They do
realize
they lose.
Yeah.
I don't know anyone who goes into marriage thinking, yeah, I'll just divorce. There'll be no problem.
I could pull up an article from a woman that said that, she wants her first marriage for money and then her second marriage for love. I mean, I could do it right now.
How do you find it?
I just don't think that's most people. Most people.
It's definitely not most people.
I'm not saying it's most people, but it's definitely not most people. But what I'm saying is that that's what people are willing to post these days. These are articles that magazines are willing to publish these days. That's a problem.
How are you finding it though? Like, what are you searching for that you come across these insane women?
Okay,
I don't know. Google.
I want to get Christianity Unplugged up here, but let's Arthur and I, we understand your position on it.
You can boot me and put Christianity Unplugged on if you want to. I don't mind.
I won't boot you, but you're welcome to step down. I try not to boot people unless they're rude or lewd. 420 Moon. Who is married on this panel? I am. Glenn is.
Flo is.
I don't know about.
I consider myself that, but a lot of the more hardline Christians would not.
Well, because you haven't got a marriage license.
Well,
I am not married, and I don't know our other guests.
I could send it to Nick. I'll send it to Nick. Nick, check your Discord.
Moon. I've been married 19 years.
And congratulations!
I look young, right? Yeah.
I want to give you props real quick for owning several planes, but not coughing up $25 a month for 10 StreamYard spots.
I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I did. It sounded like you had limited spots, and so somebody needed to drop.
No, I did.
No. He just doesn't like.
Don't like more than 4. I don't like more than 4 up here. I've had all of the spots full before. It just devolves into everybody trying to talk over each other and all of that. I don't like it. No, we can have as many. We can load her up.
Good deal.
But it's an aesthetic thing. It's an aesthetic thing that grid.
Oh no, I get it. 10 is a lot to handle.
Copium, man. It's raw copium.
You know what's a little bit interesting about marriage, and I see this as a doctor. We do consents before any procedure. We will sit there and tell the patient, you have this % chance of this bad outcome, this % chance of that bad outcome. Everyone can probably quote to you that there's a 50% chance that their marriage will dissolve. And yet everyone, for the most part, goes in thinking, oh, that won't happen to me.
Yeah, because they are, hopeful, as they should be. But just because they're hopeful, if you don't have the tools in place to make sure that your marriage doesn't, end up getting divorced, then you are setting yourself up for failure. Most couples are not going into marriage with the tools in place to, secure their marriage or to make sure that their marriage is not a statistic.
I don't think there are tools that exist because you don't really know what marriage is like until you're married. There might be there are things that can help.
No, there are tools exist. It's just talking to the older people that have been married for X amount of years that have done it better or done it longer than you. Like, how have you guys done this? They have tools.
Well, not all of them have good advice. A lot of them are
true.
Like, I sleep with my secretary and I get drunk every night. Like
that is true.
All right, we're welcome.
And optimize for marriage as well. Like, we know that people who have less promiscuity are less likely to get divorced. The more religious they are, the less likely to get divorced.
The more it's not the more religious they are, the more that they're involved in their church community tend to be like less likely to divorce.
That's actually more accurate.
The more religious,
they hold each other accountable.
There's a correlation to
because they
high
have
school
buffers.
education. Having kids after age 20 correlates to that rather than when you're in your teens, even if you're married at that age. So there are things you can do. What's up, Christianity Unplugged?
7 kids.
Congratulations, sir. That is phenomenal.
All with one woman. She crazy though.
How many men though?
Christianity, what's your take on this? Because you've been
Yeah, to
active
do
in the
3.
chat.
My take on what?
What's your take on no fault divorce?
He thinks it should not be a thing at all.
No, there's no such thing biblically. It's an abomination for the sight of God. Practically speaking, I could see a use for it because the courts are so screwed up. But the courts also hate men and want to screw over men and kidnap their kids contrary to natural law and give them to the crazy single mothers that ruin them and raise them to be deadbeats.
Do you believe in natural law or God's law?
Natural law is actually by God, is God's law,
well,
according to creation.
Colloquially, natural law is different or deviates from the Bible, from biblical.
No, it's not devious from it. It's in conjunction with it.
How do you define natural law?
I disagree with
natural law would be essentially it's not initiating harm.
Essentially, it's the 10 Commandments. According to the Westminster Confession of Faith, essentially the moral law you can find in nature is essentially the 10 Commandments.
It's not initiating harm.
Yeah, it's part of the 10 Commandments.
Harm principle is we could have that argument at some
colloquially.
Yeah,
I'm just defining it for you.
Hey, Grid, do you check the back check real quick?
Yeah, I'm checking it now. All right, man. We'll see you back, man.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Later,
He'll be
Glenn.
back. He'll be back. Look, just so we can keep this flowing kind of smoothly, let's kind of limit the conversation to no fault divorce.
Okay.
And let me help you out, Nick. I'm only for no fault divorce where you're truly both have and there's some, we can get into all of the different steps, but at the end of the process, because you're both one of you is saying, I just don't want to be married anymore, and there's no other reason, and you've gone through all the counseling and everything's said and done, and you're just not going to reconcile. You sign the papers and you walk away. You split the assets gained after during the marriage, not before, or during the divorce. Split the assets. You go your way. She goes her way. That's the end of it. That's the only style of no fault divorce that I find acceptable. Only because it doesn't. The woman doesn't get a paycheck and is not rewarded for just leaving, or the man. Either way, drizzle. I know what Flo's going to go with there.
See, I'm going to refer to the Bible. I mean, that's.
I understand that you will, and I agree. And in a perfect world, which we do not have, I would agree with you. The problem is that currently we have laws, and marriage is a secular institution at the moment. And as long as it's a secular institution, then we have to follow secular laws. If it were up to me,
I got in trouble for not doing it. I got in trouble for not agreeing. I got in trouble for not agreeing. So
yeah, I not agreeing is fine. I don't, but if
I got
my personal belief is that I do not see why secularists even get married to start with, because there's no union under God.
It's a natural institution, and
I think that's
under God, whether they recognize it or not.
It's a cultural institution. It's a cultural institution.
If you look across,
right, I could go with cultural institution, but it's not I don't think it's a natural institution.
I'll call it a natural institution.
I mean, even if you look at animals, there are many animal species which pair off, and there's a number of them which actually bond for life and will have the same partner for life, even like swans and stuff, right? So if you look across all cultures, you will see
But there's also animals that basically screw and leave and then eat the eggs. It doesn't you can't really use animals as a
varies by
so that's why you can't do
It's an
natural
imperfect
law.
analogy. It's an imperfect analogy.
It's not a perfect analogy, but it's just to say that
Agreed.
if you look at the human species, men and women have this tendency to pair off with each other and go have kids. And you cross many cultures, you see that they tend to stay together with those same two
Yes,
people.
there's lots of hypotheticals out there that we can use to illustrate singular instances. I'm just saying that my argument is, just to steelman it for myself, my argument is that the only way no fault divorce works is if you truly go your separate ways, divide the post-marital assets, and just call it quits. That's the only way it works. Otherwise, one person is paying another. We lost Flo. Flo's gone. I think he hit the wrong button.
Couldn't handle it.
He'll be back.
Come back.
He'll be back.
He was
back.
Spurgeon. No, that's the storyline. No, he's not back. He's gone.
That was the wrong button.
It was the wrong button. Yeah, I miss John.
That's right.
I was like,
yeah.
You know what? Fuck this conversation.
I
miss John.
I don't have a rage quit button yet. If I had a rage quit button, I'd have thrown that up there.
Love you too, buddy.
I don't rage quit. I just rage keep going.
So that's my argument, is that and most of this is because we have secular marriage, and that's it, because that's the only place it counts. Go ahead, Flo, man. I'm not, but that's my argument, right? Like that's when, now, Nick, I don't know what your argument is, because we kind of got mixed around there at the beginning, but that's my argument as to why no fault divorce is okay.
My argument is there's no such thing as no fault divorce. It's a legal fiction. Yeah, it exists legally, but it's a fiction. And
by that, are you implying that there's always some level of fault in a divorce?
Absolutely. In the sight of God, there is a fault.
Yeah. It's a legal term. It's not an absolute statement of no
it's
fault.
a way to facilitate people getting divorced and bogging down the system. That's essentially what it is, practically speaking. Bogging down the system is a way to get people divorced and go their separate ways.
So why would you need a secular institution to enforce rules for couples regarding their divorce instead of just leaving it in God's hands?
Because a secular institution shouldn't be secular.
Okay.
I mean, your civil magistrate should serve Jesus Christ. They're obligated to.
What would you do with people who are not Christian
and observe? Well,
is this too off topic? Is this question too off topic?
No, they should observe Christ's law because he's Lord, whether they're regarded in that or not.
What? I don't know. That's
so. Nick, what would you prescribe?
That means that they have to provide.
This is going down. This is going down a tangent.
Christians. That's a whole separate thing, though. It's a whole separate.
Yeah, this is a tangent. What I'm hearing is that he's not going to really engage the conversation or the topic.
No, I'll engage the conversation as far as you want.
So, Nick, if you have two people who are not Christians, no particular interest in Christianity, and they decide they want to pair off and get married in some fashion, what would you have them do in your sort of perfect scenario?
Why? Why not just have like a legal partnership of concubinage?
That's basically what a marriage contract is for the government.
No, like Dabney talked about this when like the feminism came in back in the 19th century. It's like, you just leave whenever partner decides to leave. Why not just have like a legal concubinage? And you just part your separate ways. Just part your separate ways.
Define what
it's not marriage, it's concubinage.
Define.
You're making distinctions without a difference, I think.
No, that's what they called it.
What he's saying is that what we call marriage now secularly is not actually marriage, and it's really just a partnership with a contract.
Okay, well this is a semantic issue that's really yours. That's fine. I'll agree with you, just because I don't care what you how you feel about what real marriage is. But as far as the institution is now, that's what we're talking about.
Like what?
But I had a question. I had a question though for Grid before I lose it.
Yeah, man.
You said that the only way that you see no fault working is how you described. Does that necessarily mean then that you would want laws to enforce none of the other types of no fault divorce working?
No. So I believe that at fault divorces are the only real divorces. But I recognize that as the way the laws are written and the way the world operates right now, we're not going to get no fault divorce removed. We just won't. It's not going to happen, right? Too many people are for it. Too many people use it as a tool. Too many. It exists. We can't put the genie back in the bottle. It just is what it is. Okay. I recognize that fact. I stipulate that fact. Okay. So the only way that I see it the only way I see it workable is the way I described it, as basically, okay, if you just wake up one morning and your partner smells like raspberries and you fucking hate raspberries and they got to go. Okay. If that happens and you decide that you want to leave, then you can, and guys, I'm going to pause 1 second here. Guys, you can't talk over each other. Okay. You can't. I'll having to start knocking people off the panel. That's why I normally keep it to 4 to 6. We got 7 up here now, so it's gonna get real busy real fast. All right, now I'm gonna just finish my point. And Flo, I know you got something to say, so I'll let you go, or you should go next. The only way that I see it working is the way that I described it. It's a little different than what Glenn says, but not by much. And that's only because I don't believe that a woman who can wake up one morning after 5 years of marriage, 3 years of marriage, no kids, no nothing, wake up and say, you know what? I just don't like this bastard anymore. And go to the court, say, I want out. I'm punching out. And the court will reward her a paycheck because she lost lost time, lost wages. She hasn't been able to work or whatever. This is wrong. And this is that's why we really shouldn't have it at all. And I don't recognize that. Huh?
It's the woman at the well.
Take the mic away from your mouth, man. Thank you.
Someone's breathing a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I didn't hear it. I actually have my speakers down because some of you guys get loud. And that's the only way I see it working. Okay. That's it. If I'm wrong about that, please give me an example where you see it working differently. I don't see it working any differently than that. That's my argument. I think it's the best method.
So I think that the well, right?
Okay,
the
go ahead.
At the well in the Bible, right? Who?
Me. I think that by definition, a divorce means it didn't work, right? And I think that each relationship, each divorce, each situation, there's too much variance to be able to standardize, okay, this is fault, this isn't fault, this is acceptable, this isn't acceptable. There's so much gray area there that no case will ever fit it cleanly. And I would just as soon have government get all the way out of it.
I like that too.
That sounds fantastic to me. But I don't see why we would try to keep government involved in something, especially if you're coming from a Christian angle. I don't know if you are or not, but for some of the other guys, I don't know why you would want a secular institution enforcing secular rules that kind of correspond with religious laws when you really think it should be like you're just crossing streams in a lot of different ways, right? I think everybody would be happier removing the government from it altogether. I'm not even religious, and I would be happier removing the government from it and leaving it in God's hands, if you will.
Well, again, I agree with you. However, I just don't see a path for that to happen. I would actually, I think you're right about that. I would 100% agree with that. The problem is I don't see a path where that can happen.
Fair point.
I could be wrong.
I would love to address this question. So, like, before like 1950, we had a religious government that acknowledged Christianity was the basis for our laws. And they had an interest in preserving marriages because they didn't want to destabilize families, which is the basic unit of all civilization. So they had an interest in keeping marriages together. They didn't want to raise effed up
The
kids and
First
bastards.
Amendment. First
They
Amendment.
don't. I don't care.
It's not a religious nation.
I don't give a crap what the First Amendment says. I care about what the
But
Bible.
I'm illustrating that you're just wrong. It has
the
never been a
states had
religious
religion,
country.
and
There
the
was
Supreme Court
there were
acknowledged
state
we were a Christian
churches.
nation. By the way, historically, and the states had established religion for a time in the United States. By the way,
When?
they did,
When?
and then that was
When?
before the Civil War. They had
Colonies,
state established
all-
churches. Yeah, in the colonies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not America.
Yes, it was.
That was
It's
Great
not the
Britain.
America you like.
That was Great
Not the
Britain.
America you like, but it's historically what it is, and I'm pro.
That was
Confederate, so I
Great
don't care.
Britain. The
Should we
colonies
enact
were
it?
not
It acknowledged
America.
the Lord.
The
What?
states
I
and the
don't care.
colonies
All
did
I'm
have
saying is what
state
the Bible
churches.
says. I don't give a crap what America says.
Then why are you giving me history
I don't
that you
give
don't know
a
and don't care
crap.
about? I know.
I
That's
don't
why
give
you're
a
a
crap about what
moron.
America says. No, I'm not a
You
moron. I follow
are.
the Bible. I follow church history. I don't care what the hell what certain politician says out of his ass at 1900 years
I don't
post
care
Christ
about your
to annul
religion.
everything that happened before. I don't care what you say about my religion. I believe Jesus Christ is Lord. He established this world and enacts a certain order. And I follow that order. And I think all societies, all the world is obligated to follow his order. And if they rebel, let them smash them in pieces and let them repent and come to Jesus Christ.
Vengeance
We're
is mine,
not a
saith the Lord.
theocracy,
That's
That's
not
right.
your problem.
No, I can preach it and I can teach it and I can support government that goes
I was-
behind that. I have no
I was
problem with
referring
that.
to the
Like
imposition of the
Charlemagne, like
crushing.
Constantine, like
I am
pretty
a
much
direct
every
descendant of
Christian
Constantine, by
nation.
the way, so you're welcome for the Bible, buddy.
What? What?
I'm a direct descendant of Constantine, so you're welcome for the
So am
Bible.
I. So am I. I'm a descendant of Charlemagne. I'm a descendant of what's another one? Oh yeah, Richard the Lionheart.
What's an optimal age for marriage?
Who cares?
I don't.
My
Okay.
point is, the Bible, Christ the Lord describes marriage, and he gives basically is adultery, and those
What
who
is? How does the
flee. It's a
Bible
ban.
define marriage?
As a union between one man and one woman.
No, it doesn't.
Into one
let's go
flesh is a
Matthew chapter
sacrament to
19.
God.
There is
Matthew
the Bible
chapter
is full
19
of men
says,
who
and the
had
Pharisees
tons
came
of
unto him,
women.
tempting him, saying unto men, is it lawful
That's
for a man
irrelevant
put
to
away
the
his
truth
wife
of
for
the
every
matter.
cause? And
No,
he
it's
answered
not.
and said
That's
unto
very
them,
relevant. It's in the Bible.
Have you not read that which
No.
he which made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder.
And the part about there only being one wife, that's interpreted into it. That must be the book
So
of
Jesus is
Unplugged.
wrong? Okay. I guess Jesus is wrong in Matthew chapter 19.
He just
He's referring to
reinterpreting.
Israel.
No.
Abraham,
Read it
Solomon,
again.
all had more than one wife. Jacob, David, they all had more than one wife in ancient Israel.
Was it meant to be that way? No.
You're extrapolating that.
No. He says, wherefore there no more two, no more twain, two, but one flesh. Male and female. It was originally
So
one male, one woman.
Why can't I become one flesh more than once?
Because that's not the original design.
That doesn't make sense.
It does. Okay.
Does Christ have more than one bride? Are you just
all right? That's fine. Yeah, you guys win.
So are you never supposed to remarry if your wife passes at a young age?
Yeah, Galatians talks about that it's no longer enforced because she's passed on to be with the Lord. You can remarry.
What if you marry at an extremely young age and you realize that the marriage isn't beneficial for either of the
What are you talking about?
Dude, people get young so married at such a young age nowadays. They can literally marry themselves into a very
Have you
bad
looked at the statistics? I mean, compared to how it used to be, people were getting married way younger than they are now. Now they're not getting married and having kids till like 30.
That's true. There's no
So
consequence. There's no social ostracization. There's no consequence. We were dealing with different values and a different world order, basically, now than we did, 100, 200 years ago.
But I mean,
Because women are not held accountable. Neither are the men in some cases.
but we're planning ahead for the future, right? I mean, I got 2 boys that
Well,
I have
yeah,
to
that's why
worry
people
about.
need to repent and come to faith in Jesus Christ. And the state needs to
No.
recognize Jesus Christ as the South did.
Our government is just not set up, though, to ever recognize God, Jesus Christ,
Oh
etc.
shit! Since when? Since when?
what?
Like I can give you the
Well,
whole
not,
history,
a
like
lot of the
them
founding
recognizing
fathers were
Christ.
deists, so they acknowledged.
Okay, so Psalm 2. Psalm 2. Okay, let's go to Psalm 2, right? The kings of the
Well,
earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh, the Lord shall have them in derision. Then he shall speak to them in his wrath and vex them with a sore displeasure. Yet I have set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I shall declare the decree the Lord has said to me, thou art my son, this day I have begotten thee. Speaking of the Lord Jesus Christ. And that's repeated in the New Testament. I ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession.
Guys, this is fascinating. But the subject and the argument, no fault divorce, where people can just walk away, which, by the way, is mostly secular, not really a religious component to it. So let's kind of, not that I don't enjoy it. It's just the argument goes a long way, and Flo's got a show to start pretty soon, so I want to make sure that we get kind of everything done. So
yeah, Flo can't get too mad before he has his own show or whatever,
Sure, I can. I can get mad as fuck. People tend to like it better if I'm mad.
I had
Everybody loves seeing someone spaz the fuck out, don't they?
Oh yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
No fault would have been appreciated. My second
By the time
divorce.
I was 26. 2 divorces under my belt at a young age.
Congratulations on both of them.
Both. Thank you, actually.
I mean, one of the best decisions I ever made was to get divorced quickly and not waste my life trying to miserably to hold together a failing marriage.
Yeah, well, at least you had that wisdom. I didn't.
I can see that. I believe that.
I didn't have that wisdom, actually. My dad gave me that advice. He had just my uncle had spent like 15 years holding a shit marriage together, and then they got divorced anyways. And his advice was, don't do what your uncle did. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And that was a fantastic call. Shout out, Dad.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
Not as sad as if I hadn't gotten divorced.
No, I lived it.
If you're not committed, it's not going to make a difference. If you're not committed, it doesn't matter what your faith is.
And that's that's why the red pill exists.
The important part,
the old order has failed,
is to commit to yourself first each day. Because if you don't, you don't take care
the
of
red
yourself
pill
first
in and of
each day,
itself is
then how are you going to serve anyone else at your best?
I married an extremely religious young lady. It didn't seem to take, I guess. I don't know. 19 years old, we were already getting a divorce. And she was a Southern Baptist raised. Kind of one of the reasons we got married. Extremely possessive parents, and I wasn't a positive influence at the time.
You got her pregnant, didn't you?
No, I did not, actually. And she went through her senior year of high school married. That was one thing I made sure, even after we were married, that she finished school. It's not like she went on to college, but we just weren't. We were both in an early stage of both of our lives. Just like you were explaining, people live longer now. So options are much broader for both male and females in today's environment. And this was in the 90s, so it only made sense that if we realized we were making a mistake that early, then it was an amicable parting of the ways.
Is there anything you would have done differently looking back on the decisions that you and her made?
I could say yes, but I don't want to lie. And it's hard to make judgment calls on information you have now on what would happen back then. You really you think you can, but it's kind of like and that's another Pandora's box of the possibilities that could have, would have, should have stuff. Because you make a decision with knowledge possessed in the future, you make a decision in the past, it changes everything. You can't just say, well, if I knew this, I would behave differently. It doesn't work like that. But I'm pretty sure that I would have behaved the same way, just because a lot of the way I was behaving at the time was my environment and upbringing. I was kind of a spoiled brat. And one of the reasons we got married was because we kind of eloped, and she was a minor. And the only real way to get out of kidnapping charges is, and that's literally what it was. It's kind of a unique situation. We'd been dating for a long time.
My second ex used to have kidnapping fantasies.
Oh, you got with a freak.
We never let that play out, but she mentioned it a few times.
She wanted you to.
We have gone far afield. Far afield.
Yeah, kidnapping fantasies don't go well with no fault divorce.
So
no fault divorces are amicable and beneficial in some situations. They really.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like I said, I married a minor.
Yeah. Nick, I gotta ask, man. I have to ask. This is trying to think of how to put this. So, the red pill literally says, "Do not get married," and that.
Well,
so how are you reconciling?
Rollo will say that. Rollo does not have the corner on the red pill. So,
well, this is my problem with the red pill, is that red pill in and of itself that has some good tenets, and I think we've talked about this before, and I'm just going to keep talking about it. They have some good tenets, but by and large, it's just stuff that we've known, that men have been talking about since the 20s. It's just a name on a set of tenets that really don't matter, right? And
so like what I told Andrew Wilson the other day, you're unplugging from the gynocentric matrix, the worldview, and you're seeing the sham that's been sold you. And you're seeing for the first time, oh, you've been screwed. You've been told a bunch of lies. This is not how reality works. And so you awaken to that. You awaken to, a world taken over, or the West, you could say. It's not like that way everywhere, but it's infiltrated pretty much everywhere. But the West especially has been taken over by feminism. And the laws have been infiltrated. This Marxist or Jacobin feminism has infiltrated pretty much everywhere, and our laws are enacted to protect that. You awaken to that. I awoke to that a little bit before I got totally screwed while I was still pastoring. Not totally. It was a partial awakening.
Okay, that's an interesting point. So as a pastor, how were you not pretty based, right? I'm changing by the way, I'm changing away from the divorce issue, where we're now going in another direction of red pill.
I was old ordered patriarchy. I was old ordered patriarchy. I did not understand the new order.
I don't understand new order.
You say the word red pill and Glenn shows back up.
Yeah, I was old order patriarchy. I understood scripture, exegesis, church fathers, reformers, up to the 19th, early 20th century, I did not understand completely how effed up the New Order is that have been
Where
taken
did you grow
over.
up?
I grew up in Houston, Texas.
That was a pretty happening place.
On a ranch or something?
Nope, oil and gas business.
Yeah, I feel like
I just had a
Houston's pretty liberal, feminist. Is it not?
Yeah, but you have to understand my dad. He's an oil and gas guy. He doesn't. There's no filter. So, he's not necessarily Christian, but he tends to see the world as it is, and he's not what you would call red pill, but he's pretty not with the times.
How do you
and he doesn't care. How do I what?
I liked Glenn Lawrence and Tom.
I think he froze.
I like
No, he
being in
didn't
that movie
freeze.
too, but I didn't see that. I wasn't in that movie.
When I saw that, I was like, Glenn Lawrence wasn't in that movie.
But hey,
he's scared of heights.
I'm not scared of heights.
So I was actually fighting for the patriarchy in the Orthodox Presbyterian Church before I got zeroed out.
I'm just curious, Nick, though, as you were kind of growing up, teenager, college level.
I was Roman Catholic, so
you didn't notice a lot of feminism among the women.
Oh, I did. I didn't understand. I was like, this makes no
with.
sense. And I was Roman Catholic, so I was like, this doesn't make sense either.
Oh, Roman Catholic. There we go.
I grew up Roman
old
Catholic,
Joe.
so
I'm going to answer old Joe here for a second. Old Joe, I don't normally let as many people on the panel at one time because it's very crowded. Looks like did Flo State drop off?
Yeah, he stopped mid conversation.
He froze up and then
he froze. Yeah,
He'll probably hop back on.
No, I think
he
starting
gets a little
his stream
angry
in a
and then
few
he
minutes.
pops off and then he gets,
I think he's starting to stream in a minute. But yeah, old Joe, I don't normally have this many people up at one time because typically by now it's devolved into 7 people just talking over each other. So, but that's fine.
Okay,
Oh,
so
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
So no fault
That's
divorce. So like Jesus, the woman at the well, right? How many men did she go through? He's like, yeah,
6.
And he faulted her for all of them.
And the man you're living with currently is not your husband, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the 6th one.
Yeah. There's fault.
At least someone was counting.
There he is. He's back.
My internet just shot down for some reason. Hey, I'm taking off
earlier.
Okay. Hey, take care, man. No, there he goes.
He did it again.
Somebody should screenshot that.
I've been there. Hey, I've been there.
Somebody should screenshot that of Flo, and that should be like a
The
like a
flow
Down
is not
syndrome look.
flowing tonight.
Flow is not flowing. Yeah. He's still there.
For that.
So I'm going to put a timer next to it, see how long it'll run.
He's just asking us to wait a moment for a very long time.
Hello?
Yeah.
Everybody wait.
The side eye from Glenn. We need to screenshot this.
I got it.
We
I'll
Canadians
put it up on
sent our
Discord.
beavers to stop the flow.
Hi. Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, he's. I think he said he was going to go start his stream up in a few minutes. So the interesting thing that I have is about the red pill and how it's very interesting to me that that so many super religious people, as they often say. Thank you for President Glenn Lawrence, President President Glenn Lawrence, everyone, President Glenn Lawrence.
Finally, a guy I can vote for happily this election.
Vote for me if you want to see things change.
Vote for you if we want to see big guns.
Making American patriarchal again.
Is that MAPPA?
That too.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of red pill truths in scripture, though, right? Like they would constantly talk about like how everybody looked up to a guy because of his height and his beauty and his wealth. Like it's all throughout scripture, especially the Old Testament, right?
Well, it's there.
I mean, look at Samson. Samson was a 5 foot, nothing, long-haired loser.
Beast of a man.
Well, also look at Solomon's wisdom as he lived through, like he had like interact with like 1,000 women, right?
At least.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring back our special guest.
But as far as the red pill in the Bible, my understanding is the red pill tenets hold that we have become a very gynocentric, feminized society. And I don't think that was the case back in biblical times. I think it was a very patriarchal society in biblical times.
I think the Bible times show us, if anything, that we see elements of like feminism, right? You look at
women's nature.
There's nature. Jezebel spirit.
But when Abraham's daughters got him drunk and took advantage of it.
You mean Lot's daughter, not Abraham. Let's not get that twisted now. It's a bad way to tell that story.
He fled the Sodomites, and then they had the incest, right?
Or it's.
I mean, we've always had evil in the world, right?
Who you associate with matters.
Historically, we have had
rubs off on you.
the degree of feminism and wokeness that we currently do.
No, not in the same way, but there's examples where they shut it down every time a woman tried to usurp authority. That's why like Aaron didn't get as punished as hard in the desert. I can't remember the woman, but the woman, she got sent out of camp for 7 days because of her misusing authority, right?
Are you talking about Miriam?
Teach you a lesson. That's right.
Their sister?
I don't remember her name.
Miriam, their sister.
I guess. Yeah. She got a worse punishment, even though she did the exact same garbage that Aaron did, right?
She was a woman. She should have known better. Aaron was at least the high priest.
Ouch.
Yeah, pretty much.
But there's also
walk in the desert for 7 days.
Flow State people, I'm going to Flow States guys. I'm going to stop his stream. He forgot to. Obviously, he couldn't stop it because he like froze. You guys, if you want to stay, hang out. Just go over to my stream and we'll continue talking. But I'll give you guys a couple of minutes and I'll remove the stream. Okay. Well, actually, his may have already. No, that's Weirdo John stream.
Yeah. How do you do? Yeah. I'm restreaming as well.
Okay. Yeah. Never mind.
I don't even know how to turn them off afterwards.
Never mind. It's all done.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we freezing again?
No, I just thought you were telling us to hold on.
No. Welcome, Farney. I'm sorry.
Thanks, man.
I saw you come in, but I couldn't. I was not really paying attention.
No worries, bud. Yeah, I thought it was weird how Flo like made the comment that you guys have never been a Christian nation. Like it shows a lack of understanding of history of his own country.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because
he doesn't like it, and he finds a way.
Yeah, I think people are in denial because they want to keep Kuman, right? So, like, I made the point in chat. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like, there was tons of states that said that you had to admit the truth of the Old and New Testament as well as admit that Christ is Lord. Like, that is explicitly Christian.
And like all of
They
our
just
laws are
didn't
based
want a
off. That's why you
theocracy
put your
like
right
the
hand on the
lands that
Bible.
came
I
from.
mean, come on.
Yeah. They just
Well,
didn't want
it's
the
the
like Catholic rule style like government, right?
well, it's also the illusion that like it has to be national or federal. Like it was
Or
a
like you can't be in the nation if you're not a Christian. You just have to abide
they
by
had
Christian
sovereign
laws.
states that had their own constitution, religion, and law until
say
Abraham Lincoln.
that the founding
Well, I think
fathers.
all but one. I think all but one of the 13 states had state religions. So that the idea of separation between church and state, it comes from a letter. It's not real.
It's an illusion.
I mean, it's nowhere in any of the official documents. It comes from a letter that I believe Jefferson wrote, basically saying something about church and state. It wasn't pertaining to anything directly related to the newly founded government. It's just
Well,
no legal
something
authority.
that people
It's
say.
no legal
It's just
authority.
like people say that the Bible says that your body's the temple and so smoking is bad and all of that, but the Bible doesn't actually say the smoking is bad or anything like that.
Right.
So whatever. People like to interpret things in the way that they wish. So
well,
anyway.
that letter also was to
people
stop the government from getting involved in church matters, not the church
federal
to be
government.
stopped
Not
from getting
the other way
involved
around.
in state matters. Yeah.
Correct. So
It
there
was
were
expressly
state
the
churches,
federal
and the idea
government.
was that the federal government
Yeah.
would not have a state church, such as the Anglican
Yeah.
Church in England, is what they were trying to avoid, that dictated to the colonies or the states how they were supposed to run their churches or their laws.
It is expressly the federal government, not the state governments.
Correct.
Right.
I will point out, though, that
Right,
the
and-
founding
and-
fathers varied significantly in their beliefs. Some were practicing Christians, but a number of them were deists, and they followed the likes of John Locke or Jean-Jacques Rousseau or Thomas Paine.
Well, that's partially
they-
correct. There were
Partially.
a few deists.
Few.
But
not
they did
a lot.
argue in the writing of the Constitution over how they were going to phrase things and if they were going to include, God.
They
and
argued
that
over
sort
the
of thing in
size of
Constitution.
the states too. I mean, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. I mean, they argued for over many things. But the deists really, the deists only really wanted to make sure that the states were not infringed upon by the federal government. They had a very inherent distrust of the federal government, whether they were deists or Christian or well, at the time it was pretty much only two choices. They had a very real fear of a centralized, heavy duty government. They just fought a war over it, or they were about to fight a war over it, and they just didn't want it. So I think that it's often very poorly interpreted that they were concerned about religion being part of the new country. No, they were concerned about the federal government having any power over the states themselves, and including the power to say what religion they had. So it's not that the federal government was to stay out of religion, and religion was not supposed to be part of the federal government. It was that the federal government was not to impose any limitations on religion, including it being part of the federal government. And even the
Correct.
deists were okay with it.
And it was interesting, as our country was mainly either Protestant Christians versus deists. If you go over to France and the French Revolution, they based their revolution and democratic ideas on secularism and natural law. They really left God completely out of it. And they had a very, I guess, somewhat similar, but very different at the same time outcome compared to the American colonies.
They're largely based on people like
it's the Enlightenment
Voltaire and
thinking.
Rousseau. Yeah.
Correct.
It's the Enlightenment thinking or whatever it
Jacobins.
seeps in or whatever.
Yeah,
between
I get
America
annoyed when people
and the
misunderstand
founding.
Canadian history as well. We were very similar in the fact that we cared deeply about Christian values in our nation.
Wait a minute. Canada has a history?
Canada's a
Canada's
country?
not even real, bro. Canada's not real. It's just a wasteland above the United States.
Yeah.
No.
So it's just a big tree where we get our maple from.
Bunch of trees.
Just a bunch of trees.
that hide
There's not
snow.
actually any people there.
Farney,
If you're not
you're
careful, the
Canadian.
snow will get you.
Yeah, yeah.
What
But
are
I know
divorce-
more about American history than some people that were up here, or at least one person.
What are divorce
Well, because
laws
America
like
actually
in
has
Canada?
a history. What about Canada?
Oh.
Canada doesn't.
The
They do have
divorce
some.
laws,
Yeah, what are divorce laws like in Canada? I know nothing about Canadian.
Oh,
They're
I'm tired
very
of talking
similar,
about
but we
divorce
all-
laws. No more divorce laws. So we change this.
Yeah,
subject.
yeah.
I'm sorry, we're changing the
All right.
subject. My bad.
Yeah.
We
Tell
changed
the
it
woman
half
to
an
shut
hour
up.
ago. You guys just haven't caught
Leave
up
it to
yet.
the woman to keep on bringing up divorce
I
laws.
know, right? Like it was a half hour ago. I said we're done with
she
it.
wants to know if she should move up here.
The
I
one
was
thing that
joking,
Canada
by the
has
way.
Lynn, you know that we women can't just give it up, right? Like we got to keep.
Oh, trust me,
perseverating
we
on
know. We know. Any man
I'm
that's been married
experiencing
knows.
that now. I
Like
have
you thought the
firsthand
argument was done. Woman's
No,
bringing
no,
it
no.
back up. We ain't
I
done
know.
yet.
I know. That's exactly why they wrote in a proverb, it's better to be in the corner of a roof of your house than it is to be with a woman, right? Nagging.
Prattling.
It's better to jump off
Something
the roof
like
of your
that.
house.
You know?
Or it's better be in the desert, you know.
what Canada gave us, though, guys? You know what Canada
Maple syrup?
has given us one thing that no other country has given us:
Maple
Joey?
syrup.
war crime. War crimes.
War crime.
In the Second World War, the Canadians are responsible for the establishment and regulation of war crimes.
That's
So,
ironic.
that's something to be
considering
proud of.
Canada's French, right?
Oh no! Don't forget they gave us Justin Bieber. Like
That also a war
please.
crime.
that is a
No,
war
no,
crime.
we're okay to let go of him. Don't worry, take him.
No.
You
Why
guys
you
want to
guys?
head out?
Whoa,
I got
whoa,
work in the
whoa.
I
morning,
believe
so y'all
that's
take care.
considered a terrorist act.
Later,
to be
guys.
honest with you.
Whoa,
Be
whoa,
well.
whoa.
You
Yep.
peacing out, Nick?
Who's taking off?
Mentioned JB.
Barney-
He's
Barney
he's
just
got
took
to
off?
leave.
No. It's Bumpkin.
No.
I
Oh,
think that's
you
Bumpkin.
mean Nick? No, Nick just left.
No, it's
Nick. Oh, my bad. He looks similar
You
to Bumpkin
called
at a
Nick
distance.
Bumpkin? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Have some
Bumpkin-
Both of them should
Same
kick your
dude.
ass. That's rude.
Did he hit the wrong button or something?
No, he said he was leaving.
No, he had to piece.
No.
He had to go. He
Yeah.
said bye.
Yeah, he probably got to get
Yeah.
up early for work tomorrow.
I thought it was because he doesn't like me.
Probably got to
challenging
get
his
up early
idea
to
of love.
soothe those bruises from where he got beat. So that's all.
So
I'm
you were
That was a
you were
while
saying
ago.
this-
Okay, he didn't get beat recently. That was a long time ago.
So the subject that Grid wanted was red pill. Now I think.
Yes.
Well,
All right, let's do
so
this. What is this red pill
the
topic?
problem.
Let's go.
No, see, it's not. It's see. The thing is that Nick and his buddies claim to be red pill enthusiasts, I guess, and or prescribers or subscribers or what, some kind of scriber, and it clashes directly with their religious beliefs.
Yeah,
He and every time I kind of try and get him to say that, or I try and get him to talk about how do they reconcile that. The only thing I get is, well, Rollo's the only one that said that in red pill men should not get married.
That's not true.
I'm yeah. So it's not accurate to say that, and even if we discount, which we should, Rollo as the father of red pill, he simply defined a bunch of things that people had written previously, and he kind of he very cleverly used red pill because of the Matrix, and it was an easy way of understanding what he was talking about. That was that's all good stuff, right? Like that's wonderful. And it made it a very easy thing for people to remember and identify with and all of that. So red pill actually, little column A, little column B, but mostly good. But it's still really hard for a religious guy to come to terms with red pill tenets. It's really hard. And that's where, like, I'm positive what Glenn's going to say is that's one of the problems he has with Myron and Walter is that they make a lot of claims to morality, but they have no base for morality because they don't prescribe. Although Myron has come out and said that he is has he actually come out and said he's Muslim, or does he just like Muslim?
Yeah,
curious?
he says he's a bad Muslim.
A bad okay. Well,
yeah.
Is that like being a bad poker player, or what is that?
It's like being a bad Christian, right? You claim you're a Christian, but you go out fornicating everywhere,
I think Andrew Tate
I'm not
is
sure
also,
that's how. Okay.
he says, converted to being Muslim.
Like, I don't think Muslims are allowed to drink.
I don't really care what Andrew Tate is saying. Andrew Tate just doesn't have the sway, I think, that people think he does. And he's certainly not going on panels talking about anything anymore. So that's, he's kind of largely irrelevant. And so this is why I think that Andrew Wilson refutes being red pill. And I hear quite often Glenn Lawrence refute being red pill. And but these guys are like, they're like, red pill saves us. Red pill's going to save this, and red pill's going to do that. And as much as I would like it to be that easy and true, I just don't see how they reconcile it. And then of course he left, and now I will have to wait till next time. But go ahead, Glenn. I know that you're chomping at the bit.
Sorry.
Chomping. Maybe not.
Okay, class, are we ready? No, Glenn's here.
Oh boy.
This is the thing, class. The best thing I can say about red pill is this. Red pill did a great job at the descriptors of the problem. They were able to point out the problem. They made light. They brought, the problem that men face out. And, we all can agree that, men are having problems with women when it comes to dating or, even marriage. They point out the flaws in our divorce court that many men are suffering from. And when they say that marriage is a trap, or they wouldn't advise men to get married, they base it on some pretty irrefutable facts, right? They take the information that is made readily aware through science, like Dr. Marty Hazelton, Dr. Buss, right? David Buss. And they say, hey, if women are behaving this way, and men are behaving this way, and these are the problems that we're seeing here, maybe it's because we have told guys that women are sweet and nice and everything, sugar and spice and all that stuff, and that's not the true. So what they have done, what?
I'm kidding.
And so what they have done is they have pointed out fundamentally what are the problems that our men are facing, and one of them is how feminism is, right? I don't hear any Christians, very rarely do I hear Christian pastors, and I can say this, I have never heard a Christian pastor before the red pill go out and say that feminism is the problem. Okay. So now we realize that feminism is the problem. The red pill did great at providing the descriptors to the problems men face. Where I have a problem with the red pill is not the descriptors. I am in alignment and agreement with the descriptors. I just don't agree with all the prescriptions that they give us. Okay, now I have no problem with the guy spinning plates, like Rolo says, right? Because you don't have to have sex with any of your plates that you're spinning, nor should you, right? I advise guys to, try to save it till marriage. Now, you're going to say, Glenn, but did you? No, dummy. Of course I didn't. But I wish I could say I did. I wish I could say I did because, well, there was, I got myself in a whole lot of unnecessary problems and wasted a whole lot of time chasing tail that could have been, applied to more useful things like a business, like a career, like, furthering my goals, right? And I didn't. I've wasted that time chasing ass. Now, did I smash? Of course I did. But what was the consequence of that? Well, I wasted time. And there was a lot of unnecessary drama. I could have avoided the unnecessary drama if I would have applied it to other things. So when it comes to spinning plates, I don't have a problem with spinning plates. Spin plates. Just don't sleep with them. That's called dating non-exclusively. And when you're ready to settle down with somebody that you've been one of your plates, then you date exclusively and you drop the rest of your plates. All right. Now you are one-on-one in a monogamous dating scenario. And hopefully that's the one that you end up choosing to marry. There's nothing wrong with some of the red pill tenets, but what is wrong with the red pill tenets is that the red pill has no desire to eradicate feminism. They definitely want to point out to you that this is the problem, but they have no desire to get rid of it. Why? Well, because they benefit from it. Let's face it. If they didn't have feminism to deal with, then they wouldn't be able to tell you to get your notch count up, because it would be really hard to get your notch count up if the sexual revolution and all this, nonsense that feminism really champions wouldn't be here. So if we got rid of all the female promiscuity, because they benefit from female promiscuity, do you have feminism? You don't. You get rid of female promiscuity, you get rid of feminism. But the red pill doesn't want to get rid of feminism, again, because like I said, you wouldn't buy their books, you wouldn't get on their courses, you wouldn't take their classes, you wouldn't do any of that shit if we got rid of it. So they benefit from it. So they teach you workarounds. That's my problem with the red pill. They don't teach you workarounds on how to make a family great again. They don't teach you workarounds on how to find a wife and how to vet her properly in order for you to settle down and marry a woman. They don't teach you that. They teach you how to get laid. They teach you how to get paid, and they teach you how to get buff, right? All those things are good. All those things are good. Getting paid and getting buff are good, and finding a wife laid, that'll be a good part. But how to, select your wife, how to prepare for marriage, how to vet a woman out for marriage, they don't do. So that's my beef with them, is that all the prescriptions that they provide are for hoeing around. And they tell you don't settle down with a hoe, but they encourage you guys to go bang all these chicks. So
yeah, they are the hoe makers.
More hoes.
That's why Andrew says the red pill really doesn't mean what the red pill means. They've just they've contorted the actual meaning, the original meaning of the red pill.
Hold on. I will say this about the red pill. One more thing though. The real red pill is not what we're seeing on all these podcasts and Myron and all that stuff. Have you guys gone into looked up married red pill? Go look up the married red pill on Reddit. All right, do yourself a favor and just read those blogs, read those conversations that guys are having. That's the real red pill. And it's not sensationalized. It's not cool. It's not very like, ooh, this is hot. No, it's pretty boring. And it's guys laying into guys, asking guys, have you leveled up? Have you done the right thing? Like, are you, did you let yourself go? Like, it is, a lot of it is about guys getting into guys like, just, yo, bro, man up, level up, do the right thing here. Like, so it's not very, you know, pretty. It's not necessarily all about shaming these hoes.
Sometimes it's apologize for them after the fact.
Exactly.
The thing I like about the red pill is, like you're saying, a lot of what they state is true. However, they miss out on fundamental truths, right? Such as Christ is Lord, and things like that, right? And because of that, their prescriptors are completely out of whack. And even with you mentioning red pill on Reddit for married people, right? I would imagine
married red pill. Married red pill.
I don't want to promote it anyways, man, because yeah, I know, but I don't even want to get it right, because I bet you their prescriptions are still probably wrong, because they're giving you prescriptions to have a healthy marriage based on emotions. So desirability and all this other nonsense, right? I would assume,
you're making a judgment without even reading it. I think you should read it before.
No, that's why I'm letting you correct me. Like,
some of it's very actionable terms. It's like, oh, okay, so you know, you have dropped the ball in this area. Well, what do you expect? You know, like a lot of it is accountability stuff. But
yeah, so if it's saying like you're being slothful or something, and that's why your marriage is struggling, like,
no, it's also just like, you know, you've promised to do X, Y, and Z numerous times, and you haven't done it, right? Like,
yeah, let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes.
A lot of it's accountability.
So that's why I mean, like, you can get that from Christianity already, right? So why do you even need this label of red pill?
Because the church doesn't acknowledge the fact that women's nature. The church doesn't hold women accountable. Well, in modern day churches, you don't hear anybody chastise a woman.
Right, but I think you could get that from scripture as well.
You could get it from scripture, but who's reading the scripture? Is it going to be the pastor going to say it? Because the husband could point out to his wife this scripture all day long, and that don't mean shit unless like the pastor or somebody says it in the church.
Well, again, then they're not getting their spiritual teachings from their husband, which is the main source.
If they're beefing with their husband, right? And they're like, well, the pastor never talks about this.
Yeah. And that comes to vetting the church that you're in, and I'm sure there's churches out there that do give the proper pushback on feminine nature. It's just that it's not the common thing, obviously, right? And so I think like we need to be pushing for the reform in the church to actually have them properly lead their flock, right?
Well, how do we get that?
You can either put pushback in the churches that you're already in, or you could start creating your own, right? That's what Martin Luther did,
you know what? They'll tell you if you try to push back. You know what? Grid, allow me to present evidence number 1.
While he's getting that ready, I think that the one of my problems with red pill, and you guys have covered it a little bit, is this idea that it's somehow it's better to be an alpha than a beta, and it uses some really interesting definitions for what those are. And Glenn and I had an excellent conversation about which is better to be, an alpha or a beta, and which one do we need more of, or which one is better to have in society. And the answer is very interesting. All right, I see you've got it ready to go here.
Look for a church with a spine. What do you believe are the marks of the church with a spine?
Quite frankly, I think a church with a spine is a church that's willing to pastor the women in their congregation. Okay. Forget about standing up to Congress and the Supreme Court and the President of the United Nations, because they're all other. They're all outside. The things that make pastors go wobbly at the knees is the thought of having a firestorm break out among the wives of his elders or some of the influential women in the church. And women need to be pastored, and they need to be pastored by men. And oftentimes churches go astray, not because unorthodox thoughts popped into the heads of the men running the church, but because the men running the church, the men who are responsible for the church, were not willing to say things that would ruffle feathers inside the church. So it's very easy to play the part of a son of thunder in the pulpit. And some churches, they like the gentle, soft-spoken Mr. Rogers approach in the pulpit. But other traditions, like the Wild Bill Hickok in the a gun show in the pulpit. But what he's doing is he's preaching against mainstream media and secular Hollywood and the clowns in Washington, D.C., But the place that requires courage is to preach against the sins that the people in your congregation are likely to be committing. Right? What are they doing? Because people can listen to you talk about other people's sins all day. Right? The mark of a church with a spine would be where the sermons are applicatory, and I follow the general Puritan exposition and application. I think that that's a healthy balance. This is what the text says. This is what the text said to the people who first received the book of Ephesians. And then application is the second part of the sermon. So what you want to find is a church that has searching, penetrating sermons that don't stint on the application, and the application would be application that can be made by people there. Do you ever hear sermons on how to respect your husband? Do you ever hear sermons on children obey your parents? Do you ever hear, you say, well, I believe in preaching the gospel. Well, you're saying I believe in preaching. You're either saying you only believe in preaching the first 3 chapters of Ephesians and not the last 3 chapters, or you're saying the last 3 chapters aren't gospel. But Paul argues that here's the gospel, and then therefore the rest of the book is built on the foundation there, and its application. So the church with a spine is one that preaches the word and doesn't hop over problematic verses, doesn't preach hobby horses, that expositional preaching and expositional application.
And when you do that, where you're giving the application that actually hits home with the congregation in front of you, it's weird because I know from the pulpit you can feel it when you hit it, because it's weird, but I think even the babies know to be quiet. It just goes whoom, and even the kids that were screaming, all of a sudden it's just dead quiet while it starts to move in.
That's absolutely right.
And it takes courage to push onto the gas and make sure that you get it all the way in.
And what I would tell young pastors who have just received a call in the church is I wouldn't tell them to make sure to make trouble in the first 6 months.
Right.
Okay. But you need to establish your right to make trouble in the first 6 months. So where you preach on something, you don't know if it's going to cause a stir or not, but you should preach on something that might. Right.
No, but okay. So when you started this, you've got the general idea, preach trouble, make sure it's applicable. But when you started it, you specifically said, are you ready to preach to the women? Why do you pick that particular subset of the congregation as it's as if that's a hands-off area that you're not allowed to actually address things there?
Correct. That's because the advice I'm giving here is not advice that I would have given in 1300. I'm saying that the women of the church, in the evangelical church, the women of the church currently are the sacred cow. There have been other eras where that was that wasn't the case. You would have to preach to the rich bankers. Or you'd have to, there are people that that person is not a sinner because he's a fat tither. Okay. That's a previous, that's not the big thing now, but that's has been in the past. Currently, the group that you're not allowed to criticize or act as though they have struggles and temptations that are unique to their station. That group is women. That's our current no-fly zone. And I believe that when the reaction occurs, and I think there'll be a reaction, and a bunch of meathead men will take over and they'll beat their chests and stuff, and then in 100 years, the young pastor needs to go after them first. Right now, we live in a feminized culture. We live in an effeminate culture. We live in a culture where men have abdicated or been excluded, and all for the sake of the sensibilities of the women. So I think that that's the place where a young preacher ought to draw a line and say, I want to be the pastor of everybody here, and that includes the women, that includes the kids.
Yeah, so I have a direct thing to say about that, man. So when did the problems in the church become real bad, right? What decades would you say roughly that it happened?
Does it matter?
That would depend on the church. I can't think of a time when there wasn't.
I mean, personally, I would say, personally, we could look back and go at least 1980s, the 80s.
Yeah, when
they bought into the whole egalitarian and complementarian nonsense, that's when we start seeing these problems really arise.
And to me, part of the reason that happened is starting in the 60s, they stopped enforcing head coverings in church. Head coverings remind women of their position in the hierarchy with their relationships and with God.
Well, it really comes down to when they started doing the whole smash the patriarchy thing, and then the church cowered into it and got rid of teaching biblical patriarchy.
Right, but the head covering, the head covering represents that a man has authority over you, that the man is the glory of God, not the woman. The woman is the glory of man. So it's an incredibly important thing that we just went, again, it's okay. Even orthodoxy is relaxed on that.
What I'm getting at is that is, yes, that's true, but it doesn't change the fact that today, we're talking about today. We could talk about when did this problem start. That part is irrelevant. Now that we notice that we have a problem in the church, and if the church doesn't recognize it, because they do recognize it, in my opinion, but they just choose to ignore it, right? Because it doesn't affect it. That changing things affects their bottom line, right? Unless the church is willing to address the problem correctly, it doesn't matter how long ago it started. The fact that we see the problem today, it's here. The problem's here now. When did it start? Irrelevant. We have the problem now. How are we going to deal with it?
Well,
and they don't want to deal with it. That's the problem.
Well, my reasoning for pointing out when it started is because then you can look at what changes happened around that time that led to the situation we're in now. If we realize that head coverings was one of the parts of the equation, then that's somewhere where we can start, because that is a symbol of what is going wrong here. Because with head coverings back in the church, everything else is understood from that, because then you can start preaching about positions and roles and stuff like that.
Well, Pastor Joel Webbin's church in Austin, he requires head coverings.
Good on him.
Not a lot of pastors are going to do that,
and their flock will suffer for their bad leadership, right?
But tell me, okay, let's say all the churches in the United States this Sunday instituted head coverings. Does that change anything?
I think it would weed out a lot of the strong-headed females, and that means that the other females that are willing to be submissive are not going to be.
If they don't implement the teaching of biblical patriarchy, the head coverings are irrelevant.
No, I agree that you need to have both, but I'm saying the head coverings start first, and the beautiful side effect of that is it would scare away these headstrong women, because they'll be like, I'm not doing that, right? And so no longer will you have those bad influences on the other women in church.
But
those are the nasty women that are going to be fighting you the whole way.
The head covering is just an outward symbol. You already have people who put on the Christian face and go sit in church on Sunday morning, and the rest of the week, they're the most degenerate people you'd ever meet. They can certainly pull it together and maybe slap on a head covering for the morning sermon. but it's indicative that the problem is a much deeper underlying attitude and spiritual side that needs correcting from on a much deeper level than just whatever you put on your head or not.
See the pushback already? She would leave the church, right?
No, I wouldn't. I personally have never worn a head covering in church, but I think I have a pretty good grasp on a woman in a marriage being submissive to her husband. I sure as heck don't want any female pastors or elders or whatever priests running around in my church. You know, to me, it would be a very outward symbol and not necessarily completely indicative of a deeper, you know, a spiritual belief or attitude.
But it's a constant reminder of the fact of certain passages, such as a woman is the glory of man, not the glory of God. A man is the glory of God.
Wouldn't you think if the teachings were appropriate, the women would take it upon themselves to hood themselves?
If it
falls on us to teach the women, then
I would
we're
not
the ones
agree.
failing.
I would not agree, because you don't see that in Eastern Orthodoxy. It's optional for women to wear head coverings, and many women don't because it's optional.
Well, I get that, but I'm just saying that it falls on us to provide the appropriate teaching, isn't? That means that we're the ones failing.
I think that, yeah, like the standards are not being put in place, right? Just like on the micro level with a relationship, if you don't put these boundaries on your partner, then you know it's going to be a failed relationship, right? If you don't put the boundaries on your flock, then they're not going to fall in line as easy to the things you're teaching.
Well, hey y'all, I'm gonna be heading off to bed now. It was good talking to you. Thank you for having me, Grid One. Good talking to you, Glenn. Good to see
to have
you.
you, John.
Yeah, for sure. I'm streaming tomorrow, 11 a.m. on my channel.
Nobody
for the
cares.
third time. Fuck you, Glenn.
Support John, y'all.
Oh, you know, actually, I do the I do the day shift on. I don't do the day shift tomorrow, so you're good. I'll come watch your show.
Yep.
Glenn, how would you fix some of
I'll
this?
see y'all.
Because you're probably one of the most based people I've heard. I typically agree with most of what you say. And I think Andrew's, you know, having all these people looking up Orthodox Christianity is indicative of a very big problem among the Protestant churches, where a lot of them, you know, they have the 15-minute sermon. There's a lot of times spent singing, and there's no real preaching or holding anyone accountable. And I remember like my dad going to like men's Bible study groups and men's breakfasts and stuff, where they kind of kept each other accountable and could discuss how to live life and how to solve problems together. And the women similarly would get together and do stuff where they would hold each other accountable. And all of that's just lost at this point.
Yeah. Okay. So I would definitely start with, you know, bringing back biblical patriarchy into the churches. I think every Christian church, I don't care the denomination, should go back to biblical patriarchy. Abandon egalitarianism, abandon complementarianism, and get back to biblical patriarchy.
I mean, I agree, but we just had the Southern Baptists deciding they could have women pastors in their most recent, I don't know, we call it meetings that they do.
Yeah, we talked about that the other night.
It's even the more based churches now are becoming more and more involved in this degeneracy.
And then what people need to do is leave those churches and go to churches that don't support that.
But like it's getting to where you can't find a church almost anymore.
But there are out there. There maybe not be where you want to live, but I think people should move to for churches. When you find a pastor or churches that are going to be doing like teaching the right thing, like when Pastor Joel Webman said this about a year ago, he's like, people should move to where there's good churches. Right. And I was like, dude, that kind of sounds like you just want to get a whole bunch of people to start moving to Austin, Texas to be a part of your church. But after thinking about it for a while, I was like, you know what? No, he's kind of right. If this church over here, this state is preaching exactly what you believe and it's aligned with God's word, then yeah, you should move to that church. I mean, you know, you have jobs, right? Okay, I get it. You don't have a job in Texas, but you can find one. You know, you could move. People move to places for work all the time and take that risk. I'm going to move to another state for this job that may or may not last. And they'll take that risk. Why not move to a church? Move for a church. If there's this pastor that you really believe in and his message is solid, why aren't you moving to go to that church? That will show the other churches, yo, you better shape up or ship out, because these people are willing to abandon you and leave your church because you are not doing the right thing. You're not preaching the message as you should be. You're catering and pandering to whatever group, and that's foul. So the only way to really kind of make these pastors realize, like, yo, we better get on board, is when they see people leave their church and go to a church that is preaching correctly.
The problem I see, though, is that the most successful churches are these mega churches like a Joel Osteen, where you're kind of just
but they don't last long. They don't last long. They have a 10-year lifespan until they fracture in half, and then they splinter away, and then they end up not being. I used to go to one. It was a Foursquare one back in mid 1990s, right? And by, I want to say 2004 or 5, that church was broken. Like, we had this thing called U-turn. We had a whole nother building. We had the church building, but then we had a whole nother warehouse that we converted. We had a skate ramp. We had basketball courts. We had all the video games. This is back when they had what is that cube thing? It was like it was a cube, is it GameCube? Is that what it's called? I don't know. It was like before the PlayStation 3 thing. They had all these different like video games and all these TVs where people could set up. We had a snack bar. We had a huge stage for, worship and stuff. We had concerts there, everything. They were like the mega church. But as soon as the teaching started fracturing, that church broke in half. And then what happened? Everything else went down with it. So
Grid, a question real quick. Grid, is Cornerstone still there in Madison? The big Cornerstone Church, is it still a thing?
Cornerstone is still a thing out in Los Angeles and parts of Northern California.
Well, I was wondering, they had one in Madison. It was a huge place, and to me it seemed huge. I don't even know if they're still there.
I've known a few pastors from Cornerstone.
Biggest churches I'd ever seen. So I moved up here to Illinois, and that church that I thought was huge was literally about an eighth of the size of the one when I seen them up here, called Willow Church. It's astronomical. It looks like a college campus. In fact, it's probably as big as the Harper College up here. It's absolutely ginormous. It's one of the biggest churches I've ever seen. I've been up here for 15 years, and they're still around, almost 16 years. Yeah. And it's one of the hugest churches, and it's north of Chicago, so it's right outside a major city, and there's a lot of population. They haven't changed their teachings, their way, because I speak to people around. I'm just an open person. I talk to a lot of people, and
they're like Glenn was getting at, like churches, especially in the 80s, were starting to panic about attendance, and so they started to become more worldly, right? And I think that we need churches to care more about whether or not they're being doctrinally sound over appealing to the masses. If people don't come, whatever, who cares? That's not the purpose of the church. The purpose of the church is to teach God's word in a correct manner, right? And to lead the flock in a correct manner.
Well, I think that I can't stand Joel Osteen, for example, because his message is so watered down. He's never delivered a single talk, let alone a sermon, where he said that you were going to go to hell. All it is a positive message. It's all uplifting. It's all no negative, right? And so that only really plays to a very specific group of people. A lot of elderly people who don't want to hear the negativity. and a lot of women who don't want to hear the negativity. It does not appeal to men. It made me literally, like, I listened about half a Joel Osteen sermon once. I was driving across country, just happened to come on the radio. Listen to about half of it, and it was just like, who is it? What is wrong with this guy? And then I actually thought that maybe I just caught him on a bad day, but pretty much everything anyone has ever told me about him was the same thing. And so when you have churches like that, and churches who are using that pattern, you can't get away from the fact that it's never going to work for most people. I do not prescribe to the idea that I have any place to tell anyone how, when, why, or where to worship. What I will say is that I can't worship there, and I find it very hard to believe that people like me could worship there. There's a lot of issues, I feel like, with a lot of the popular churches today, and the biggest ones are simply that they're just not believable, and they do not actually teach the Bible. They have sermons, they speak to you, they put on a show, and that's about it. So I think that at the end of the day, you really kind of have to look around and find a church that might even piss you off a little bit. It might be that this guy is just always telling me I'm going to hell. Maybe that's what you need to hear. I don't know. But I personally dislike churches that are soft, for lack of a better word.
I suspect there's a very real economic pressure on churches, though, because most ministers don't make a lot. A lot of them work a second job to make ends meet for their family. And so I suspect they get financially rewarded by having kind of a lovey-dovey, we're all cool, God loves you type message versus any sort of hard-hitting message in their church.
Yeah, I think maybe in some churches, but like our church has been there forever. I can't imagine that there's, I can't imagine that the pastor is not making a reasonable salary. Now I'm sure it's not, probably not Cadillac money, but probably not too far off. Anyway, yeah, it's an interesting.
No, these pastors are not making money at all. Trust me. Most pastors have to work 2 jobs. Like they have pastoring is their part-time job. But really it's a full-time job, but they're having to do that as they work another regular full-time job. The average pastor is not making enough just to live off of.
Interesting.
That should be the way our politicians are.
Our politicians make way more money.
Yeah, it should be an all volunteer position, in my opinion.
No, you're supposed to be paid for your efforts. That's in scripture as well. So
I believe
I can find the passage.
Forms of payment, though. I believe you're getting paid something greater by public service.
No, but like the reason that it's important that they get paid is that way they can put their full attention on guiding the flock. They're not separated between responsibilities of their job and responsibilities towards the church.
Religion's one thing. I'm talking about politicians. I think.
I thought you meant. My apologies. My apologies. I thought you were talking about pastors and stuff.
Your local mayor, your aldermen, all those people. They shouldn't draw a salary at all. It should be volunteer work. Everyone serving in public service, not firemen, policemen, but if you're serving as a political point, you shouldn't draw a paycheck for it.
I think that would just result in corruption anyways, man, because then they would just start doing all these shady things to benefit themselves financially.
Start? Well, yeah, they would probably start, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Like the
Problem you may
lobbyists
run
would have
into-
even more control over them and such, right?
The problem you'd run into is that only
That's my
rich
concern,
people,
bro.
only rich people would then be able to run for office.
That
because
as well.
A poor person could not financially support themselves if they weren't getting paid for the effort they were putting into their politician job.
I don't see politicians' jobs important enough where they work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. They don't put 40 hours in. Surely,
I think one of the main things to go back to what you were asking me, how do we fix things, is if the church gets on board, right, and starts teaching and preaching about the beauties of the roles that both men and women play, and although that they're different, the importance of the roles that they play. You know what I'm saying? Like, women tend to think like they are not equal in value. No, women are equal in value as men. They're just, the function is different. We're equal in value, but not equal in function or purpose or station. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I would say also, like I said, with the head coverings, I think it goes more deep into what you're preaching there, as well as we do care about outward appearance. It's not permissible for a man in a proper church to come to church in a dress or a skirt. You know what I mean? So we do care about outward appearance because it matters for demonstrating the proper role of people.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would be happy if women could actually wear a top that covered their boobs and a skirt that was long enough.
Yeah. No, I
The
think
head
that's
covering
important.
would be the
I think
icing
that's
on
an
the cake at
important
that
as well.
point.
Yeah. Maybe give them a poncho. That way you kill two birds with one stone, eh? But yeah, like I think that's the main thing is that we need to enforce people to be having proper attire. And I'm not talking about the nonsense where you show up in your Sunday best. I think that is nonsense. If you want to come to church in denim or whatever, fine. As long as you're not like, coming to church in a mini skirt and having your cleavage showing, or a man coming to church in a mini skirt, etc. Then that's the biggest thing, right? It's not supposed to be all this flashiness as well, right? You're not supposed to come to church with all your makeup done and stuff like that. So I think these are important things because I don't know, I see it in numerous amount of churches where, like you were saying, the women are coming, they're all dressed provocatively, they're all makeuped out, they have no head covering on. The men, I like I said, I think the only thing that you could really say about the men is I don't think that they should be coming all suited out. They should just be coming as a regular person. Your attire should not be the focal point of going to church. Should be as pushed to the side as possible, and the only way you can do that is by setting minimum standards that you need to have, right? I don't know if anybody agrees with me here on this, but
To a degree. I mean, when I was little, my parents would teach that we dress up to show respect to God, and it wasn't so I could look as pretty as possible, but just like if I were going for, to go meet the president or for a job interview, I would dress the part. As far as I wouldn't show up in a pair of shorts and flip-flops. I would look as put together and respectable as I could, as a sign of respect for what I was doing.
yeah, I don't think that is proper teaching. So for instance, what that does is that creates the separation between your behavior in church and outside of church. You should be behaving in a respectful manner towards God outside of church. So if your outfit is not appropriate for God in church, then that should tell you something that your attire is not appropriate outside of church either. And also, the Jews came to church in their flip-flops all the time, their sandals, right?
Well, at the
So
time that was
didn't
their
they live in a desert?
cultural standard.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. They lived in a desert, but you know, if you live in like Cali or Florida or something, somewhere hot, then
If I
why
remember
not come
correctly,
in like something that's
sandals were the
breathable,
only
right?
shoes they had back then, wasn't it?
Pardon?
They
Well, I
didn't
think
actually
to
have
me
shoes
the,
back then, did they?
the most
Well, they had like
important thing
greaves
is
and stuff. You wouldn't come to church in your knight's armor and stuff, right?
like there's a verse
I
in
don't
the
know, like a
Bible that
knight.
says men look at the outward appearance, but God looks at the heart.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't matter that much what you're wearing. I think you should be respectably
It does.
clothed. But
Yeah,
the more important
You
thing
shouldn't
is
be
the
a
attitude.
distraction. You shouldn't
Exactly.
be a
Yeah,
distraction.
exactly. You don't want to be a distraction. You don't want to be, I don't want to show up in a bathing suit. I don't want to show up in, gaudy gold jewelry and a, prom dress or something. Like, there's ridiculous ends to this, but you want to kind of blend in and look decent and modest and
But my point is, you're supposed to be doing that outside of church. Also, God does care about what you wear. He has said many a times in scripture about him caring what people wear or don't wear. Like, he cares. It is
I agree.
incredibly
We
important
need to dress
distinction between the
modestly for
genders.
sure. I don't
Pardon?
have a problem with that. Yeah, we need to dress modestly, but
Yeah,
there
yeah.
are
And
different
male
dress
and female.
standards. If I'm at home, I run around in a sundress. If I'm at work, I'm going to be wearing, like a dress shirt and skirt or pants or scrubs or something. Like there's different attire for different occasions.
But you should be working out of the home anyways. Right?
Touche.
So you'd be able to wear what you wear at home then, right? Also, like I think that it's something that used to be going on all the time with women. It wasn't head coverings just in church. It was head coverings all the time. If you look at any old statues, Christian women always had head coverings. It was incredibly important. They took it very seriously. And like I said, when you started to remove that, it blurred the genders more. Because now what's the difference between the man and the woman? They both don't have to wear a tire on their head. When one person has to wear a tire on their head, it makes a distinct, clear difference between the genders.
So how do you feel that about the Orthodox Jews, where the men, even some of the more conservative Judaism sects, the men cover their head as well, and they believe that's following a commandment in the Bible?
Yeah, so for instance, Eastern Orthodox Christianity, I know you said Judaism, but Eastern Orthodox Christianity, they wear hats. And based on my inquiry into it, they do remove their hats when praying at the very least. Which is technically the main thing, is that when you're praying as a woman, you should have your head covered. When you're praying as a man, you should have your head uncovered. I personally don't like the idea of men even having head coverings in church. But the thing is you can't really go down the Jewish route, because they've changed their religion so much after Christ. It's not even recognizable compared to what it used to be. It has nothing to do with what Judaism is, which is bizarre, because they're the chosen people originally, and now they don't even sacrifice any animals, and nothing said that they could stop that behavior. There's no more cleansing rituals where you had to have the ash of like a red bovine mixed with a bunch of other stuff that you would take cleansing rituals with. So there's tons of stuff that Judaism's doing wrong. So I don't think that it's even poignant to look at Orthodox Judaism, because I don't even think they're really Orthodox, because Orthodox means that you're sticking to the fundamentals of the original, right?
I will say they do still do ritual washing. Again, it depends what sect of Judaism you're talking about, but they even have a bath or a basin called a mikveh, which is used for those ritual bathings or washings that they do. They're purification rituals that are performed.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they don't.
I'm not saying they're like
ones.
accurate or
yeah,
they're like what we should be doing, but that does exist within the Jewish religion.
They took aspects of the old scriptures and they modified it in the Talmud and stuff like that, right? So now it's no longer the proper rituals that they're supposed to be doing. They're also supposed to be like making a pilgrimage to the temple in Jerusalem and stuff like that. There's like so many things they're not doing correctly anymore. Because they don't even have the proper temple in Jerusalem on the mount anymore, right? And part of that is
some of the rock sitting there now, which they would probably like to tear down and rebuild their temple.
Well, I don't know if we're allowed to really say what I think they should do about that for TOS, but I think that they should stop worrying about the reaction and do what they believe to be correct. If you do believe that Christ wasn't the Messiah, then you need to properly put back the temple there, because you never can stop the original Judaism, and you need that temple there. It is so important to their faith. Now, don't get me wrong, they did compromise when they were taken away into places like Babylon, but now that they have control over the land, there's zero reason why they should not rebuild the temple there, right?
Well, I think their problem, I think most Jews there would like to take and rebuild their temple there, but they have split Jerusalem in half, where the Muslims lay claim to half of it, and then the other half is Jewish.
It's not really, like, to my understanding, it's not like an official division. It's just like how people congregate together when they share similar faith and tribalism stuff, you know, like ethnicities and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that there's an official divide there, but I do get what you mean. There's like the Muslim sector, the Jewish sector, the Christian sector, and then I think there's like an other sector, right?
Correct.
Candace Owens was extremely wrong about her view about how they handle things there. But yeah, so I don't know.
I mean,
pardon?
I'm just going to say good night. I'm
okay.
I was up at 5 this morning.
Oh,
A
goodness.
little late for me, but it's now 2:21 my time. And Candace Owens, well, she is her own person, definitely. I was grateful for those times she accepted my offered inclination to laugh, though, on the Whatever podcast. I'm always grateful for that. Brings joy to my life. And thank you, Grid One. It was nice to hang out with you and you guys and Glenn. And I'll be seeing you guys again, hopefully.
Good having a face to the name finally, bud.
Sorry, I have my mic muted, guys.
See you in chat. Believe in yourself, man.
Roger.
Good to see you, and we'll see you in the chat. And sorry that you didn't have time to speak more or whatever.
Well, that's okay. I'm just getting back into streaming. It's been many years since the stream that I was a part of stopped streaming. That was 2018.
Okay.
And back then I was completely unfiltered. So I've been working on this.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Bye for now. Thank you. Grateful for all of you.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Let's keep going.
What direction would you like our topics to go, Grid? Because I don't know if you want us to. We were starting to go down a wild road of the temple in Jerusalem and who owns that area with the Dome of the Rock. And that may be off topic from what you had intended us to be discussing.
It's not a particularly interesting topic to me. And I think that it's one that people argue over for no reason because it's actually pretty clear. Anyway, I just don't. To me, it's just not a very interesting topic. I think that you're better off talking about something that is, if you wanted to stay in the manosphere, you could talk about what is more important to society, alphas or betas. What do they really mean? Why is it that Red Pill has redefined these in such simplistic terms when I don't think that they can be, and who's more valuable to society? I mean, there's a lot of really good stuff there that I think, you could talk all night on.
So I would say that there is some
Oh,
argument.
my bad.
about-
I didn't even know my thing was muted. I was like, who is that guy that just left? Anybody want to tell me?
That was believe in yourself, man. Yeah.
Oh,
he's in live chats a bunch, man.
Oh yeah, he's always in the chat. I didn't know who he
Yeah.
was.
I know. It's nice to have a face to a name now, eh?
I know, like, man, I like believe in yourself.
Yeah, he's a pretty good dude, man.
His name makes me believe in myself.
Your personal truth, Glenn. I think there's what I get concerned about with the whole alpha beta kind of idea and high value man is that you could look at it as a high value man would be a man that is making the most of what he has been given, right? Whether it be by God or society or what have you. Because I look at somebody with a low IQ, but they're putting in the work, they're trying to live as virtuous and righteous as possible. I look at that as a high value man. You know what I mean?
That's interesting. That's interesting discussion there. High value man. What does that mean? That's an all nighter.
Yeah.
I don't think I have that much time.
I think if you think of the parable of the talents, which is where it's in the Bible, basically a master comes and he
Sorry,
gives
give me
his
just 1 second,
servants.
guys. I apologize.
Oh, sorry. I can.
No, you can keep talking.
I'm saying the
Yeah,
parable.
woman, just keep on talking. We know you want to.
I was bringing up the parable of the talents in the Bible, where it's described as the master, a representative of God, gives the servants each a set of talents, and he gives one 5 and one 2, and the other gets just 1. And the servants who receive 5 talents or 2 talents, even the one that only got 2 really invested, that money in good things and was productive with it. And because he was given more. And so like we all are going to have different levels of ability or talent, but I agree with what I'm sure Arnie, your name
Yeah.
is saying is that whatever level of skill or abilities you have, you need to take that and use it to the best of your ability. And yet some of us are going to be far smarter, far higher on the scale, more, better looking, whatever. I'm not going to be a multi-bazillionaire business owner like Grid is. That's just not what I was given in life, right? But I can take what I can do and use it to the best of my ability. And the important part of that parable is the person that got only 1 talent just hit it in the ground and didn't do anything with it. And so if you're just saying, oh, well, my life sucks, I'm a victim, and I can't really do anything because I don't have much to work with, that's not what God wants us to use as our worldview in terms of how we dedicate our life to doing something and serving him.
Yeah, like I hear a lot of people, especially newcomers to church, because they're filled with fire, right? And they want to do something good, but they feel like they're too stupid or they're too weak and all these other things. And it's like the body doesn't need everybody to be feeling the like intellectual frame. There's plenty of parts of the body that you can serve greatly in that part. So maybe you're dumb, but you're good with your hands. You could go and you can help the people that need help with building a house or fixing the church or what have you, right?
Yes,
These are
everybody
all
wants to be the
high-value.
mouthpiece of the church,
Yes.
right? And you know what? Somebody has to be the asshole. And I have no problem being the asshole of the church. Like
Somebody
I'm
needs
just
to
saying.
take out the crap, right?
Somebody
Glenn, if
needs
you're
to be
on the
asshole.
receiving end of a priest, you might have a problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem there.
But
But
I
somebody
think
somebody has to flush all this shit out. And
you
I
gotta
have no
expel
problem
that,
being the
right?
shit flusher.
I think Grid has made the point, though, that we're all not going to, but men are not all going to be alphas. You are going to always have a working
so
class
here's the
that
thing.
might be called betas.
Everybody could be a contextual alpha.
Yeah, I think there can be women that are
working class
alphas,
doesn't
but
make
it's
you a
in a
beta.
different style of framework, obviously.
And every man should, let me tell you something. no married guy is 100% alpha. Because if that was the case, his wife wouldn't stick around. The guy would be the 100% alpha dude, super alpha. Chad, is selfish, self-serving, will abuse people. Like, he probably uses the 48 laws of power to the letter, right? And all that does not make a very good husband.
That's why perhaps high value is a better
I think a good
than
combination
alpha.
is probably like anywhere between 65% alpha, 35% beta qualities, maybe 70-30, maybe even 80-20, but there has to be a mixture of some. He has to have a good husband probably has more alpha traits than he does beta traits, but there is a balance. It's out of balance.
And I think,
and even Rollo has said that himself. It's like it should be like 70-30, alpha to beta traits.
And I think most people recognize that Andrew Wilson won the debate against Wes Watson, because Watson's up there going, yeah, man, I have a Bugatti and I'm built and I have big muscles, I have chicks. And Andrew said, well, I define success as having a wife and a family. And no, I don't have a ton of money and, I do okay, but my success is my family and my wife and my kids. And the whole audience and the whole internet fell in love with that statement because they recognized the truth in that.
Yeah, I don't equate high value with Mr. Watson, but a man that is.
Why would you consider Wes Watson an alpha?
Well, he's
why
stereotype
would anybody consider Wes Watson an alpha? He wears his wife's jeans. That is not very alpha to do.
But he's trying to fill the stereotype of an alpha, right? He's trying to be tall and buff and rich and whatever.
What does that got to do with being an alpha?
Nothing. We just assume that these guys that are buff, big, and strong, like Glenn, are alphas, but it's not true. They're contextual alphas. They're contextual alphas. They're alphas in the gym, sure. That doesn't mean they're alphas.
Yeah, that's why I was saying the alpha thing is kind of weird terminology because I've heard people use that in a variety of ways. That's why I think high value is probably a more apt way to discuss it. Because we can say, well, perhaps say Wes Watson, perhaps he's high value if you want to understand how to become like him.
I don't know that he's high value either. I think that he thinks he's high value, but I don't think what does Wes Watson add to society?
Well, I would say he's of high value to somebody that wants to be like him. That's why I was getting at.
Well,
so
that is a horrible definition of value.
And I think that was Andrew's point, is that someone like Wes Watson is chasing after the stereotype of alpha being big and buff and loud, but that's not what an alpha really is.
See, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Alphas generically are, well, first of all, alphas in nature tend to be loners. They're explorers. They go out, conquer lands, bring back whatever. Like I said, unless you're talking about like lions are alphas. They're big. They're lazy. They lay around all the time. The women bring them food. They eat the food.
Yeah, that's a different kind of. Nobody would look at a lion as an alpha if they had to measure him up, right? Oh, he doesn't do nothing. He lays around all day. The women go out there and work, and they got to bring in the food.
Right.
And
the only time he moves is if a threat comes around. And then he takes all of his buddies with him. He's not even alone.
Right.
So the problem with this this alpha thing that everyone keeps talking about is just made up. And it's as stupid as it uses the stupidest concepts and constructs possible.
Well, here's the thing.
It's just not an alpha because it adds nothing to society.
Alpha and beta are just container words for behaviors.
Container words, right? Yeah.
They're just characteristics. Like when you say someone's alpha, you're just saying that they have these characteristics that make you think that they're alpha, but it doesn't make them alpha. Alpha and beta all that shit is just a container word to talk about certain behaviors that men exhibit or display.
Yeah, I thought alpha was basically you're just like the top guy in whatever is being discussed, right?
But
You're
there's
the
no
leader.
real alpha. The way Glenn was explaining it, there's no real alpha. A true alpha wouldn't be completely alpha to begin with. He'd be 70-30 or 80-20. Or there's always going to be a little bit of a beta in the alpha if he's a real alpha. Which, like you said,
Well, no, it's not real alphas wouldn't be married.
Right.
Yeah, because they're singular creatures.
And
yeah,
that
they're
by
selfish.
nature wouldn't make them a real alpha.
So
Exactly.
let's take the idea of a beta, right? Well, the betas have to be stronger than alphas because they do all the fucking work.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be mentally stronger and smarter because they do all the fucking work, and they have to know how to do all the fucking work. Betas are looked down on, but they really shouldn't be, right? Because they are the fabric of the world.
Pretty much.
And so which would you rather be in life, to be honest?
I do like Clovertack's comment. To be an alpha, you gotta have a beard. Says so in the Bible somewhere, I think.
Well, it's kind of like the argument between leaders and followers. What's a leader with no one following him? What's a follower with nobody to lead them, right?
Well,
Obviously,
I mean,
both are
real
important.
alphas don't have long hair like women either. It says that in the Bible.
Unless you're talking about Samson.
Samson did.
Samson was a hardcore alpha
But
man.
Hold on. Is anybody else going to take the was it the No, what was the covenant that he was under?
Oh yeah, it's a Nazarene, I believe. Was the reason for it? Yeah.
Exactly. No, Nazarite. It was a Nazarite.
Nazarite.
Whatever the case is,
I thought it was
he
Nazarene, but I could be wrong.
couldn't cut his hair, consume any wine, and there was something else. Oh, he couldn't eat like something. Was it the dead meat or what was it? No. Something. He had to stay away from a bunch of things, and that was part of it. His hair was part of the thing. But the Bible talks about in the New Testament, men are not supposed to have long hair like women.
Again, that's going to the outward appearance thing that I was talking about, right? Where these outward appearances, they do matter for separating the genders, but they shouldn't matter for the idea of, oh, look at her, look at him. He looks so hot, she looks so beautiful, etc. Right? You can like look attractive, of course, physically, but it shouldn't be, going and adorning yourself and focusing on that physical characteristic to attract people. You should be obviously clean and all that. That's the main point. Clean and easily identifiable with your gender.
Presentable does not mean vain.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And if they didn't care about outward appearance as well, why would it be a shameful thing that they plucked Jesus's beard, right? It was a shameful thing because the beard was like a status symbol and such, right?
In Rome.
In Judaism as well, no?
I don't know if it was a status symbol in Judaism. It was just a commandment not to cut the hair of their beard that they followed.
Well,
like
what I mean by status symbol is in
Orthodox
like
men won't cut their sideburns or their beard because they feel that's a commandment that they follow.
Yeah, because they weren't supposed to be like the surrounding nations.
But I don't think it's a thing like, oh, my beard is longer than yours, so I'm more of a man. I don't think that exists. It existed in Rome or exists among Jews or whatever.
Well, facial hair is a masculine trait, right? Now, females can obviously have it as well. So to accentuate that trait is to accentuate the idea of masculinity, right? To have a big beard is to be even more separate from being a woman. You know what I mean? Except for the circus where they had the bearded woman and such. But that's why she was considered a freak, right? Because it was not something that was natural for a woman to have a long beard, right?
Is that why Amish don't? They all have beards, or is that a
Same with Eastern Orthodox? They have big beards, right? So it's not like a rule or anything, but
well, in some cultures it was, but I mean,
yes.
it had more to do with like status, and you know, if you could. The thing about having a beard in the olden days is if you could keep your beard clean and oiled and you know, free of vermin, then you know you had money, right?
Yeah.
You were wealthy.
Yeah.
You were a wealthy person. So having a beard meant that you were landed gentry, whereas if you were clean shaven or shorn, right, which is, you know, just the scruff of the beard. If you were shorn or you were clean shaven, then you were considered probably poor because you couldn't afford to keep your beard oiled and cleaned and anointed and all of that. So the problem we have, and Glenn and I've talked about this a lot, is we really tend to look at history through a modern lens, and then we're confused when it doesn't fit. And we have to always step back and look at what the reality was. And if you look at how, and just look at the Japanese, you know, they weren't men did not cut their hair ever after reaching, I think it was like 10 years old or 12. Remember, it was very, it was a very shameful to cut their hair. And again, it was because that showed status, that you had either enough women in your life to take care of your hair, keep it washed, keep it clean, keep, you know, all of that, or you were wealthy enough to pay women to do that for you. And you know, these are just different cultures throughout history that all have kind of the same thing. But as far as the alpha beta thing goes, people tend to go around and call people beta based on, you know, whether they have lack of sexual control, whether they have
simpish
behavior, whether they're weak, whether they back down, whether they do this, whether they do that. None of those
we got to talk about what a simp is.
Yeah,
I hate this whole simpish behavior nonsense. Like, just because someone is doing something nice for their wife doesn't make them a simp.
No,
holy shit, it makes them a good husband.
Dude, common courtesy.
What? Say what? Yeah. You're not a simp if you actually do something nice for your wife.
It's hard to be married and be a simp at the same time.
It's not. You're not simping if you bring home flowers for your wife every Friday.
My brother was a simp.
No, I would say it's when you pedestalize a woman is what would be considered simpish behavior.
Just allow them to behave how they want.
My understanding of the definition was just it's like excessive, over the top flattery, or
well, the real definition of simp is a man, generally, although women can also be simps, that profess their love or show great amounts of affection, including giving gifts, writing letters, all this sort of thing, that is that goes unfulfilled or unreturned, right? So you're just all up on this girl, and she doesn't care anything about you, and she's just using you, or she doesn't even recognize the fact that you live. And
hey, now
a married man can't be a simp by definition because he's married. Obviously, you're returning affection.
Well, I think there's a component of like groveling or being overly submissive to the person.
I don't know. I understand that that people tend to associate being overly submissive, but I don't think that's necessarily part of it. And I find that would be that component. You could be submissive to, it would be weird, but you could be somewhat submissive to a girlfriend that is returning the affection and, you know, your in some way, and that would not necessarily be a simp. That would actually just be a cuck probably at that point. We'd have to make it a turn. I wouldn't want to. I'd have to.
Oh, a cuck is somebody's girl, the dude of a girl.
Right. It's a stretch, but I mean, it's a coin toss for me because I don't know. It's a weird dude. But if we're talking about, a husband buying flowers for his wife or a man buying a nice present for his girlfriend, that's not simping. That's being a fucking human being. Get over it. And so
I hate when I hear these guys, they like, oh, I make my woman earn my time, earn my affection. Bro.
Yeah. Bro,
you're
not
not giving her time or affection, she ain't going to stick around.
Yeah, but would you not consider a married man to be a simp if he had no boundaries on his woman? She had the final word everywhere. She could go out and be as whorish as possible, bash him in public.
Well, we've already said. Well, hold on. They're not married. If that is the relationship, that's not a marriage. They may be married on paper, but that's not a marriage.
So what is a marriage? It sounds like you're making a true Scotsman fallacy where you're saying marriage.
You can be married on paper and not actually be behaving as a married couple. That's not no true Scotsman. I can show you a married couple. I'm married.
I know, but at what point does it stop being a marriage? Is it when the woman?
Well, if your woman
has
is going
leadership?
out whoring herself, you're not married. I can just tell you that.
Well, no, I mean like whoring herself is in dressing provocatively and
I don't think that's really the definition of a simp, though. When you say simp, it's someone who's being excessively attentive, fawning over someone, maybe being overly submissive, and particularly when none of that is reciprocated. Whereas
that's
in a
what
marriage,
my point is. Yeah.
I mean, if she was withholding affection, and her husband.
If your wife is not banging you and you're doing all the things that you ought to do as a good man and a good husband, and she's not fulfilling her duties, yeah, you're a simp.
Exactly.
And you need a divorce lawyer. See,
I could go down the divorce route.
That would be an at-fault divorce right there. At fault.
Yeah, I heard you guys talk about divorce earlier.
That would be sexual immorality within the marriage.
I don't know if you guys want to retread that water though, because
Not really.
You guys talked.
You don't want to retread that with me, Farney, because
I do. I do.
No, you do not, sir. I will tell you this. I'll say it right now. If your wife is not being, if she has no reason, no physical ailments, and no physical reason why she cannot be intimate with you, and she's always giving you the "I got a headache, not tonight," excuse, and you ain't getting no nookie, right there, that is called sexual immorality within the marriage.
I would also consider that abandonment of your marriage.
Yeah, I could go with that too. Mm-hmm. On the other side of this coin, so just to continue with the one subject instead of splitting up into like three, the other part of it, the simp versus the beta versus all of this, a man that buys his, well, let me rephrase before I get too deep into this. If you have the ability to buy your wife nice things and you buy your wife nice things, it doesn't make you a simp. that just makes you an attentive husband. And
yes, not a selfish husband.
Right. If you are going into debt trying to impress your wife,
that makes you a dumb man.
And that goes basically you're being unfulfilled by that because she's neither non-responsive or she just continues to demand more of these types of things. Then again, I think, that probably is simpish behavior right there. That's you're
also look at it as this: if you're doing all these nice things, expecting your wife to have sex with you, then you're setting up a covert contract.
That's true.
Yeah, if I do this, she should be wanting to give me this. And then if like chore play.
Right.
If
chore play. Oh my God, that is fucking hilarious. I thought I was the only one that said that. That's
I have
hilarious.
a whole video about chore play.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's a real thing, man.
But
That's
see, I would say chore play is pretty simpish, right?
Oh yeah, no, chore play is super simpish.
Yeah, but I would still say they're married.
They're married, but if their marriage is on the rocks, I mean, if you have to negotiate,
yeah, I don't
with
think
your
it's a
wife
healthy
for sex,
marriage,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, so
that's
healthy versus an unhealthy marriage, or however you want to look at it. Again, I just think it's very interesting that there are so many people. Here we go.
Oh Lord, what am I watching?
I don't know, but I'm turning the
chore
volume
play,
up.
right?
Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on, my bad.
All right,
let me remove this one. I'll get the
There's
right
also
one.
hardcore lagging for some reason.
Yeah, 1 second. Continue as you were.
So my whole thing about the alpha beta thing is I think that the alphas are pure alphas are pretty much useless in society. Unless they're running corporations, driving ships across the ocean, that sort of thing, they're pretty useless in society.
On the battlefield, they'd probably be pretty good too, right?
Right? Yeah, they get in the army. They're doing oil exploration in Antarctica. That's a good fit. But putting them in normal society is why, and worse, encouraging men to behave like alphas when they are not alphas is a recipe for people to be very unhappy and unfulfilled in life, and that leads to even more issues. And so it's this idea of the beta is some kind of derogatory term, and it's just it's a personality type for sure, but it's not necessarily well, first of all, it's not bad, and it's not necessarily not the type that you don't want to be, because to be honest with you, the world doesn't go anywhere without betas, and betas tend to have to be leaders because they understand what's going on. They work as a team. Teams by definition have leaders. And alphas tend to be directors of corporations, lone wolves. He knocked himself off trying to do this. That's funny. But at the end of the day, there's it was just a really interesting discussion to me about the alpha phenomenon. You look at you look at Wes Watson, who's just a fucking clown. I mean, he's a muscle-bound clown. He could pound me into jelly probably, but he's still a clown.
Well, no, he could just lift you over his head, but pound you into jelly, that's undetermined. We don't know his fighting skills.
Yeah,
we just know that he can
probably
lift heavy
isn't
things.
that great.
Yeah, he could probably throw me a
maybe he
good
is.
distance. I'm within his deadlift range. So
I find your take interesting, Grid, though, because many of the red pill prescriptives,
I'm not
basically, or not you personally, but of people who are in the red pill space, many of their prescriptions basically tell men, here's how to be an alpha, and you should aim to be an alpha. You need to work out. You need to be a leader.
That's
develop
one
your
of the problems I
career.
have with Red Pill. That's one of
Well,
the,
I
and
mean,
that's why
There's
I was
nothing wrong
driving.
with working out. There's certainly nothing wrong with being physically fit and being able to, because typically if you're physically fit, you know, you're able to help your wife with certain things. Also, if you're physically fit, you also could, even just by your mere size alone, could intimidate threats to stay away from your family, stay away from your loved ones.
Sure.
Right. So you are in the position to like at least give the illusion of protection.
But what is, again, this has nothing to do with actually being an alpha. That's not being a bodybuilder working out all the time. That's not a definition of an alpha. You know, the most alpha motherfuckers I know are 5'8", weigh 180 pounds, if that, usually in the 160 range.
What is
and
alpha?
will kill you motherfuckers in an instant. They will kill an entire room of people before you can blink. They're called fucking SEALs. US SOCOM. Look at all those little motherfuckers. They're little midgets.
Yeah, they're not
and they're
big
deadly. They're deadly motherfuckers.
That doesn't make them alpha though.
It does make them alpha because they are literally the guys
that
go out
makes
by
them again
themselves and do things.
that makes them still a contextual alpha. They could be that guy, but if they are at home and their wife runs the show and they do the happy wife happy life thing,
well, that's true.
Alpha?
That's true.
No.
I wish I could
saying, like, I think the alpha thing is,
I would hate to think that they could reach that status and still have those kind of issues at home.
A lot of them do. A lot of them. It's happy wife, happy life. That's why a lot of them get divorced. You know.
Well, a lot of them are honestly just so alpha that they just don't give a fuck.
Right.
So
I was about to say, it seems like maybe they just let her do whatever she wants because they're happy.
No, that's not it.
Is.
They're just gone all the time. They're explorers.
That's kind of what I meant.
They don't build homes. They're not homemakers.
Right.
But if you want to know about chore play.
Yes.
Yes.
Here we go, kids.
I want to be able to give my stepson.
Grady, you got to let me bring it onto the screen, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there it is. It's down. I'm sorry. I didn't scroll. Sorry, bro. There we go.
Shepard has been working on
She's wearing that same yellow
By the
dress.
way, we didn't know chore play.
We don't even know what this is.
We didn't know it was a thing.
But apparently it is.
Yeah.
Because they're doing it. So what it means is Dak Shepard was outside doing
what's
some
he doing?
work. And he was doing it so that Kristen would look out the window and see him.
What is he doing? Is he power washing?
He's much more muscular than I thought.
Yeah, me too.
Wow.
Look at that tank. Okay, now I'm okay with that tank top, actually.
Short play. Short play. Let me just explain to you guys this about chore play. If you find yourself in a situation where your wife is not giving you the ass, if forever you think that picking up a mop or vacuuming the fucking living room is going to get her pussy wet, the answer is no, dummy. I don't care what these broads tell you. And they try to act dumb like they've never heard of chore play before. These old birds have probably invented the bitch, okay? Let me just tell you that. You know what chore play makes sex turned into? When you do chore play, you are taking something that's supposed to be a desire and you turn it into a transaction. Okay? Now, let me ask this. Like, if you had to pay for sex, would you pay your wife for it? Or would you go get the supermodel? I'm just saying, if you're gonna go get a prostitute, you might as well make sure she's fine as that. If you like this video, check out the Dragon Ships YouTube page.
That's exactly what chore play is. Chore play turns your wife into a prostitute. If you are negotiating sex with your wife, ask yourself.
He's not wrong.
What's the difference between negotiating sex with your wife and negotiating sex with a prostitute?
Do we have any mods left in the chat to give? Hang on, I'll do it. I think I got him. Let me.
Oh, Clover Tag, you're in my Discord. I'll just drop you the link.
I think I got it. I think I got him right here. I think so. I just got to scroll. Scrolling.
So, Glenn, what's the difference between chore play and getting the sexual desire that, for instance, Rolo mentions a lot, right?
Genuine desire.
Yeah, like frame
Genuine
and
desire
game and
genuine desire means that like she wants you, and regardless of what you're doing. Like,
yes, I agree. That's good, but he often says things like, "We got to keep your frame. You got to keep your game. You got to keep the
you gotta
desirability
keep
up."
But see, all that because the reason why he says that is because when you first meet this girl, that's who she fell in love with. That's who she has ended up having this genuine desire for. So your frame, you weren't in her frame when you met her, you were in your frame, right? You know, all these things that you were doing to get her interested in you, you have to have all that still.
Well, that's my problem, and I've mentioned this before. That's basing a marriage on eros love, on erotic love, not on
No.
commitment love.
Okay. So you can't slack on the eros love if you want your marriage to last long and be in a good place.
It's not biblical, bro.
It is biblical when it tells you not to deny each other from one another.
Right. But it doesn't
So now,
to be erotically in love with your partner.
Don't you think that if you were if your wife was like had the hots for you, like she's like, damn, that's my guy, I can't wait to get him home, like, don't you think that would make it a little easier?
I think that is a
Almost
result
necessary.
of you fulfilling your role, right? The roles are designed in a way that is stereotypically sexy to the opposite gender, right? So a woman that's being submissive, non-quarrelsome,
that the erotic love there. So it's the same thing that Rolo's saying, doing what you were doing.
But he's saying do it to keep that alive. Instead of one being the result of doing what you're supposed to be doing, the result of that is that they will have genuine desire for you, instead of doing this so that they have genuine desire for you. Because that's what he says, is do this so that they have genuine desire for you.
Yeah. What is wrong with what's wrong with your wife having genuine desire for you?
Nothing.
What's wrong with
not the reason behind why you're doing your actions. You do your actions.
What is wrong with
you're
doing
supposed
things
to be doing.
to help your wife maintain genuine desire for you?
Because then you're focusing on chasing the feeling instead of the feeling being the result of the actions that you're supposed to already be taking.
Okay,
you get what I mean?
What if your wife let herself go? She got fat.
Well, then she's being gluttonous. She's not fulfilling her role.
Nowhere in the Bible tells her not to be glutton. Well, it does say that, like, you know,
like I was gonna say, bro.
Say like wives cannot gain some weight, get a little chubby.
Well, sometimes
you could easily argue that they're being gluttonous as well as they're probably not fasting.
Sometimes
which are two things that you're supposed to not do and do. Sorry, go ahead, man.
What I'm getting at is like, there's nothing wrong with a guy maintaining his wife's genuine desire by doing the things he ought to do to keep his wife, you know, interested in him sexually.
But my issue with this maintaining genuine desire is you're chasing a feeling. You're having as the core of your relationship a feeling instead of it being a byproduct that comes and goes. Genuine desire is never going to stay the same throughout your marriage, to my understanding. It's going to ebb and flow, right? There's going to be times where you find your partner more sexually desirable and less sexually desirable, right? So maintaining this sexual desire, you're giving yourself
basically what you're saying is like
that's not able to be
basically what you're saying is don't get complacent, don't get too comfortable, so comfortable in your relationship that you let yourself go, that you stop being the guy that she fell in love with, right? Like, do your due diligence, make sure you're always improving, make sure you're always leveling up, make sure you're not complacent.
Yeah, the falling in love thing, I somewhat disagree with, but like I said, like I don't think that it should be based on feelings. However, I will agree with you on the fact
Would you want to have your wife to have sex with you because she has to, because it's her duty to? Or would you want your wife to want to bang you because she just finds you irresistible?
Yeah, obviously you would prefer them to be desiring of you
Okay,
in a
so
sexual way.
then maybe you ought to, do the things that you were doing that made her have those hot, bothered feelings for you from the beginning, right?
Right, but I would say that that the main focus of what the sex is, other than obviously a release for libido stuff, is
you
that
can't
connection, right?
you can't control whether or not what she has genuine desire for. Like, you didn't know that she had why she's doing all these things for you before until you found out. Oh yeah, she has genuine desire for me. Well,
yeah, but if
here's
you're getting,
the thing: most guys don't even experience genuine desire. About most of the 80% of couples, or out of 100% of couples, or out of 100 couples, only about 20% of guys or 20 guys know what genuine desire looks like.
yeah, but genuine desire can also go bad places, right? Then you get the crazy women, right, where they'll do crazy stuff if you don't
That's
give
just
them.
the desire, but genuine desire is different. But
Farney, I mean, I agree that certainly a marriage needs to be founded on unconditional love and commitment. But the very thing that makes a marriage unique is erotic desire. Otherwise, we're just like roommates.
Exactly. Then you're friends.
Well, no, that's why I said like it is healthy to have desire, but I think that desire can come from.
I don't think there's unconditional love. I think
that was that's an interesting.
Of course, there is. That's what
no.
agape
I
is.
think God.
Love, right?
Yes, we know what agape love is, but only I think our goal as humans is try to aspire to get to the point where we could show people agape love. I don't think we can show people agape love naturally. I think we are flawed in that area.
I wouldn't say it comes naturally.
Oh, I agree. I think that's something you aspire to in a marriage. Not that you're perfect at
if that
it.
was the case, if everyone that's married was able to show agape love, there would be no divorces.
Well, bro, we're supposed to be having agape love for our enemies. We don't give them that unconditional love because they're meeting a condition. If anything, they're going against the conditions.
I give them agape of teeth, but not agape.
Well, I'm just saying we're supposed to be having that unconditional love for our enemies.
But in a marriage, I could fulfill my duties of having dinner on the table and, having the house cleaned. But I could do a lot better if I made my husband his favorite meal and I put on a really nice outfit for him that I knew he would find sexually attractive. And I rub his back when he comes in. You can do things that really inspire erotic love. And I think you're supposed to do that in a marriage.
Yeah, but I think you could also get, aroused by, like I said, the man being properly dominant, the woman being properly submissive, desiring to do the sexual act where you draw closer to one another, right?
I think that could help, but I mean, come on, man. Like,
you're still under obligation to be the person that you vowed to be.
Yeah.
From the beginning. And that means not letting yourself go.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I think that it's fine if it's a byproduct of what you already are doing. It shouldn't be an aim. It should be a result of, if you get what I'm... It might be splitting hairs, but it's a result of doing your role is what makes you sexually desirable, right? And your role does entail doing these things.
There's no way I could tell you exactly what makes me attracted to my woman. There's times that I'm doing a security check walking through the house and I can walk up to the room and see her asleep.
Well, there's things that are both going to make you attractive and unattractive, right? It's I wouldn't call it an ebb and flow, but it's definitely a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
And you figure things out over time. It's a game that husbands and wives, honestly, I think in healthy relationships play because you just figure shit out. For me, this is kind of why I jumped up when we got into the chore play thing, because I didn't necessarily understand the chore play thing. But one of the things that will turn my life on the quickest, and we're not talking about it leads to instant bedroom fun or, she jumps to my bones right there or anything of that nature. But it's blatantly obvious. It's just getting shit done. Like, what, day before yesterday, I hung 2 doors, right? Like, that's a pretty manly thing. That's getting shit done, right? I didn't do that for her. I didn't do that to turn her on. I didn't do that for sex. But at the same time, I could just walk by if there's dishes in the drain board. There may be 3 or 4, and I'll throw those in a cabinet or something. It can be something that small, right? Obviously, if there's a fallen tree, getting that, working in the yard, getting that stuff cleaned up, building things, right? But those are all things I'm not doing those from a manipulation standpoint. I'm doing that because shit needs to get done, right? And I think that's why I say getting shit done, because it's not like
you're not doing it as a negotiation piece,
right?
Like,
it's something that I've got to get done anyway. It's something that needs to get done anyway. It's something that needs to get taken care of, and as a man, I take care of it.
See, that's the difference, okay? Like, chore play is like when you go to counseling, right? And the husband tells the counselor, you know what? We're just not getting it on as often. And she always says she's so tired, or she has a headache, right? And she doesn't have the energy. And then the counselor goes to the wife, like, hey, is that true? Are you just not, able to, like, have the energy to have sex with your husband? Because that's important. And she's like, well, if he helped out more around the house, maybe I'll have time to have sex with him more and have the energy to be in the mood to it. Then the counselor turns back to you and goes, so listen, if you, when you get off of work and you came home and, you maybe helped around the house a little bit more, or, helped out with the kids before bed more, maybe that would incentivize her to have more energy, to take care of your needs. And then the husband goes, I think I have an idea. I'm going to do the dishes. So every time when she comes home and you're washing the dishes, she does one of these. This motherfucker wants me to suck his dick tonight, isn't he? And now you turned in the same thing that's supposed to be a desire into a negotiation piece or a transaction, because you are making sex a transaction rather than a desire. And sex should be a desired thing, not a transactional thing.
Well, that's why I was kind of getting at, man. It's the prescription of maintaining genuine desire. I see that as chore play. What CloverTac was mentioning is actually closer to what I was saying, which is the idea of these things need to get done. And a byproduct of that may be that she has more genuine desire for you. You're not
missing the
doing
point.
it as a transaction.
There's a difference between expectation. I think expectation is the difference.
But that's what I'm saying.
What I'm genuine desire is stop it when Have you heard of a death of a thousand cuts? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're constantly happy wife, happy life, happy wife, happy life, happy wife. You're just slowly becoming not the man that she was when she married. All right. Death of a thousand, whatever concessions. You're constantly, conceding to her to please her. That's part of becoming, that's not being that guy that she fell in love with. The guy she fell in love with was that guy. Maybe he was more assertive. He knew where he was going. He wasn't deferring his authority to a woman. He was the one that was staying in control. He was the one in authority. He wasn't being like, well, whatever the little lady wants. No, he was like, hey, this is what we're doing. This is where we're going. This is the direction. He was the leader. He was that guy, right? That's maintaining that genuine desire. Is not caving in to her all the time. Not
doing your duty, doing your role,
being the guy, whatever that was.
Your duty,
if you were doing that, if you were doing that before, stop doing that. Don't stop doing that. Don't stop being that guy.
Well, and I think you need to be doing that from the beginning to
exactly.
I guess elaborate on what you're saying, Glenn. That's not anything that I don't think there's anything you can necessarily progress into.
Yeah, but
you're not the type of guy that's doing that from the start. That could be a tricky situation.
If you were the guy that was handling business always before,
Don't get me wrong. You can ramp it up, and you can learn to play that game much better, right? As you build skills, like I was talking about. I've not always known, come out of the birth canal, knowing how to build furniture or do carpentry work, or that's all learned skills that you pick up over time. So each little individual thing, but I've always been somebody that hey, let's get out and get this shit done, right? And if I got to learn something to do it, then I got to learn something to do it.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is if you're growing, right, which is what you're describing, if you're growing in a positive way, that's going to be sexually desirable to either person in the relationship. If they see that the wife is growing in healthy ways, becoming more virtuous, becoming more righteous kind of deal, then that's going to be sexually attractive to the man. Same if the man is growing and becoming a better man as time goes on, that's going to be sexually attractive to the woman. The point is that you're supposed to be doing these things, and as a natural byproduct, yes, you will gain genuine desire. My only qualm is if you're doing it for the genuine desire.
It's the expectation.
That's my qualm.
Right.
But you should be doing things to maintain your wife's genuine desire.
So you're not. Let's just be clear, Glenn. You're not necessarily disagreeing with me, right? Or are you?
I am disagreeing with you. I'm saying if you're just doing the things that you were doing from the jump, right? And if you stop doing that, then yeah, you need to start doing that again. If you're having problems in the bedroom.
Well, that's why I said you're supposed to be growing throughout your life, as well as if you're in a marriage. You're supposed to be growing. But that is also a call from God that you're supposed to be growing, right?
Yes, but okay, what I'm saying is don't get complacent, don't get comfortable. After you get married, doesn't mean like, oh, now you got her, she's stuck with you, now she has to deal with this. No, be that guy, maintain that guy that she fell in love with, and that should be the bare minimum. You should always be growing, but you need to at least be that guy and stay there.
Yeah, but my point is you should be doing that not because of genuine desire. Genuine desire will come as a result of doing that. If you get what I mean. That's why I mean it's a little bit of like semantics, but
I'm saying like, okay, if I think a good husband helps his wife fulfill her job the best way she can, right? Giving her the tools to be successful. So if you want your wife to have desire for you sexually, are you giving her the tools to do that? Like, are you, desirable? Are you maintaining that desire for her? Like giving her, like, are you making it difficult? Are you letting yourself go? Are you not being a man? Are you not doing manly shit? Are you know what I'm saying? Like, are you, like if you're not maintaining that guy, then you're setting her up for failure. Because how she's gonna struggle with like, having desire for someone that she looks at as a child that's not a man.
Well, I can't.
Everything you're saying is going against what you're supposed to be doing anyways, though, right? You're not supposed to be backsliding. Like, you can backslide here and there, obviously, right? We're human, right? We're gonna screw up and all that. But you're never supposed to be having a trajectory that's getting away from God. You're supposed to be working towards God, right? Letting God sanctify you and doing good works and becoming a better man and a better woman as life goes on, right? So like I'm saying,
with you, though, like as a woman, I've never been like, oh man, my guy was so properly leading and dominant, and I'm just so attracted. Like if he's done stupid little things like, here, honey, I picked up your favorite coffee on the way home. And then he goes and gets a shower and he comes out and he smells good and he's all clean and nice. Like little stuff like that is what turns women on, not just a man fulfilling his larger biblical role in the household.
You could argue that is part of it, is like bringing home something nice, right? That's being a provider, right? You could argue that smelling nice after a shower is living your role out. You know what I mean? Sorry, go ahead. Good.
It's all right. There's an interesting dynamic here in that basically what you're saying is that just be manly, right? Just be manly.
Yeah.
Do the things that men do,
No, I'm
and
saying
women
this-
either find you.
I'm saying, like, if your wife, does anybody know what genuine desire is?
I got a good example.
Arnie, what? Okay, Clover Tech, tell me, what is genuine desire? Who said that? That was
genuine
Clover Tech.
desire. I don't know. Like,
Oh, who
I
said
mean,
that? Was it?
I kind of got a little something I can explain.
Okay.
I had a stroke about 2 years ago, and after the stroke, I gained a bunch of weight. I mean, I was up to 180 pounds, and I've weighed like 140 my whole life. I felt obligated to do something about it, even though I could have just stayed the exact physical shape that I had. I mean, I gained a bunch of weight. I felt miserable, and I literally I could not bend over and tie my own shoes. And, I just felt obligated that my woman, just because I got sick doesn't mean I could have stayed at 180 pounds and been healthy, and I didn't feel like this is what she signed up for. That I gained a bunch of weight, regardless if I got sick or not, and becoming healthy again is one thing, but getting back to the person I was before I had the stroke, the same physique, the same, wasn't just for me. That was as much for my woman's benefit, so that she could appreciate me as who I was. I felt the need to do that.
But I think that in that situation, if we're talking about genuine desire, and it's easier for me than to give a definition to, kind of take what I think about it and apply it to the story that you just told. I think the genuine desire comes from the dedication and work ethic for you to do that or attempt to do that, more so than you to accomplish doing that. Does that make sense?
I'm 90% certain that if I hadn't have done anything different, she still would have had the same desire for me.
Exactly. It's my point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are missing it. All right, so what genuine desire is? All right, I'll explain. The best way I can explain it is through my own relationship. All right. I met my wife before I moved away from Washington back to Los Angeles, right? I knew of her before my divorce, but like we were just friends, and we're just like friends in the gym, like we knew each other from the gym type of thing. I moved, I got divorced, I'm in Los Angeles, and we were kind of talking, but it was long distance, it just really wasn't, a thing. And I told her, like, look, if you want this relationship to be a thing, you got to live where I am. And I'm out here in LA and I'm in the film industry now. And unless you're here, like it's going to be real difficult, take this relationship seriously. Without even telling her, she sold her house. She sold her business. She moved from her house into an apartment in LA. That's genuine desire. A woman just saying, you know what? You're the guy that I want to be with. You're that guy. Like, I'm willing to give up what I have to be with you, because that is more important. Being with you is more important than what I have. That's genuine desire. Like, Rollo talks about it as like a woman that you're in the back of the police car and she will jump in front of the police car and just take off, and you guys are going like Bonnie and Clyde, just disregarding anything. A woman that will change religions to be with you. That is what he would consider genuine desire. It's also nothing. You don't even know what you're doing for her to do that.
But that's also to I guess to Farney's point a little bit. Genuine desire, at least the way I see it, is also a fire that has to be stoked.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. You have to maintain that genuine desire by not stopping doing the things that you were doing in the beginning to give her that desire to begin with.
And my only point, Glenn, like my only point of contention is the reasoning for why you're doing it. That's my only contention.
I'm saying that it's hard to know the reason. I mean, you've got I told the story, X3 told the story, Glenn told the story. That's all a personal fucking story about genuine desire. You know what I mean? So it's like.
But my thing is, like, if I stop doing the things that I was doing, I stop being that guy that she fell in love with, right? then and she loses desire for me, whose fault is that? Mine or hers?
Yeah, but yeah, look, it is mostly yours. I would say it depends if she was doing.
It's all of
bad
mine.
things.
It's all of mine.
No, like
if I
she
stop
could
being that guy.
You could be doing everything quote unquote right, bro,
So-
and she could still have
But what
wandering eyes.
I'm saying, if you stop being the guy that she fell in love with, right? That's on you.
Yeah, but I don't know that that's there may be
Not all
caveats or exceptions there.
Yeah.
And I will say that I would wager that if you was to ask my wife if she could trade me now for me at 25, which would she take? And I could almost guarantee you she's gonna say, I'm not taking that trade. I'll keep what I've got. Thank you.
Exactly. But
Why?
see, there's a difference.
Why?
You have leveled up. You have grown
well,
and
yeah.
leveled up.
This is true. So to say the man you used to be or that you fell in love with,
gotta at least
that's
be
a
that,
that's
is what
a
I'm
different level of love and desire potential.
But what I'm
correct?
saying, you got to at least be that guy. You have to at least be that guy.
Yeah, I could.
You
I
can't
could
go. You
concede
can't
that
go be
point.
less
Yeah.
than that guy.
No,
is what I'm saying.
yes, you can't completely. Yeah, change in every way. Yeah,
And-
no, I get you.
And my only point is you shouldn't be that way, that less than that guy, period. And your reasoning for not being less than that guy should not be to stoke the flames. Stoking the flames will come as a result of leveling up. Yes, but that shouldn't be why you're leveling up.
Well, your
shouldn't be
goal is
leveling
not
up
to-
so that you maintain that desire or increase that desire.
Yeah.
You should be leveling up because that's what we're supposed to be doing in life. Right? You getting what I'm getting at? I get you what you mean by like genuine desire, as in you don't have to negotiate for her
Well,
to
it's
want to follow
obvious-
your lead, for
it's-
her
so
to
it's-
want to do sexual things with you, etc. Right?
Yeah, that's what you got
She-
to maintain.
No, and that's what I'm saying. That is good. That is healthy. But if you are already doing what you're supposed to be doing, leveling up, then that's going to happen, period, right?
Well, it can't be. It can't be. Let me see. How do I?
I
phrase
agree
this?
with you, K Hopper.
Because I've got. Dang it. It can't be about what you're doing. The reason it can't be about what you're doing is because what I'm doing that turns her on
It's gonna be
the things that I
different
would normally do, right? The taking care of shit. My taking care of shit that turns my wife on is different than what any of you guys are going to do, right? We aren't all doing the same things, right?
Yeah, but
So there's got to be something bigger there. I think that's to your point, Varney. There's got to be something bigger there, or something underlying thing, or something going on.
I think what he's saying is if you're following your obligatory betterment, then it's just a natural occurrence.
Exactly, my man. I'm just saying it matters what your reasoning is for. If your reasoning is to stoke that genuine desire, I don't think that's a good thing. If your reasoning is to do it because you're supposed to be bettering yourself, and that is a result of bettering yourself, that's good in my eyes.
Well, it's also.
I think you also avoid that kind of short play stuff that way, right?
It's also more than just better. There's more than just bettering yourself. In that it's also it's creating a situation for a healthier marriage. It's creating a situation for a healthier family life. I think there's a lot of other things other than it's just a self thing.
Well,
right?
yeah,
There's
when
a lot
I
of
say
things.
bettering
There's a
self,
lot of
I don't
things
mean
that
like
I
a
do
selfish thing, bro.
that I don't want to do. There's that I've got to stop doing X, X, Y, and Z because oh shit, this broke or that came up, and I've got to go over here now and do this. Well, I'd rather be doing the X, Y, Z that I got pulled away from, but you know what? This over here needs to be done. Now my wife's going to find that's hot when I go take care of that or whatever, but that's not necessary. Why? Because, but why does that need to be done is the ultimate question. And that needs to be done because the house can't fall apart or, the grandbabies can't
not all men live that
fall
way.
through the floor or something,
Yeah, but if you're
That's what he's saying. You're with your obligatory just betterment, just trying to be a better person on your day-to-day living.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I wasn't getting at a selfish betterment.
Or that
Part
you
of
were
being a
convinced
betterment is, like being a better father to your kids. We're actually trying to help them develop in a healthy manner, right? Most women are incredibly attracted by a man doing that with his kids, right? Big turnoff for a woman is a man that doesn't want to do anything for his kids or with his kids or help them at all, right?
Yeah, they all.
You know, Arthro's here. She can perhaps give her 2 cents on that as a woman, but you know, I know you are just one woman, but you would find that probably attractive if a man is helping, if you have kids, whether adopted in the future, if the man is caring about the development of the kids, then that'd be very attractive, right?
I mean, I definitely find it attractive when I see like a father holding his little newborn baby and loving it, that type of thing, for sure. That's part of it. But I agree with what Glenn is saying, that on both sides, I think you need to work to maintain sexual desire in the opposite person. And if you think just kind of doing the standard or bettering yourself or whatever, I don't think that's going to cut it completely.
I don't think people do what you're calling the standard. I think people get very lazy and they, like Glenn was saying, you become complacent and you become stagnant where you become comfortable and you stop growing. I think we should always be growing closer to God. And a big part of that is by doing our role properly and bettering ourselves in that role so that we can help our family, our community, and ourselves. I think it's all incredibly important. I think a lot of people are like, well, I'm saved now. I don't care. I'm just going to, you know, sit back. God will forgive me for the fact that I'm being lazy and not doing anything that I'm supposed to be doing, right?
Putting forward a minimum payment due.
Yeah.
Society, basically.
The problem with that thinking, like Farney, is that guys all the time, there's many of Christian guys are doing the right thing, doing the thing that they think that is the biblical thing to do, and their wives still lose genuine desire for them.
Yeah, but if you look at those men, they're often very effeminate, right?
But because they don't prioritize maintaining that that desire in their wife's eyes.
Yeah, but I would say those men, if you look at them, like for instance, I don't remember what TV show, it's one of those like chick flick ones, but it was a Christian family and he was like, whoa, what happened? He was extremely effeminate. You're not playing your role properly if you're extremely effeminate. So what I'm saying is, no, they're not actually doing everything right, because part of doing things right is by playing your masculine role that you're supposed to in the relationship. Just like her job, her duty is to play the feminine role, which is incredibly attractive to her man, right? If she's being all quarrelsome and nagging and not being submissive at all, it doesn't matter how many house chores she's doing. She's still not playing her role in those aspects, and she's going to be very unattractive.
But it's also important
to
to
realize
realize
she washes your drawers, you're not going to be turned on. Anyway,
it's
sorry, go
also
ahead.
it's also important to realize this is where, you know, and I think the biggest mistake that a lot of people make when they get into marriage is they don't understand, you know, they're all wrapped up in their fucking feelings. They don't understand that it's a long game. And they don't understand how much better it can get after the bottom is nearly fallen out. I had a really wise, married a long time old dude, and we had not been married that long. He's like, 5 to 10 year range, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. He said, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling you. And he was 100% accurate. 100% accurate. We nearly got it. We were like 3 weeks away from a divorce, about maybe 8 years in, 7 or 8 years in, something like that. Literally, like had already gotten lawyers, like literally that close. And made it through that, thankfully, and it got nothing but better from that point on. So my point with that is to say that you have to understand what you're getting into, and you have to understand the marriage game, and you have to start realizing your role, to Barney's point and Glenn's too. And there are things when you talk about the nagging, I see men let's say husbands. Let's not just say men because we're talking about a marriage here. But I see husbands that bitch and complain about their wives bitching and complaining, and I know for a fact they're not getting shit done. You know what I mean? And it's like, if you'd go do this, you might quit bitching and complaining. Like, at some point, that's what happens. Is there's this back and forth bickering that goes on, where neither the husband nor the wife is really fulfilling their role, and you get into this endless loop, of bitching and complaining.
Those are guys when you open up their garage, it's full of stuff. Cram packed in there, because
you
they
find
don't
out why
use
she
their
was complaining.
They don't use their garage for working on things like a normal man.
Hey, now.
Yeah, and I think when
a
man starts to complain and whine, right,
hoarders.
he sounds very childlike, right?
I think I know what
not very
show
masculine,
he was
right?
talking about. I seen that show you were talking about the other day. It was a Texas show, I think, if I remember correctly. It was a Young Sheldon.
Yeah. His dad.
Well, guys, I'm about to start up my stream, and we could carry this conversation over. I have a video prepped for us.
I was just teasing about the Texas thing, Clover.
What are you feeling, Grid One?
Grid's going to sleep.
I'm going to bed too, because I got to be up
I'm going to bed.
4 hours.
Oh no!
I do not.
Thanks for being with us, Arthur.
I'm going to go ahead over there, Grid. I will get that going. I will see everybody over there if they want to. Here, let me go ahead and drop the link for the panel members. Here we go.
Yeah. Everybody's already set up on redirect, so as soon as I end the stream, you'll be in Glenn's house.
There
You gotta have a get off my lawn from.
I will see you guys there shortly.
I don't even have a lawn right now. So
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Grid, for having me on your panel. I appreciate it, and
yeah,
hopefully I stayed on topic enough, man.
Well, I mean, it's one of those
putting up
things.
with women prattle.
Yeah, I hope I made some of you guys think it. I seem to throw a few more grenades than normal than tonight. So hopefully you guys, some of that made you think. I'm tired. I got to go to bed. You guys go away. Get off my lawn.